Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
A young master unparalleled, his sword intent piercing the heavens. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by the radiant full moon. Wu Duantian staggered to his feet, unable to hide his shock. The Qingshan sword in deist Qingxuan's hands trembled slightly. Deep within the Qingyun sect's mountain range, inside a secluded hidden paradise, an elderly woman with long white hair sat in meditation. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. Li Qingran gazed at the moonlight in a daze. Within that luminous moon, someone danced with their sword, wild and uninhibited. The bright moon rises over Tianshan, drifting above the boundless sea of clouds. A mystical voice echoed within the moonlight. It resonated clearly, yet did not feel intrusive. Instead, it bewitched the soul, drawing all who heard it into an intoxicating trance. The sword dance within the moon was ethereal, like a dream, with streaks of cold light shooting forth, piercing through the sea of clouds. Suddenly, the sword's momentum shifted swift as a raging thunderstorm. The voice laughed freely, its ethereal tone carrying through the night. The long wind sweeps 10,000 miles, blowing past the Jade Gate Pass. Condense. High in the sky, sword intent surged like a rising mountain peak. The figure dancing in the moonlight halted, lifting the sword in hand. Then, with a casual downward slash, clang, the sea of clouds split apart. The world cleared, and the moonlight intensified. But along with the brilliance came an overwhelming killing intent. Wu Duanatian's heart pounded violently. His face turned deathly pale as he frantically shouted to those around him. Not good. Hurry and stabilize the sect's grand formation. Evacuate all disciples from the plaza immediately. When that mysterious cultivator first appeared, he only seemed to be at nascent soul perfection, so Wu Duantian hadn't taken him too seriously. He figured that even if deist Qingshan was outmatched, he could still hold out for a while, and in the worst case, the other elders could step in. But who could have expected that the moment the man unleashed his sword technique, just the sword intent alone had already sent chills through Wu Duanatian's entire body. Arangoi. Was this man a reclusive elder from Sword Pavilion? To wield such a terrifying sword technique. Everyone knew that most cultivators used swords, but true sword cultivators were extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. Yet for those who did succeed, their sheer destructive power was unmatched in the entire Qingyun realm. There was no more time to think. The sword had already fallen, straight toward deist Qingshan at Novel bin at. The icy moonlight fused seamlessly with the razor-sharp sword intent. From a distance, the sword still seemed tangible. But as it drew near, everything in sight was engulfed in a blinding silver-white radiance. Deist Qingshan gripped his sword tightly, unable to distinguish whether the brilliance before him was moonlight or sword light. Surrounded from all sides, with no way to evade, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest move. Lesser non-phase sword style, grasping the galaxy. The Qingshan sword flared up with starlight, dazzling and radiant. This should have been a mighty strike, powerful beyond compare. Yet within the vast moonlight, it seemed laughably feeble. A single spark could ignite a prairie fire. But under the brilliance of a full moon, a mere starlight could only be swallowed and dissolved. The full moon vanished. The Qingyun sect plaza was riddled with countless sword holes, the density increasing toward the center. Deist Qingshan, covered in blood, barely remained standing, using his sword to support himself. The Qingshan sword, his companion for over a century, was now riddled with cracks, just like his body so fragile that even the slightest movement might cause it to shatter completely. A beam of moonlight descended behind him. Chen Haan stepped out of the fading moonlight. He didn't even spare a glance at the bloodied figure kneeling at the center of the plaza. Instead, he strode forward toward Li Qingran. Will you do it yourself, or shall I do it for you? Li Qingran looked up at Chen Haan, his face growing even paler. His throat bobbed as he struggled to respond. I'll do it myself. Spiritual chi surged in reverse. With a muffled bang, Li Qingran clutched his dantian, collapsing to the ground in agonizing pain, writhing uncontrollably. His sharp screams echoed across the plaza. Deist Qingxuan's body trembled. He tried to stand, struggled twice, but ultimately collapsed back into the pool of blood. Debts must be paid to their rightful owner. Chen Haan turned to face Mu Bei's Huang, his golden slit pupils exuding only cold indifference. The delicate young girl now looked at him like a terrified deer, her entire body trembling. Her lips quivered, and tears welled in her eyes, making her seem utterly pitiful, like she could be shattered with just a single touch. But as for Chen Haan, a single bead of sweat dripped from his temple. Mu Bei's Huang, female, 347 years old, mid-nascent soul stage, self-sealed, born with enchanting bones. Two bad news. First, this was a top-tier, hidden old monster. Second, he had burned through all his energy just to act cool. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Chen Haan slowly spoke. Hand over Li Qingran's water spiritual root. Senior, will you hand it over, or not? Staring into those murderous golden eyes, Mu Bei's Huang gritted her teeth, carefully weighing her options. If she refused, she would have to break her self-imposed seal and fight this sword demon. Not only would she expose her identity, but if he still had any residual strength, wouldn't she just be throwing herself to death? She had to survive to aid her master. She couldn't reveal her identity. And in the end, a mere water spiritual root was useless to her master, and she had no attachment to it. I'll give it to you. Niu Bei's Huang feigned a pitiful expression, tilting her head slightly to expose her fair, slender neck. She let out a sorrowful sigh, her delicate face streaked with fresh tears. Senior, you may take it yourself. No wonder she was born with enchanting bones. Chen Huayan was speechless. Select the spiritual root to extract. Single water spiritual root, from Li Qingran. Earthwood dual spiritual root, from Yangtian. Holy sh*t. Chen Huayan's mind screamed. He had no idea how this demon girl managed to hide previously stolen spiritual roots from deist Qingxian. But now, opportunity knocks only once. He selected both. Two lights flared from Mu Beishuang's abdomen. Chen Huayan reached out and without encountering any resistance plunged his hand straight into her body, pulling out both glowing orbs and stuffing them into his inventory. At the same time, he shot Mu Bei's Huang a knowing look. Mu Bei's Huang was stunned. The pain of losing her spiritual roots was nothing compared to the sheer fear and horror seizing her heart. She had hidden her identity perfectly, no one should have seen through her, yet this man knew. He didn't expose her. Why? Could it be he was also a demonic cultivator? Her mind spiraled into chaos. She lifted her gaze, intending to confirm something in Chen Huayan's expression. But by then, he had already turned away, walking toward Li Qingran. Enemies defeated. Vengeance taken. Loot secured. Mana exhausted. It was time to flee. But just as he passed deist Qingxian, a cane struck the ground. Boom! A crippling pressure swept across the plaza. Chen Huayan's pupils contracted. An elderly woman in white robes silently stood beside the fallen deist Qingxian, and around them every late nascent soul cultivator had knelt. The Kingyun sect fell into absolute silence. Chen Huayan paused mid-step. So, it had finally come to this. A hidden boss? One of the most cliché tropes in cultivation novels, so overused that it was even considered a toxic plot device. The sect's ancestor? Defeat the disciple, the master arrives. Defeat the master, the ancestor arrives. Defeat the ancestor? Well, then comes the heavenly tribulation, the celestial enforcers, or even some revived ancient being. Invincible in the mortal world? Don't worry, heaven's got you covered. For most players, at this point, there were only two options: run for their life or get killed by the plot. But Chen Immortal Lord Huayan was built different. Because he had money. So you're the old monster hiding within Kingyun sect? Heh. Chen Huayan tilted his head slightly, half of his face shrouded in shadow. The only thing visible was his piercing golden slit pupil, still radiating with scorching intensity. The entire audience gasped. Li Qingran silently watched him, feeling that something about his way of speaking had completely changed compared to before. But that didn't matter. All she knew was that her heart was racing. Wu Duantian and the elders looked at Chen Huayan like he was a complete idiot. Zhang Hangxiao, who had been playing dead, cracked open an eye. Lu Changtian had stopped rolling in pain. Mu Bei's Huang widened her eyes and covered her mouth. Even the half-dead deist Qingxian twitched at the corner of his lips. Kingyun sect's great ancestor, a fusion realm powerhouse, and this guy just called her an old monster? Granted, she was actually old. But basic respect was still a thing, wasn't it? Besides, he was only at nascent soul perfection. What was he acting so cocky for? The gap between nascent soul and fusion realm was like heaven and earth. You called me an old monster. Kingyun sect's ancestor's eyebrow twitched violently, though her lips curled into a cold smile. But there was no warmth in that smile, only chilling malice and murderous intent. That's right. Old monster. Chen Huayan didn't flinch, but the moment he said those words, he could feel that this hidden boss was about to attack. It was time to activate the power of money. He silently willed. Raise my cultivation to fusion realm perfection. Since this was neural mapping technology, it should be able to capture his conscious thoughts. And sure enough, the game responded. But instead of an upgrade, a notification popped up. This realm is currently locked, and your balance is insufficient. Chen Huayan. Fine. Raise me to fusion realm late stage. Realm locked, balance insufficient. Fusion realm mid stage. Locked. Insufficient funds. Fusion realm early stage. Locked. Not enough money. Chen Huayan. He was screwed. The entire mental conversation happened in a split second. Meanwhile, Kingyun sect's ancestor had already begun gathering her spiritual energy. Behind her, a massive stone avatar emerged, a towering figure with an ashen face, crimson eyes, and a solemn expression. The avatar had 6 arms, each holding a different weapon: sword, saber, spear, flask, shield, and fan, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. She had directly summoned her Dharma avatar. Chen Huayan looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was freaking out. Was this really about to be a forced death scenario? You have angered hidden boss, Kingyun sect's ancestor. You have 3 options, multiple selections allowed. A game menu popped up. Chen Huayan, who had been on the verge of bending over in despair, immediately straightened his back. Limited time offer: spend 18 yen to receive a 1000-mile escape talisman and flee the battlefield. Super value deal, 0.001% discount. Spend 88 yen to temporarily obtain fusion realm late stage pressure for 30 seconds. Exclusive special: spend 188 yen to increase charm. Kingyun sect's ancestor will develop a favorable impression of you, greatly increases success rate of seduction. Ari, wait, hold on. Was that third option serious? Chen Huayan thought it over. An ice guy sugar mommy? If Li Qingran weren't here, he would have picked that in a heartbeat? After all, this was just a game. If there was a thigh to cling to, of course he'd cling to it. What did he care? It was just a character? And besides, his stats would go up too. But right now, Chen Haan's eyes narrowed. Just as King Sect's ancestor was about to go berserk, he directly recharged 294 yen. All in an instant. King Sect's ancestor's murderous gaze abruptly froze. She suddenly felt that the divine glow shrouding his face looked extremely familiar. Zihao, is it really you? No, Zihao is already dead. He can't be Zihao. But, his aura, it's so similar. Her rising battle intent deflated like a punctured balloon. Lu Zihao, her former Dao companion. One of the top 10 most handsome men in Kangyun realm. But his talent was garbage. No matter how many rare treasures she used, she couldn't push him past the nascent soul stage or extend his lifespan. Originally, King Sect's ancestor didn't look this old. Cultivators had methods to preserve their youth even if she was 1,000 years old. She could have the appearance of a young maiden. She simply chose not to, because her heart had died. But now, a tiny spark reignited within her long-extinguished emotions. And in the next second, that tiny spark was mercilessly crushed. Old monster, do you really think being at Fusion Realm makes you all that? At novel bin at. Chen Haan sneered. The moment he spoke, his aura erupted. Fusion Realm late stage. The entire King Sect plaza trembled as if an immense mountain had descended upon it, shrouding everything in darkness. The combined pressure of two Fusion Realm cultivators was so intense that even the nascent soul elders could barely lift their heads, their knees sinking into the stone bricks beneath them. Behind Chen Haan, a colossal black dragon avatar coiled into existence, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens. Its golden slit pupils blazed like two miniature suns, even dimming the sunlight. At that moment, Chen Haan suddenly had a strange urge. Should I recite a poem here? But he didn't know any. What was he supposed to say? Holy sh*t, this is awesome? He chose silence. With only a few seconds left on his Fusion Realm buff, Chen Haan seized the moment. Today, I have witnessed King Sect's grandeur. Vengeance is settled, I have no further quarrel. Farewell. With 5 seconds remaining, he pulled out his 1,000-mile escape talisman, grabbed for Li Qingran's hand and missed. But the talisman still wrapped them both in light. Your name? King Sect's ancestor asked, watching his fading figure. Sword Sect. Chen Haan. Whoosh, they vanished. King Sect's ancestor stood still, emotions in turmoil. She turned to Daoist Qingxian. Mother, he croaked. Shut up. Go kneel at Reflection Cliff. Then she turned back. Also, bring me 2 furnaces of beauty retention pills within the hour. Daoist Qingxian. And a milk bath. And lotus flowers. Daoist Qingxian. No joke. Daoist Qingxian felt like his mother was about to be gone. It was an incredibly strong premonition. But he dared not disobey the Kingyun Patriarch's orders. Even though his injuries hadn't fully healed, he had no choice but to follow orders. I really didn't expect that person to be a Fusion Realm Grand Cultivator. Daoist Qingxian sighed and shook his head. Since he was a Fusion Realm Cultivator and had chosen to spare his life, it was clearly an act of mercy out of consideration for the Kingyun Sect's reputation. With this thought, he felt at ease. So what if he was instantly defeated by the sword of a suppressed Fusion Realm Grand Cultivator? His crushing defeat was an honor? Under that earth-shattering strike, an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have been reduced to dust. Master, my Danshan. Lu Changtian staggered toward Daoist Qingxian, his face pale. There's nothing I can do about your Danshan. Daoist Qingxuan's brows furrowed with impatience and disdain. All things in this world follow the law of cause and effect. If you had known this would happen, why did you and the others bully that girl, Kinran? You even claimed she deliberately tried to harm Mu Bei's Huang and wanted me to cripple her spiritual root. Now what? You regret it? You come begging me now. Lu Changtian hung his head, speechless. In the end, Daoist Qingxian couldn't bear to watch his favorite disciple be completely ruined. He shook his head and said, you have 2 paths before you. First, you can switch to body cultivation. Body cultivators refine their bones and flesh to break through all techniques with sheer strength. With your talent, you could achieve something. However, the Kingyun Sect doesn't have many body cultivation techniques, and they are scarce even across the entire Kangyun realm. This path is narrow, difficult, and requires you to figure out a lot on your own. The second path is to prepare for the upcoming Zhongzhou Secret Realm expedition. This time, there will be both a major and a minor secret realm. Master, I choose the major secret realm. Lu Changtian immediately bowed with a firm expression. Daoist Qingxian smacked his forehead with the hilt of his sword and scolded, idiot. The major secret realm is for nascent soul and above. If you go in, you'll die for sure. I brought up the secret realm to tell you that this time, the Great Holy Lands will be selecting talents. If you perform exceptionally in the minor secret realm, you might catch their attention. If that happens, you could gain a fortunate opportunity, perhaps even a way to heal your Danshan. Lu Changtian's eyes lit up with realization. The 3 great holy lands of the Kangyun realm, Yaokai, Jinryu, and Fanjing. They were filled with powerful cultivators, including many legendary figures in the realm's history. Among them, some might possess a primordial heaven-mending pill, or even a complete body cultivation system. If so, his Danshan issue could be resolved. Daoist Qingxian looked at the joy on Lu Changtian's face and felt a pang of sadness. The Holy Lands had strict standards for selecting prodigies. For a cultivator with a shattered dantian like Li Qingran to stand out, he would have to be exceptionally extraordinary. Difficult. 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 Not far away, Mu Bei's Huang, who was meditating to heal, perked up her ears and eavesdropped. Of course, she knew about the Zhongzhou Secret Realm. It was an annual grand event where many ancient cultivation techniques, artifacts, and elixirs would appear. It was no exaggeration to say that if one could obtain a great treasure from within, even an ordinary person could instantly rise to become a genius sought after by major sects. Li Qingran should be heading to the Zhongzhou Secret Realm too, right? Mu Bei's Huang pondered. The Taiyin Dao body and the black gold cold jade on Zhang Hangxiao were crucial to her young master. Getting the black gold cold jade would be easy. Zhang Hangxiao was currently injured, so she just needed to cozy up to him a little more. Once she had him wrapped around her finger, the treasure would basically be in her hands. As for the Taiyin Dao body, back in the sect, she couldn't make a move on Li Qingran directly. Originally, she had planned to let Li Qingran die outside so she could use the heavenly demon bone-devouring secret art to strip away her Taiyin Dao body for herself. But fate had other plans. Li Qingran encountered that mysterious expert. Not only did she survive, but her dantian was restored, and the heart demon curse Mu Bei's Huang had planted was broken. Still, every cloud had a silver lining. Outside the Kingyun sect, if they met in the secret realm, wouldn't the mere Li Qingran be easy to handle? That fusion realm grand cultivator surely wouldn't be idling around, watching over Li Qingran forever. After all, grand cultivators like him spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. She dared to stay in the Kingyun sect because the Kingyun patriarch only emerged from seclusion once in a blue moon. As long as she didn't flaunt herself before the patriarch, she could hide her true intentions with ease. You are King Suan's disciple. Just as Mu Bei's Huang was lost in thought, an aged voice suddenly rang out beside her. She shuddered, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Without even daring to glance at the speaker, she immediately knelt and kowtowed. Disciple Mu Bei's Huang greets the patriarch. The Kingyun patriarch's eyes remained calm, saying nothing. Mu Bei's Huang bit her lip. In her vision, all she could see were the patriarch's shoes and cane. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as she began to wonder if the patriarch had seen through her schemes whether she should go all out and resist, he finally spoke. I know a little about the matter with Li Qingran. Mu Bei's Huang, if you wish to cultivate, then do so properly. But if you harbor impure intentions again, I won't mind helping my unfilial disciple clean up his mess. With that, the Kingyun patriarch tapped his dragon-headed cane on the ground and bounced away with a sprightly gait. Like a lively young maiden, she had seen plenty of scheming female disciples like Mu Bei's Huang. Back when she was still just a disciple, her own tricks weren't any less crafty. Right now, she was too busy enjoying her second youth to care. A mere chi refinement disciple? A simple warning was enough. No need to waste effort. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Haan emerged from the 1,000-mile divine travel talisman with Li Qingran. He glanced at the map. From the looks of it, they hadn't actually left Kingyun sect by much. What the F? How huge is this Taoist's map? To avoid being chased down by the Kingyun patriarch, Chen Haan grabbed Li Qingran with remote control, let out a baya, and jumped onto his black scale sword. With his nascent soul experience card still active, he had to fly as far as possible. How fast could a nascent soul cultivator fly? Chen Haan felt like he was on par with a fighter jet. Not that he had ever flown on a plane, so he had no real comparison. Just as he was marveling at how awesome this game was, behind him, Li Qingran was being blasted by the wind, unable to keep her eyes open. She looked at her senior's back, wanting to speak up for help. But the moment she opened her mouth, whoosh, her lips puffed out into a trumpet flower from the sheer wind pressure. To avoid being seen in such an undignified state, she quickly shut her mouth. Still, she was perplexed. Did senior cultivators not use wind shielding formations when flying? Or did he think having his hair blown back made him look cooler? No, there was no way senior was that shallow. Senior must have been feeling the rhythm of the wind, sensing the ever-present Dao laws of nature. Li Qingran, oh Li Qingran, compared to someone like senior, you're still far too lacking. And you actually dream of becoming his disciple? Sigh. I wonder if senior has any disciples. Any female disciples? How many female disciples? Li Qingran gazed at the wildly dancing white hair in front of her. Even though her own hair had been whipped into her face and mouth by the wind, her heart still felt warm and soft. What was the point of overthinking? Senior was always right. Even if he had 100 female disciples, that was perfectly natural. He heartsuit. Hiss, this wind is actually kinda cold. Chen Haan rubbed his hands together and slowed down slightly. They were cultivators now, why couldn't flying swords come with built-in temperature control? What if his precious Kinran caught a chill? Not mystical at all. Congratulations! You have assisted your virtual girlfriend in completing main quest 1.0. You have received 10 Thunderfire Talismans, delivered. TCH, just 10 Thunderfire Talismans? Were they giving out scraps to beggars? Chen Haan curled his lips in disdain. Did he, Lord Immortal Chen, look like he needed this kind of thing? Meanwhile, in his hotel room, thud, the door made a dull sound. Inside, the black cat peeked its head out from the shoebox, cautiously sniffing the aura of whatever lay outside. Its body suddenly stiffened. Its round cat eyes widened in shock. And then, shivering, it shrank back into the shoebox at novel bin at. Main Quest 2.0, help your virtual girlfriend establish herself in the new Guardian's home. Guardian's home. Lord Immortal Chen's mind blanked out. He almost fell off his flying sword. Senior, have you been to Tianquan City before? Senior, look at this, it's so interesting. My parents bought me one when I was little. Senior, do you have any favorite foods? I know a fantastic restaurant here. Oh, sorry, I forgot you've already stopped eating mortal food. Senior, this road leads to Filong Pass. My parents used to say that those who leave through this road probably never return. Li Qingran turned to face Chen Haan but kept her head lowered, fingers clutching the hem of her robe. Strands of hair swayed gently in the wind, and beneath her fluttering lashes, emotions flickered too complex to put into words. Tianquan City. Once, it was her hometown. Now, it had long since changed dynasties, and 2 different city lords had come and gone. Standing before the city gates, watching the bustling crowds and carriages pass by, Li Qingran's voice turned sour. Senior, you. She didn't dare lift her head, afraid that Senior would see the red-rimmed eyes she was trying so hard to hide. This lord, sigh. Chen Haan felt utterly helpless. Because at this moment, what he was doing was no different from parents who drop their kids off at a boarding school just to lighten their own burden. The boarding school, in this case, was a sect. Li Qingran had no sect now, and according to the game's storyline, she needed one for protection. At first, Chen Haan didn't understand why, until he saw his rapidly depleting experience card timer. And then, he understood. In this world where everyone was superhuman, a cultivator with a supreme-grade Danshan, the Taiyin Dao body, and a pure water spiritual root was basically a walking treasure chest. A with ring above Nigerian Nairobi. The moment someone discovered how special she was, she'd be in immense danger. And with only Qi refinement peak strength, she had absolutely no way to protect herself. A rogue cultivator with tons of rare traits and zero backing? There was no way she'd survive in this world. And he couldn't watch her 24/7. He had a life to live, a show to participate in, and money to make. So, getting her into a sect that could offer temporary protection was absolutely necessary. And as her cyber boyfriend and guardian, his job was to help her establish herself in this new sect. That was why he had brought her to Tianquan City, flying from the upper left of the map's center to just a little to the right of the center. This was a mortal city far enough from Qingyun sect, away from areas dense with cultivators and flourishing with spiritual qi. Spiritual qi here was scarce, which also meant it was relatively safe. This lord is only leaving temporarily, though, in reality, he wasn't leaving at all. His avatar's time was just running out, and he had no good explanation for it. Senior, at novel bin at. Li Qingran saw the hesitation on Chen Haan's face. The fingers clutching her robe slowly relaxed. What was wrong with her? She shouldn't be causing Senior trouble. Senior had his own things to do. He had 100 hungry female disciples waiting for him. He had already given her so much help. What more could she possibly ask for? I understand. I will behave and find a place to stay. Chen Haan raised an eyebrow and glanced at her in surprise. He thought the conversation had gone smoothly, that she had come to terms with things. But when he looked at her lowered lashes, he saw the faint redness in her eyes, like a small, abandoned kitten. Pitiful and lost. Yet not long ago, when she dueled Lu Changtian, she had been so fierce and determined. Forget it. This lord shall explain things properly. Standing around wasn't getting them anywhere. Chen Haan led Li Qingran into a restaurant, casually ordering some food while the nervous waiter trembled and rushed to serve them. Only then did he finally explain to Li Qingran in a serious tone. This lord is very busy. There's a lot to do. I don't have time to watch over you. The moment he said that, Li Qingran's lips trembled. Seeing her about to pout, Chen Haan immediately dropped the cool senior act. He ruffled her hair, and under her dazed expression, quickly added, "Look, I can't even touch you. This is just an avatar. That's because my real body is currently battling a huge demon beast. Senior, are you in danger? Is it a really difficult demon to deal with?" That wasn't exactly wrong. Cancer was a damn difficult beast to deal with. Chen Haan nodded helplessly. Very difficult. I was poisoned by that demon. The poison is nearly impossible to cure. My life may be at risk. He figured. What could a game character possibly understand? Telling her about cancer wouldn't mean anything. Even though this game world was highly immersive, and its characters were AI-driven, surely AI couldn't simulate real human emotions, right? That was a flaw AI could never overcome. The moment Li Qingran heard this, her face went completely pale. A sharp ringing filled her ears. Her mind went blank. Her heart clenched painfully as if someone had stabbed a red-hot iron into it. Her fingers clenched her robe so tightly they turned white. Senior was so powerful, yet even he couldn't cure the poison. Just how terrifying must that demon be? It was just as she thought. Senior was a great hero, constantly fighting to protect the Qingyun realm. Even though he was so busy, he still took time out to accompany her to Qingyun sect. And here she was acting selfishly, clinging to him, unwilling to let him leave. Senior, I was wrong. Tears rolled down Li Qingran's face. She stepped forward. And with a thud, she knelt before him. Whoa, what the? Hey. Chen Haan panicked. Even as a force lifted her up, Li Qingran stubbornly remained kneeling in midair. Now, with her floating and him standing, they locked eyes in a very bizarre position. Senior, I have a pure water spiritual root, which means I'm also suited for alchemy. There are countless alchemy recipes in the Kangyun realm. No matter what, I will find a way to refine a pill that can cure you. Li Qingran's voice was firm and resolute. Her idea was naive, maybe even laughable, but she still clung to hope. She figured Senior must be looking for high-grade, rare elixirs. But sometimes, the simplest solutions were hidden in overlooked, ordinary sect libraries. While he searched for big solutions, she would search for small ones. That way, nothing would be missed. Seeing her reaction, Chen Haan was actually touched. For a moment, he even suspected. Was Li Qingran really an AI character? Or was she secretly a GM, game master, role-playing just for him with live voice acting, facial expressions, and immersive interactions? Because in her eyes, he saw something AI shouldn't have. Genuine sadness. Real fear. She wasn't just worried about him leaving. She was terrified that he would die. And the eyes, they never lied. 300,000, totally worth it. At the moment he was about to leave this world, he actually got to feel warmth in his heart once again. Chen Haan chuckled, unable to stop himself from comforting the girl before him. Don't worry. I'm a fusion realm grand cultivator. How could some mere demon poison possibly kill me? Just focus on your cultivation. If you become the strongest cultivator in the Kangyun realm one day, that would be the greatest comfort to me. Li Qingran noticed Senior didn't call himself this lord anymore. But rather than feeling distant, this change actually made him seem closer. Like the untouchable figure high above the clouds was suddenly within reach. Even though, in reality she still couldn't touch him. Senior, I want to become an alchemist. I must become an alchemist. I have a pure water spiritual root. Lingxi Valley will accept me. Lingxi Valley, one of the most renowned alchemy sects in the Kangyun realm, also known as Holy Healer Valley. It was home to countless alchemists and healers, capable of reviving the dead and growing back flesh and bone. Right now, in Tianquan City, a major sect recruitment event was being held. They were scouting for gifted individuals with spiritual roots among mortals to bring into their sects. Lingxi Valley was among them. However, Chen Haan hadn't considered Lingxi Valley as Li Qingran's future sect, because she had already cultivated Chayun technique, a fire tribute technique centered on combat and destruction completely incompatible with alchemy. Kinran, I understand your intentions, but you've already cultivated Chayun technique. Chen Haan stopped mid-sentence, because at that moment, he saw something in Li Qingran's eyes. Determination. Unwavering, absolute determination. He froze. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Senior, I know that Chayun technique is fire-based and meant for battle. It conflicts with alchemy. Li Qingran bowed deeply, then lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. But my water spiritual root was never compatible with Chayun technique anyway. Her lips curled into a soft, sunlit smile. Almost as if she was the one comforting him, rather than the other way around. Since that's the case, then I will simply disperse my cultivation. No wonder the people from Chixiao Peak said that Li Qingran cultivated too slowly. A water spiritual root cultivating a fire tribute technique, how could that possibly be fast? They probably only cared about getting her into Chixiao Peak, without even considering whether there was a technique suitable for her cultivation. Coincidentally, the Battle Order's Chi Refinement Peak reward had included a Tideborn technique, an absolute match for a water spiritual root. It was perfect as a foundational technique for Li Qingran. While Chen Haan was lost in thought, Li Qingran had already completed dispersing her cultivation. She stood there timidly, like a stubborn little flower, gazing at him with a bright, hopeful smile. For any cultivator, dispersing one's cultivation meant losing all previous progress. No one would willingly erase what they had worked so hard to achieve. And Li Qingran had no idea that the Tideborn technique was waiting for her. She was simply determined to help Chen Haan not just with words, but with immediate action. All things in life are guided by fate. Chen Haan pulled out a jade slip, its surface marked with wave-like patterns. This is the Tideborn technique, a water attribute cultivation method. Since you no longer have an internal technique, you'll cultivate this from now on. Once you reach perfection, I'll give you something even better. But Li Qingran didn't take it. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze filled with hopeful anticipation. Senior, does this mean you're taking me as your disciple? Adat novel bin adat. Huh. Chen Haan was momentarily stunned. Him? A fake nascent soul cultivator? Taking Li Qingran as his disciple? Of course, he didn't lack confidence. After all, he was a pay-to-win player. Eventually, he'd rise to power. He had always planned to officially take her as his disciple once he became truly strong. That way, he could stand tall and not risk being exposed. Senior hesitated. Li Qingran lowered her gaze, letting out a soft, lonely chuckle. Of course. Senior already has over 100 starving female disciples. There's no way you'd have time for another one, huh? Chen Haan slowly typed out a question mark in his mind. 100, what? Female disciples? Starving? Since when? This lord has no disciples. Thud. Li Qingran dropped to her knees, performing a deep bow that she refused to rise from. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. She just changed the title on the spot. But he hadn't even agreed yet. What if he got exposed in the future? Still, at this point, rejecting her wasn't an option. With a favorability score of 80, turning her down would cause a massive drop. Chen Haan straightened his expression, putting on a serious front. He stroked his non-existent beard and said in a deep voice, From this day forward, you are my final disciple, a true, personal successor. I will teach you with all my heart. You must also cultivate diligently, increase your realm, extend your lifespan, and live long and prosperous. Do not disappoint me. No. Yes, master. Kinran will never forget. The two exchanged smiles. In a simple mortal restaurant, a bond spanning two worlds was formed. All things in this world are intertwined by fate, and it is through fate that we are drawn to each other. As Chen Haan removed his VR helmet, these words naturally surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but nod to himself, feeling satisfied. The apprenticeship wasn't a grand affair. Li Qingran simply made use of the restaurant's resources, brewing a cup of spiritual tea as an offering to her new master. When asked how she planned to join a sect now that she had a master, Li Qingran simply replied, "A master is a master, and a sect is a sect." In the Kangyun realm, many sects weren't too strict about this. Most disciples in a sect didn't even have personal mentors, they simply learned from the sect's library or listened to elders preaching in the training halls. Of course, disciples who already had masters weren't usually given access to the sect's most secret techniques. Entering a sect didn't necessarily mean taking a master. Before logging out, Chen Haan gave all his Thunderfire talismans to Li Qingran for self-defense. Her goal was Lingzi Valley. Looking at the map, in Tianquan City, every cultivator from Lingzi Valley glowed green, indicating absolute friendliness. It was a safe choice. Unlike Yuling Sect, Zen Sect, and Solar Pavilion, their cultivators were a mix of yellow and green, a clear warning sign. Aside from Lingzi Valley, the only other sect with fully green light indicators was Sword Pavilion. But Sword Pavilion's recruitment was a single disciple, which looked a little too pitiful. Kinran is going to the sect. And I need to go make money. Chen Haan glanced at the time. It was getting late. After changing clothes, he cooked a bowl of rice for Bag, then opened the door, only to feel that something was outside. He looked down. 2 packages. One labeled Thunderfire Talismans. The other labeled Kinran's Spiritual Tea. Chen Haan fell into silence. Slowly, he typed out a question mark. So, the main quest reward Thunderfire Talismans were meant for him, but what the hell was he supposed to do with them? If he stuck them on his door, wouldn't people think he was crazy? He unwrapped the package. Inside, there were indeed 10 Thunderfire Talismans, exquisitely crafted, with the scent of cinnabar still lingering. No sincerity. They're all common grade. Chen Haan sighed. These were useless. More like decorations than actual combat tools. Still, he stuck one on his door and another on his window. With the black scale sword hanging on the wall, the cheap hotel room instantly took on a mysterious and eerie vibe. Not bad. Has a bit of that aesthetic. Even though he complained, he still liked the setup. Next, he opened the spiritual tea package. He had expected it to be loose tea leaves. But inside, it was an actual cup of brewed tea. The lid and cup were vacuum sealed. When he peeled off the seal and lifted the lid, the tea inside was still warm. Holy **tea. Are the devs literally living next door? In the past, Guan Yu once warmed his wine before beheading Hua Xiong. And now, the game devs were literally serving warm tea with his quest rewards. For the perfect 1v1 VIP player experience, they had gone all out. Chen Haan shrugged and took a sip. The fragrance was the same as the protective charms and bracelets he had received before. His eyes fluttered shut in satisfaction. So detailed. Just incredible. Even if this was just ordinary tea, it made him feel lighter and sharper. What he didn't realize. Inside the game, a system notification was going crazy. Remaining lifespan, 45 days. Remaining lifespan, 84 days. Remaining lifespan, 79 days. His lifespan value was bouncing up and down like a heart monitor. Until finally, remaining lifespan, 78 days. After finishing the spiritual tea, Chen Haan casually placed the cup under his pillow. He took 2 steps forward, then suddenly froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He looked down at his legs. Wait, I can walk. He moved his legs, took a few more steps, then hesitated. Ripping off his plaster cast, he saw. His legs were completely fine. There's a saying it takes 100 days to heal from tendon or bone injuries. For a bone cancer patient like him, it wouldn't just be 100 days, it'd be a lifelong disability. Yet now, the bones that had been fractured were not only fully healed, they even felt better than before. Hiss, something's off. Chen Haan stroked his chin, lost in thought. What's causing this? Some kind of spring rejuvenation needle technique? Or maybe a meridian opening acupuncture method? Could it be that his cancer cells activated some kind of hidden genetic potential? Did cancer just turn him into a super healing vampire? To test his theory, he grabbed a razor blade and made a small cut on his finger. A drop of blood welled up. But within seconds, the wound had already scabbed over and begun to heal. Chen Haan first froze in shock, then immediately broke into laughter, standing tall with hands on his hips. Holy **T, am I turning into a superhuman? Ha 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 ha, this lord is Superman. Meanwhile, a shoebox lid cracked open just a little. Inside, a pair of sharp feline eyes glowed ominously. The black cat, Beiji, silently observed Chen Haan. Hiss, something's off. Why is this big shot so happy? Isn't this just basic spiritual chi circulation speeding up internal healing? He has an immortal artifact? He has a magic sword? How does he not know this kind of basic knowledge? No, this beast must leave. There may be opportunities here, but there's also something deeply unsettling. This king has just been reborn. I refuse to die here. Yes, Beiji was no ordinary cat. It was actually a young dowdy, a primordial beast that had taken over the body of a newborn black cat. As a dowdy, it only needed to consume to grow stronger. Originally, it had thought that following this powerful human would lead to great food. But in the end, all it got was plain white rice every single day. And now, to make things worse, this big shot seemed to be going insane. Danger. Extreme danger. If it didn't leave now, it would end up dead. Its gaze locked onto the door. As long as this crazy human stepped out, the world was vast, and it could go anywhere. All it needed was to keep eating. One day, it would become an unstoppable, world-dominating existence. He. Just imagining it made Beiji's mouth curl into a sinister grin. 30 minutes later. By now, Chen Haan had already left the house. Standing by the window, Beiji gazed at the setting sun with deep sorrow in its golden eyes. On the window pane, a yellow talisman was firmly stuck in place, etched with unfathomable characters. Even though it couldn't read them, Beiji knew exactly what they meant. If it dared to get close to the window, it would be struck by lightning. So in the end, I still can't escape. This king was too naive after all. Beiji lowered its head in despair. A mighty being in possession of a damaged immortal artifact. How could someone like that not be aware of its little escape plans? There was no way this prison would be so easy to flee from. As for all the bizarre things this human did, Beiji had figured it out. He was comprehending the Dao. It was common for cultivators to suppress their own cultivation realms, even seal away their memories, all for the sake of experiencing mortal suffering to attain enlightenment. Clearly, this human big shot was doing just that. Forget it. White rice is still food. The world had changed greatly since its time, and rice nowadays tasted much better than it did back then. Though for some reason, it never seemed to be filling. Beiji crawled over to the bowl, took a few bites, and then, all of a sudden, a single tear rolled from its golden cat eyes. This rice, demit, it's undercooked. Meanwhile, at the airport at Novel Bin at, Chen Haan scratched his chin as a thought suddenly popped into his mind. I feel like I forgot something. Oh, right. That rice. I think I have cooked it. A brief moment of guilt flickered through his heart. But then he remembered Beiji was looking healthier than ever, meaning he wasn't neglecting it too badly. Beiji was a rural cat, after all. Back in his grandparents' countryside home, their cats ate whatever the family ate. They weren't like spoiled city cats that needed expensive cat food or had sensitive stomachs. The guilt quickly vanished, replaced by pride. Not bad. Beiji's tough. Easy to take care of. Today was his first time flying, so he was feeling a bit excited. Last time he went to Mount Tais, he took the high-speed train because he was broke. Originally, he had planned to take a train to the show's filming location too, but after wandering around Tianquan City with Li Qingran for too long, he almost missed his departure time. So in the end, he splurged a little and booked a flight. As he walked through the airport terminal, dragging his suitcase along, a strange sensation crept over him. Weird. Why do I feel like so many people are staring at me today? At first, he thought it was just his imagination. But as he continued toward the check-in counter, he started to notice the glances more clearly. The stares mostly came from women. But there were also quite a few men, though their expressions were a mix of displeasure and jealousy. Every time he turned his gaze toward them, their eyes quickly darted away. Chen Haan narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. I need to check the mirror. Maybe there's something weird on my face. He hurried into the restroom. The moment he disappeared behind the bathroom door, a wave of fiery gazes immediately locked onto the restroom entrance. Holy sh*t. A once-in-a-lifetime level of handsome. I got a photo. Look at that side profile. Perfection. Who has the guts to go ask for his contact? Forget it, I'd probably faint just standing in front of him. This dude is way hotter than that trending idol, CAIU fan. Is he a celebrity? I don't recognize him. Chatter exploded through the terminal, buzzing like a swarm of green-headed flies. Nearby, a group of men clenched their jaws, grinding their teeth in frustration. Some young women even began lingering near the restroom, using various objects as cover, preparing to snap pictures. The older ladies were more restrained, telling themselves, just one more look. One last look. That's enough to make my whole day. Inside the restroom, Chen Haan stared at his reflection in the mirror. Weird. There's nothing on my face. He leaned closer, examining himself from every angle. Nothing seemed off. If anything, his skin looked better. His entire aura seemed to have changed subtly. How to describe it? Otherworldly? That word suddenly popped into his mind. If he donned an immortal robe, he wouldn't even need to pose, he'd radiate an ethereal presence effortlessly. As he was still processing this revelation, a guy washing his hands nearby suddenly grumbled. The hell you looking at? Narcissist. Then stormed out of the restroom. Chen Haan furrowed his brows. Then his expression relaxed. Then he slapped his thigh in realization. Wait a minute, he's right. I am being narcissistic. Enlightenment struck. It was all because he had been immersed in the game for too long, always referring to himself as this lord, acting like some kind of self-obsessed immortal. Damn, I'm an idiot. Time to board my flight. Slapping his cheeks to snap out of it, he strode out of the restroom with his head held high. Even when a few girls walked into signboards because they were too busy staring at him, he ignored them all. On the plane, Once seated, the number of stairs significantly decreased. Chen Haan settled into his seat, ready to relax, until a flight attendant approached him with a warm, dazzling smile. Sir, you seem to be having trouble. Let me help you with your seatbelt. Chen Haan, I can do it myself. What the hell? What trouble? His leg injury was fake, and his hands worked fine? It's no problem, sir. This is my duty. Once she buckled him in, another flight attendant walked over. Sir, would you like some water? Or perhaps a drink? Chen Haan, I'm good, thanks. Then, the head stewardess approached. Sir, do you get airsick? Let me share some tips for a comfortable flight. Chen Haan, I don't think I get airsick. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Why was the service so damn enthusiastic? Damn. No wonder people fly instead of taking the train. If this was how airlines treated all their passengers, then $800 for a plane ticket was beyond worth it. What he didn't notice, the girl sitting beside him was already blushing to her ears, practically melting into her seat. She hesitated for a solid 10 minutes, gathering her courage, before finally sneaking a glance at him. He's so handsome, but he looks so cold. This is fate? A fateful encounter in the skies. With her heart pounding, she nervously extended her phone toward him. Can I add you on? This lord's flying sword is faster. Chen Haan suddenly let out a disdainful chuckle. So this is what people call an airplane. This lord's flying sword is way faster. The girl who had just worked up the courage to ask for his contact froze. Then, without saying a word, she silently withdrew her phone. Back at his hotel, after finishing the spiritual tea, Chen Haan placed the cup under his pillow. He took 2 steps forward, then suddenly froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He looked down at his legs. Wait, I can walk. He moved his legs, took a few more steps, then hesitated. Ripping off his plaster cast, he saw his legs were completely fine. There's a saying it takes 100 days to heal from tendon or bone injuries. For a bone cancer patient like him, it wouldn't just be 100 days, it'd be a lifelong disability. Yet now, the bones that had been fractured were not only fully healed, they even felt better than before. Something's off. Chen Haan stroked his chin, lost in thought. What's causing this? Some kind of spring rejuvenation needle technique? Or maybe a meridian opening acupuncture method? Could it be that his cancer cells activated some kind of hidden genetic potential? Did cancer just turn him into a super healing vampire? To test his theory, he grabbed a razor blade and made a small cut on his finger. A drop of blood welled up, but within seconds, the wound had already scabbed over and begun to heal. Chen Haan first froze in shock, then immediately broke into laughter, standing tall with hands on his hips. Holy sh*t, am I turning into a superhuman? Ha 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 ha, this lord is Superman. Meanwhile, a shoebox lid cracked open just a little. Inside, a pair of sharp feline eyes glowed ominously. The black cat, Beiji, silently observed Chen Haan. Something's off. Why is this big shot so happy? Isn't this just basic spiritual chi circulation speeding up internal healing? He has an immortal artifact? He has a magic sword? How does he not know this kind of basic knowledge? No, this beast must leave. There may be opportunities here, but there's also something deeply unsettling. This king has just been reborn. I refuse to die here. Yes, Beiji was no ordinary cat. It was actually a young dowdy, a primordial beast that had taken over the body of a newborn black cat. As a dowdy, it only needed to consume to grow stronger. Originally, it had thought that following this powerful human would lead to great food. But in the end, all it got was plain white rice every single day. And now, to make things worse, this big shot seemed to be going insane. Danger. Extreme danger. If it didn't leave now, it would end up dead. Its gaze locked onto the door. As long as this crazy human stepped out, the world was vast, and it could go anywhere. All it needed was to keep eating. One day, it would become an unstoppable, world-dominating existence. He. Just imagining it made Beiji's mouth curl into a sinister grin. Awakens City. The Dao inquiry platform was packed with a sea of people. Most of them weren't locals but had come from various surrounding regions. Without exception, they were all mortals. Some among them were martial artists who had cultivated combat skills. However, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they remained just that, a martial artist. Even those hailed as top experts or innate masters in the martial world had no choice but to bow before cultivators. If given the chance, they would fight tooth and nail for a place in an immortal sect. Unfortunately, immortal sects only valued spiritual roots and talent. No matter how high one's martial skills were, they meant nothing in the face of cultivation. A few disciples from the Xiang sect stood in the crowd, grumbling among themselves. Sigh, more disciples have died this year than last. Back then, the Dao Inquiry Conference was held once a year. Then it became once every 6 months, then once every 3 months, and now, every single month? Even immortals will get exhausted at this rate. Can't be helped. The competition's getting fiercer. Even the elders in the sect are stuck at bottlenecks, let alone us ordinary disciples. Hope we get a few decent spiritual roots this time. Best if they're triple or dual spiritual roots. A single spiritual root genius? That's too much to ask for. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the west side of the Dao Inquiry platform. Li Qingran, single water spiritual root. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. A single spiritual root. Someone has a single spiritual root. Let me see. Find out everything about this disciple in half a stick of incense. Li Qingran was momentarily stunned. The next second, she found herself surrounded by a throng of sect recruiters, completely blocking her in. Young friend, join our Xiang sect. Our sect leader will personally take you in as a direct disciple. Xiang sect? Are you kidding? She's a water spiritual root? She belongs in our Sushui sect. We have the best water attribute cultivation techniques. Why not consider the tool refining sect? We, the Zen sect, actually, never mind, forget it. Li Qingran looked at the friendly, eager faces around her, feeling completely overwhelmed. Was a single water spiritual root really this sought after? Back when Lu Changtian brought her into the sect, she never experienced such a frenzy. Outside the crowd, an elderly man in plain robes with a sword at his waist squinted in Li Qingran's direction. After ensuring no one was watching, he took out a jade slip and whispered into it, Renobi. Sect leader, we've got a big one? A single water spiritual root genius just appeared. Should we act? After a brief silence, a hurried voice came from the jade slip. Not yet. I'm still dealing with something on my end. It's even more important. Just keep an eye on things. The old man sighed, his wrinkled face scrunching up. A single spiritual root was a rare prodigy. In no time, other sects would snatch her away. But what was he supposed to do, kill everyone here just to keep an eye on one girl? That would be no different from the ways of the demonic sects. Forget it. If she's meant to stay, she'll stay. If she's meant to leave, I can't stop it. Just as he muttered those words, a soft female voice rang out from the crowd. Younger sister, I am Lu Shenzhen, the welcoming elder of Lingzi Valley. Your water spiritual root is most suited for medicine and alchemy cultivation. Why not join Lingzi Valley? The crowd parted. A woman dressed in green robes emerged, flanked by several female cultivators. A sheer veil concealed her face, but as she walked, the scent of flowers filled the air, and lotus blossoms bloomed beneath her feet. It's Lingzi Valley. Well, that's that. She's definitely joining them now. What, you think you can compete with Lingzi Valley? You better pray you never need their help in the future. Hearing the murmurs, Li Qingran's heart soared with joy. Her goal was to join Lingzi Valley. And now, the opportunity had come knocking. Lu Shenzhen stopped before Li Qingran. Beneath her veil, her enchanting eyes lingered on the girl for a few moments before she spoke in admiration. You're quite the beauty, and your figure is graceful too. Coupled with such outstanding talent, you wouldn't want to waste yourself in another sect, letting those filthy men feast their eyes on you, would you? Come to Lingzi Valley. Here, we sisters are family. Li Qingran had heard that Lingzi Valley only accepted female cultivators. In rare cases, they did accept male disciples, but only if they were willing to be castrated. She had previously thought that joining a sect of only women would save her a lot of trouble. Other sects would require her to interact with senior brothers and elders, but her heart was solely devoted to her master. She had no interest in dealing with complicated relationships at Novel bin Adat. Since Lingzi Valley had extended an invitation, and she was more than willing, she bowed deeply and said, Thank you for your kind offer, elder. I would be honored to join Lingzi Valley. Seeing how obedient Li Qingran was, Lu Shenzhen was even more pleased. She turned to the female cultivators beside her. Take this little sister to see the young mistress. Let her have a look. I'll stay here and see if any other promising seedlings turn up. Yes, elder. Li Qingran was led to the top floor of a luxurious restaurant. A sheer crimson curtain draped over the bed, revealing a tantalizing silhouette behind it. A single long, snow-white leg stretched out beneath the curtain, lazily swaying. The delicate toes, painted a soft crimson, looked like 5 tiny pearls dipped in rouge. The person behind the curtain clearly disliked noise. The female cultivator simply bowed in greeting and left without a word. This must be the young mistress of Lingzi Valley. Even though the other person was a woman, Li Qingran still felt slightly nervous. She lowered her head and quietly waited, not daring to speak out of turn. After a moment, the leg behind the curtain stopped moving. The seductive figure inside stretched lazily, like a cat waking from a nap, before a clear voice rang out. A single water spiritual root? Not bad, not bad. I've been waiting half a month for a genius to show up. You flatter me, senior. Li Qingran quickly bowed. No need to be so formal. Come closer, I want to ask you something. Li Qingran complied, stepping toward the curtain. A heavy floral fragrance enveloped her. She took a quick glance inside before immediately lowering her eyes. No peeking. The girl inside the curtain sniffed the air and withdrew her foot. She chuckled softly. You're quite the beauty. Even I'm a little jealous. Tell me, do you have a Deo companion? Li Qingran hesitated for a moment. She wished she did. But unfortunately, her master likely didn't see her that way. She shook her head. No. Have you ever had one before? Never. Good. The young mistress seemed satisfied with that answer. A pale foot lifted the curtain slightly, revealing a flawless chin and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Give me your hand. Li Qingran obediently extended her hand. 2 slender fingers rested on her wrist, cool to the touch. After a long silence, the young mistress of Lingzi Valley withdrew her fingers, her expression unreadable. You've already cultivated an excellent internal technique, perfectly suited to your water spiritual root. Very good. Do you have a master? I do. Li Qingran knew there was no use in lying. She wasn't good at deception anyway. Man or woman? The young mistress's voice sharpened slightly. Man. The air in the room instantly turned frigid. Li Qingran stiffened, sensing the icy gaze behind the curtain. Get out. With a flick of the young mistress's hand, the doors of the private suite slammed open. A forceful burst of energy rudely expelled Li Qingran from the room. Li Qingran stumbled and fell outside the door. The female cultivators standing guard on either side quickly helped her up. She was completely bewildered. Why had the Lingxi Valley young mistress suddenly thrown her out after they had been conversing so well? Was it just because her master was a man? Apologies, little sister. You did not pass our young mistress's test. One of the female cultivators gently straightened the folds in Li Qingran's robes, her face carrying an apologetic yet firm expression as she led her toward the exit. Li Qingran didn't want to lose this chance to enter Lingxi Valley. In her mind, Lingxi Valley was the sect most likely to have ancient pill recipes. It was also the best place for her to learn medical skills that could help her master in the future. So she stopped walking, bowed, and asked, "May I know the reason?" The female cultivator hesitated, glancing quickly toward the private room now far behind them. Then she pulled Li Qingran into a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around before lowering her voice. "If you were of ordinary talent, I wouldn't tell you this. But with a single spiritual root, you are bound for great achievements, and I don't want you to resent our young mistress for this. She wasn't always like this. I can't tell you the full details, but you only need to know that Lingxi Valley now strictly forbids its disciples from taking Dao companions. And our young mistress, she utterly despises men, especially male masters." Despises men? Li Qingran grew anxious. "But my master is a good person? He's not like those bad men, I can vouch for that? And he wouldn't even come to Lingxi Valley." The female cultivator shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Our young mistress struggled with this once. She tested 10,000 men, and they all failed. She already had psychological scars from past experiences, and after those failures, her hatred for men became absolute. Lingxi Valley used to simply refuse male disciples. Now, men aren't allowed within 50 miles of our sect. Even if a male cultivator is exceptionally talented, he can only join if he agrees to be castrated." Li Qingran stood there, dumbfounded, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Can't we make an exception? Or at least let me explain to her." "No exceptions. You should leave." The female cultivator waved her off. "The Dao Inquiry Conference is ending soon. The sects will be taking their flying boats back. If you leave now, you might still join another good sect. But Lingxi Valley, we are not fated to be." She turned and left, not giving Li Qingran any room to negotiate. This isn't fair. When Chen Haan left, Li Qingran had managed to hold back her tears. But now, when she was supposed to be joining Lingxi Valley, only to be inexplicably rejected, she nearly broke down. Apart from Lingxi Valley, what other sect specialized in medical and alchemy cultivation? What other sect would have a collection of ancient pill recipes? Her master's poison, how could she cure it now? Li Qingran stood at the entrance of the restaurant, staring blankly toward the private room upstairs. She felt utterly useless. Her master had given her so many opportunities, but when it was her turn to help him, she couldn't even take the first step. Well, if it isn't the single water spiritual root girl from earlier." A voice rang out, neither fully masculine nor feminine, filled with surprise and greed. "Little sister, you didn't join Lingxi Valley." Li Qingran turned toward the voice and saw a group of people approaching. Leading them was a pale-faced scholar. His features were even more delicate than a woman's, his skin white as paper, his cheeks painted with rouge. A thin short sword and 4 porcelain bottles hung at his waist, and his perfume was so strong it could be smelled from half a street away. Every movement he made was exaggerated and artificial. The scholar gave her a once-over and smirked. "Huh? So that crazy woman really kicked you out? I never thought even a single spiritual root genius would be turned away." He laughed so hard his face turned gray, and he had to bend over, taking a deep breath before grinning again. Perfect. Little sister, why not join our yin-yang sect? We are just as powerful as Lingxi Valley, only our reputation is slightly worse. But as cultivators, aren't we all pursuing the Dao? As long as we don't practice demonic cultivation, what's wrong with being a little indulgent? Li Qingran's expression grew cold. She had heard of the yin-yang sect. It, along with the Hehuan sect and the Extreme Bliss Zen sect, was known as one of the 3 great debauched sects. That said, they were still considered righteous sects. Unlike demonic cultivators, who drained their partner's essence, these sects focused on mutual cultivation. However, their practices were decadent, their lifestyles indulgent, and they were widely despised by the rest of the righteous path. She already had a master. There was no way she would ever join such a depraved sect. Even if she didn't have a master, their way of cultivation was completely different from her own path. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior." Li Qingran bowed politely. "The yin-yang sect is a fine sect, but I wish to find one more suited to my water spiritual root. We have water attribute techniques too. Yellow rank, profound rank, you can pick whatever you like. I already have a master. I must follow his orders. Please don't make things difficult for me." Li Qingran bowed again. Difficult." The pale scholar's face darkened. "You're just refusing to give our yin-yang sect any respect. Master, you say? Fine, let's see this master of yours. Today, you're coming with us." Li Qingran bit her lip. She couldn't summon her master here. She also didn't want to distract him from fighting that great demon. That demon was incredibly powerful. Her master needed absolute focus. How could she let him worry about her now? But even without him, she wasn't helpless. She still had the talismans her master left her. She reached into her storage pouch and grasped a handful of Thunderfire talismans. She hesitated. The Pale Scholar was at least at the Golden Core stage. If she activated these talismans, she could blast him to dust. But then the Yin-Yang sect would hunt her down. What would she do then? Would she just end up troubling her master again? Li Qingran, you idiot. You had such a good hand, and you played it like a fool. She cursed herself inwardly, her gaze locking onto the scholar approaching step by step. A cold glint flashed deep in her eyes. Hold it. A light voice echoed from the sky. Boom. A massive sword half a meter wide and as tall as a rooftop slammed down between Li Qingran and the Yin-Yang sect group. A gust of wind swept through the street. Perched on the massive sword was a leg, casually dangling over the hilt. A gourd tapped against the pommel, spilling 2 drops of wine. A woman in black robes and black pants sat lazily on the blade, her face covered with a black veil. She had one leg crossed over the other. The toe of her shoe had a hole in it, exposing half a toe at novel bin at. The wind lifted her veil slightly, carrying the strong scent of alcohol and garlic. Then, a languid voice spoke. This little girl? We've taken a liking to her. Heek. You lot? Heek. Now. Scram. You dare to snatch someone from Yin-Yang Pavilion in broad daylight? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? The Pale Scholar sensed the aura of the black-clad woman before him, and his already deathly white face turned even darker. Heek. This old lady, Heek, is stealing from you. So what? The black-clad woman leaped off her sword, grabbed the hilt in reverse, and swung it in a wide arc. She was swaying unsteadily, unable to stand firm, yet the massive sword in her hands was lifted effortlessly like a mere toy. The Yin-Yang Pavilion disciples immediately took a few steps back, afraid of getting caught in the heavy sword's wild sweep. This woman is on par with me in strength, and a single water spiritual root is a top-tier dual cultivation match. It would be a shame to just let this go. I'll hold her off, you go and get the hallmaster. The Pale Scholar urgently commanded his guards before drawing the short sword from his waist and pointing it at the black-clad woman. Humph, we're both at the Golden Core stage. Today, we shall test your skills. But before he could react, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his sword. Test what? You want to spar with this old man instead? The Pale Scholar was shocked and turned to find a withered old man standing beside him. He hadn't even noticed when the man had gotten so close. The old man had white, unkempt hair, half of his face covered by a mask, and when he grinned, a mouthful of crooked, rotten teeth was revealed. Who the hell are you? Ha, take a guess. The old man had a sword gourd hanging from his waist, yet he didn't draw a sword. Instead, his gnarled fingers tightened around the scholar's short sword. Under his immense grip, the blade slowly began to bend, making a creaking sound. A suffocating pressure locked the Pale Scholar in place, rendering him unable to move. His only hope now was that his men would bring the hallmaster quickly. But then came the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. He turned and looked, his face instantly paling further. 3 black-clad figures stood in the middle of the street, arranged from tallest to shortest. The one on the left was the tallest and thinnest, the middle one of average build, and the rightmost figure was short and plump. All 3 were dressed in black, with swords at their waists, and each carried a bulging sack on their backs, its contents unknown. Meanwhile, his subordinates were sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. You dare lay hands on the people of Yin-Yang Pavilion? The Pale Scholar was furious. Yin-Yang Pavilion was no small sect who would dare challenge them, and besides, this confrontation had been going on for a while now. Why hadn't the Tianquan city guards or other sects intervened yet? Had they all returned to their mountain gates? Enough wasting time. Let's grab the last batch and retreat. A voice called out from above. The Pale Scholar looked up to see a figure stepping out onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Clad in all black, with a black sword and a black hood, the figure had a striking contrast a long, flowing white beard. More importantly, his waist was adorned with a variety of weapons. The Pale Scholar's pupils shrank. Among them he saw his hallmaster's personal saber. When had they raided his sect? The Pale Scholar's arrogance instantly crumbled. His expression twisted into a smile uglier than crying. Seniors, I failed to recognize greatness when I saw it. The single water spiritual root disciple is yours. I will take my leave now, right now. Drop all your artifacts, spirit stones, and storage pouches on the ground. The old man in front of him grinned wider, his wrinkled face scrunching up like a blooming chrysanthemum. The Pale Scholar had no choice but to obediently hand over all his possessions. The jade on your neck, too. And your robes. Enough, elderly. The black-clad woman resting on her giant sword finally spoke up, unable to watch any longer. But his robes are quite nice, the old man muttered, running his hands over the fabric with fascination. The Pale Scholar was on the verge of tears. Seniors. May I leave now? Go on. The old man casually pocketed the short sword and released his grip. The Pale Scholar bolted without hesitation. Take your men with you, the old man shouted after him. Without looking back, the Pale Scholar scrambled to grab his fallen subordinates and flew away in a panic. Yin-Yang Pavilion was gone. The 5 black-clad figures all turned their gazes toward Li Qingran. She instinctively took a half-step back, lowering her head in fear before quickly bowing. Junior thanks the esteemed seniors for your assistance. Although these 5 seemed even more dangerous than the Yin-Yang Pavilion members. For some reason, they didn't feel particularly threatening. Little one, your talent is excellent. Would you like to join our sect? The eccentric old man beamed at her with an oddly kind and gentle expression. Junior wishes to join Lingzi Valley. Li Qingran shook her head hesitantly. Senior's sect is surely great, but I wish to become a healer. You can still be a healer in our sect, the black-clad woman leaning on her sword muttered, hiccuping from her drunken state. Li Qingran wanted to refuse again. But at that moment, a voice rang out from the rooftop. Sigh, you guys are doing this all wrong. The figure on the rooftop pulled off his hood. Under Li Qingran's stunned gaze, he spoke in a loud, clear voice. We are from Qingyun sect. The other four followed suit, removing their disguises. The female cultivator removed her veil, revealing long, waist-length black hair and a stunning, intoxicatingly beautiful face. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyes hazy with intoxication, yet her smile was charming, and her words were sharp and to the point. Little sister, as you can see, we just looted a bunch of other sections. The old man added, and now, you know our identities. From the rooftop, Kinran, the sword pavilion master, grinned maliciously as he declared. So, you have no choice but to come with us? Otherwise, we'll have to silence you? Keh. Li Qingran. Did they really think she didn't know they were from Qingyun sect? She had already noticed the emblem on the rooftop man's waist. Sword pavilion. Sword pavilion. Sword sect? She hesitated, her mind making some odd connections. Before she could react, the world spun, and in the next moment, she found herself standing on a flying sword at Novel bin at. The drunken female cultivator had taken her. The other four also stepped onto their own swords, grinning like a bunch of bandits after a heist. Junior sister, if you're scared, you can hold on to senior sister's waist. The woman turned back with a seductive smile. Then, the flying sword launched skyward. Li Qingran squinted against the rushing wind, instinctively wrapping her arms around the woman's waist. At that moment, she suddenly lost the will to resist. Because these people were just like her master. Flying swords. But no windshielding formations. Tianquan City, Ascension Tower. Yun Suxin, the young mistress of Lingzi Valley, slowly regained consciousness from her deep sleep. Around her, cultivators from various sects and city guards lay sprawled in disorder, still unconscious at Novel bin at. She rubbed her throbbing temples and instinctively reached for her waist. Where's my storage pouch? Not only was her storage pouch gone, but so were her artifacts and even her jewelry. Many of the other cultivators had yet to wake up. They had all been waiting here for their sect's flying boats, only to be drugged and stripped of their possessions instead. This is soul-scattering incense. Yun Suxin spotted a burnt-out incense burner in the corner. Soul-scattering incense was a non-toxic, colorless, and odorless sedative, typically used to calm spirit beasts. Whoever did this was thankfully not out for blood. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. However, this location was only known to reputable sects, and everyone here had undergone strict identity checks. Which meant there was a traitor? But who? It was Qingyun sect. A furious voice rang out. Someone pointed at the large character Qing on the hall's wall, along with a taunting ghostly face drawn beside it. Unbelievable? We had no grudges with Qingyun sect, yet they came all this way just to rob us. Qingyun sect is already wealthy beyond measure. They must have done this just to humiliate us. In the Zhongzhou secret realm, we must make their disciples pay. As the hall erupted into outraged discussions, Yun Suxin pinched the burnt incense ash between her fingers and rolled her eyes. If this had really been Qingyun sect, she would eat this incense ash. She looked around. The only ones missing were the people from Sword Pavilion. Thinking about their perpetual poverty, Yun Suxin immediately understood. So, Sword Pavilion dared to rob Lingzi Valley? Fine. Just wait and see. Brother, you look absolutely legendary. Chen Haan's mouth twitched as he sat in the production cruise shuttle. For the third time, the driver had repeated this exact phrase. First when they met. Second when he got in the car. And now, again. To be honest, bro, I've driven for this show for years. I've seen at least 1,000 celebrities, if not more, the driver said earnestly, one hand on the wheel, the other giving Chen Haan a thumbs up. But I've never seen someone as insanely good looking as you. And that's saying something, even with you being bald. I can't even imagine how stunning you'd be with hair. No joke, you make that celebrity, CAIU fan who's on this season look like a joke, and he's had work done. I think I'm just average, Chen Haan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not a chance. The driver shook his head. You know what it is? Aura. Looks aside, your aura alone crushes all those male celebrities. It's got this. I don't know, enlightened monk kinda purity? You should play Tang Santang, you'd be an instant hit. Chen Haan chuckled. If that's the case, won't I steal the spotlight from the celebrities? At this, the driver's face fell. He slapped the steering wheel. You know what? Be careful of that CAIU fan guy. He's a big deal, not someone to mess with. The show is basically set up to promote him. If you run into him, keep a low profile. We're just regular folks, no need to butt heads with celebrities. Chen Haan took note. But really, what kind of conflict could he, a terminal cancer patient, possibly have with a celebrity? On the other hand, would that celebrity even dare mess with him? After being dubbed the top version T0 creepy old man and the little celestial in past incidents, wasn't he essentially the hidden boss of reality itself? If that celebrity actually tried to stir trouble with him, well, he'd let him experience firsthand the phrase, I really messed up. Oh my god, Cai Fan is finally here. Good evening, Fan Ji. Fan Ji, you're getting more and more handsome. Your career is totally skyrocketing. At the foot of Tianmen Mountain, the production team of Daring Adventure with Celebs had gathered. A striking young man, dressed in tailored designer wear and adorned with an expensive brooch, stepped into the spotlight. Cai Fan, a current trending fresh meat celebrity. He wasn't quite at the level of true A-listers yet, but he was rising fast, with a bright future ahead. He hadn't joined the show because he particularly liked it. His company had arranged it, saying it would help improve his public image and attract more casual fans, laying the groundwork for the lead role he had secured in an upcoming movie. The problem? Cai Fan had zero acting skills and would require dubbing. If he didn't build up goodwill now, the movie would get torn apart by critics before it even premiered. From his own perspective, he despised being here. First, he hated hiking, it was exhausting and made him sweat. Second, the show was live-streamed. That meant he had to suppress his real behavior: no cursing, no smoking, no picking his nose. The program started at 9 p.m. sharp. He was supposed to arrive by 7 p.m. to prepare. He showed up at 8:40 p.m. instead. All the other guests, including a washed-up celebrity and 3 minor influencers, had obediently arrived early. They'd even filmed some behind-the-scenes clips in advance. On a show like this, BTS clips were essential. Even though it was a live broadcast, the footage would later be edited into a pseudo-documentary for replays. After all, not every working-class viewer could sit down at 7 p.m. sharp to watch TV. Oh, finally, Xiao Fan, you're here. The director, Zhang Dao, greeted him, barely hiding his frustration. He was pissed but didn't dare say anything harsh. Go get ready. We'll shoot some filler clips in the meantime. Cai Fan gave him a bored look and rolled his eyes. Make sure the camera angles are perfect. Capture my best angles. I need to approve the footage before you upload anything. If it doesn't make me look good, it's not going up. Of course, Zhang Dao forced a smile, mentally cursing Cai Fan's entire bloodline. Cai Fan went to change and get his makeup done. Even though they were about to hike up Tianmen Mountain at night, makeup was mandatory. Had to cover up those dark circles. The cameraman was dumbfounded. So this entire BTS clip would just be Cai Fan changing clothes and getting his makeup done? All the other guests had introduced themselves, demonstrated their outdoor survival gear, and discussed potential hiking challenges and secret weapons. And Cai Fan's contribution? Striking a few pretentious poses. Was this a hiking show or a fashion runway? At 8:50 p.m., everyone was in position, ready to start filming. Then, a staff member ran up to Zhang Dao, whispering nervously, "Director Zhang, one more guest hasn't arrived yet." Who? Zhang Dao's eyes narrowed, barely restraining his temper. The mystery guest you arranged. Oh, right. The mystery guest. Zhang Dao had been so infuriated by Cai Fan that he had completely forgotten. Find out where they are. We did. The driver said. They ran out of battery. What? Can't anything go smoothly? Ask them for their exact location and send a car immediately. Zhang Dao's face darkened. He grabbed his head in frustration but still announced the show's start. A 5-minute delay was no big deal for them. For the TV station, however, it would be a broadcast disaster. At that moment, on a deserted hiking route, Chen Haan's car had stalled. We're still a ways from the meeting point, the driver sighed. Damn electric cars, not as reliable as gas ones. Battery drains way too fast in cold weather. Chen Haan glanced at the time. The show started at 9 p.m. sharp. He was always punctual. He looked up at the steep rock face, testing it with his foot. Solid. Stable. If he climbed directly, he'd be there in no time. Guess I'll go up myself, he said. What? By the time the driver turned around, Chen Haan was gone. The night was dark. The wind howled over Tianmen Mountain. A shadow soared up the vertical cliff face like a phantom. Chen Haan grinned under the moonlight. Tonight, I feel unstoppable. Hey, everyone, what's up? Born in 2006, dreaming of being a rap leader, so pretty, so GG. Every day, it's all about style. A boy who loves to rap, creativity is his ace, he can rap anytime, anywhere, the world is his stage. Your attention is my fuel. Hello, everyone, I am your dearest Chen baby, Song Zi Chen. 1 + 1 is cutie, 2 + 2 is cutie, 3 + 3 is also cutie. Hello, everyone, I am your little cutie, Wang Yidao. Hello, everyone, I'm rookie actress Cecine Chen. I've only acted in a short drama so far, but I'll keep working hard. Finally, after 2 complete disasters, a somewhat normal introduction came from a sweet-faced young woman. She had a pure and innocent look, her big eyes still carrying the naive foolishness of a fresh college graduate. After speaking, she even playfully waved a little fist. Director Zhang nodded in approval. This young actress had a good image and decent presence worth giving more screen time. Hello, everyone, I am your familiar Wang Lulu. My dear Lu Bao's, good evening. My new album releases next week, make sure to listen. Wang Lulu was a washed-up singer, a mother of 2. She had joined the show hoping to regain some popularity. Finally, it was Cai Fan's turn. Yo, everyone, I'm Xiao Fan. With just one sentence, the previously calm chat exploded. Fan Ji is so handsome. Yi Fan, forever outstanding. Why waste time on others? Just focus on my brother? Does the production team not understand who the biggest star is? OMG, Fan Bao's schedule is packed, and he still came for an outdoor show? So exhausting? Mommy feels heartbroken. Seeing the barrage of comments, Director Zhang felt slightly better. Caiu Fan was insufferable, but he was undeniably good-looking and had real popularity. Spending 3 million to bring him onto the show had been worth it. You know, I'm super handsome. I play basketball super handsome. I hike also super handsome. Caiu Fan barely said anything. Instead, he struck over 10 different poses. And yet, the chat became even wilder. The flood of comments blurred into an unreadable mess. When Caiu Fan finished, the director, realizing the mystery guest still hadn't arrived, quickly signaled him to stall for time. Caiu Fan saw the director's expectant look and scoffed inwardly. He, the biggest celebrity here, had already arrived, so why should he wait for some no-name mystery guest? And why should he even help cover for them? He smirked and said deliberately, I heard there's a mystery guest tonight. Someone about my age, right? I wonder if they can be as handsome as me? But if we're all waiting here for them, they must be so upper amazing. Director Zhang's face turned green. This idiot? Instead of changing the subject, he's making things worse. Sure enough, the chat went into another frenzy. Of course, my brother is the handsomest. Mystery guest? Not worthy of making my fan GE wait. How is the production team allowing a late guest? Kick them out. OMG, such a diva? So arrogant. Ahaha, well, if we're talking about looks, Fan GE is obviously the most handsome, so Xing Chen jumped in, trying to salvage the situation. But since they're a mystery guest, they should make a grand entrance and keep the audience excited, right? She thought this would spark discussion about the mystery guest's identity, something to buy time. But no one responded. She was left awkwardly hanging in silence. Even Caiu Fan, whom she had just complimented, acted as if he hadn't heard her, offering not even a glance. So Xing Chen pursed her lips. Her face turned scarlet, her ears burning. Neither stepping forward nor retreating felt right. It was like being covered in crawling ants. At that moment, excuse me, is this the Daring Adventure production team? A clear yet oddly stupid-sounding voice echoed from the cliffside behind them. Everyone turned. The cameraman immediately swung his camera toward the new arrival. Under the spotlight, a gleaming bald head entered their view. The light reflected off his shiny scalp, nearly blinding them. A young man stood at the edge of the cliff, leaning slightly on a cane, his face lit with a gentle smile. The wind ruffled the collar of his hiking jacket, casting a shadow on one side of his face. The exposed side seemed to glow with a divine radiance, giving the illusion of an enlightened monk. The shadowed side, however, carried an unsettling charm like a bottomless abyss, luring people in. The illusions faded in an instant, leaving behind only one thought in everyone's minds. Handsome. Too damn handsome. How could a man look this good? Director Zhang stared at Chen Huayan. His mind wasn't focused on how Chen Huayan had even climbed up a cliff, nor on why he had appeared there in the first place. His only thought was, this is it. This is my golden opportunity to rise from a small-time director to a major one. He had to hold on to this man. This was the future of top-tier viral content. Caiu Fan? He was nothing. Sorry, director. I cut it too close, Chen Huayan said, glancing at his watch. He had tried his best but still only arrived at exactly 9 p.m. That probably caused the crew some trouble, right? That was not acceptable. Director Zhang didn't care at all. Instead, he hurried forward in 3 large strides, grabbing Chen Huayan's hands with an eager smile. It's fine, Chen Huayan, right? No problem at all, it's great that you're here. Then, as if he had just realized something, his expression turned deadly serious. He gave a solemn nod and said in a low, reverent voice, Chen Huayan, you, my friend, are unbelievably, impossibly, ridiculously good-looking. Everyone was utterly mesmerized by Chen Huayan's beauty. Several makeup artists in the crew stared blankly at him, their professional instincts kicking in. They worked with celebrities daily and knew better than anyone how much adjustments went into those faces: plastic surgery, contouring, strategic lighting. Many stars looked like entirely different people before makeup. But this guy, flawless. Rosy lips, white teeth, and though his complexion was a bit pale, it only added to a natural, serene, zen-like aura. The most shocking part? He wasn't even wearing makeup. A pure, naturally perfect face. And he was bald. If he had hair, how godly would he look? Am I really that handsome? Even Chen Huayan, slow as he could sometimes be, felt something was off. He had always considered himself moderately handsome. Sure, he had a noticeable edge over regular people, but if he were truly drop-dead gorgeous, wouldn't he have had a girlfriend by now? But now, with the program director personally confirming it, things were different. People in the industry were practically half-scouts. They had a keen sense for good-looking, camera-ready faces. If they said he was handsome, then he really was. Could my potential activation have improved my looks? Chen Huayan fell into deep thought. Maybe, vampires were just people who had mastered cancer cell mutations? That would explain why they were all ridiculously good-looking. Too bad vampires didn't exist. Otherwise, he'd definitely go and exchange notes on cancer cell management. Who knew, maybe then he wouldn't have to die. Perfectly handsome. Absolute god-tier visuals, Director Zhang said as he turned the live chat toward Chen Huayan. The chat, which moments ago had been singing praises for Caiu Fan, had completely flipped. The mystery guest is too handsome? Oh my god, I'm a sinner, but he really is hotter than Fan Ji. I am sorry, baby. Mommy shouldn't have been mad at you for being late. Take as long as you want next time. Does anyone know his name? Is he a celebrity? How come I don't recognize him? Wait, he looks kinda familiar. Chen Haan took it all in and finally accepted reality. Looks like I really am that handsome. This time, it was a statement, not a question. Director Zhang's eyes glowed like he had struck gold. Alright, now that our mystery guest is here, let's continue. Xiao Chen, why don't you introduce yourself? Cai Yufan had been watching quietly all this time at Novel Bin at. And he could feel it, he was no longer the center of attention. Him, Cai Yufan, the star of the show, now pushed to the sidelines? Unacceptable. He noticed Chen Huayan's braced right leg and the cane tucked under his arm. Without thinking, he blurted out. Director Zhang, my schedule is packed. I barely get 2 hours of sleep a night. I had to squeeze out time to come here. And we're night hiking, right? If we bring a disabled guy along, won't we be hiking until tomorrow afternoon? I don't mean to look down on disabled people, but shouldn't someone in his condition be resting at home instead of slowing down a variety show? The moment he finished speaking, he felt sure of how the chat would react. They'd feel sorry for him pitying his exhausting schedule. Then, they'd slam the production team for forcing a cheap publicity stunt. No matter how handsome this guy was, what did it matter? CAIU fans' fanbase was unbeatable. Except, that's not what happened. Silence. Every single person looked at CAIU fan in shock and outrage. Even the live chat froze for a moment. Only Chen Huayan remained calm. He even looked at Cai Fan with the kindly patience of an elderly monk. Then, he smiled gently. You're absolutely right, brother. A disabled guy like me would only hold everyone back. But I didn't want to miss this opportunity. Because this might be my only chance to reach the top of Tianmen Mountain in this lifetime. He turned to face the camera. He bowed slightly. Then, he flashed an effortless, carefree smile. My name is Chen Huayan, a late-stage bone cancer patient, with my life in its final countdown. I hope that in these dying embers of my existence, I can still burn brightly. To those watching, thank you for sharing this moment with me, bearing witness to my journey. I am on my way. Dead. Silence. The only sound was the wind rushing through the mountain pass. Then, sniffles. A few makeup artists wiped away tears. Su Xingshan's eyes were red. She looked at Chen Huayan with pure maternal tenderness. Cai Fan? His mouth hung open. A cold sweat ran down his back. Bro, what are you trying to do? Meanwhile, in Cai Fan's DMS, agent. Xiao Fan, are you trying to kill yourself? You're done for. Your competitors are all roasting you alive. They're saying you mock disabled and terminally ill people. Do you even have basic human compassion? What were you thinking saying those words just now? The public persona we built for you, you destroyed it in one sentence. Agent. Find an opportunity to apologize to Chen Huayan. And it has to be sincere. The first few messages, Cai Fan could barely tolerate. But the last line? His blood boiled. Apologize? To a nobody? He was the future megastar. Soon, A-list actors would share the screen with him. Even at his company, third-tier actors called him senior, and top celebrities gave him face. And now his agent wanted him to bow his head to a cripple? He furiously slammed his response. Why the hell should I? He's just a regular person, and I'm a future superstar. I don't care what they say, I won't apologize to some cripple. He hit send. Then, he shut off his phone. He didn't check the live chat. He already knew his fanbase would have his back. They could twist white into black, flip haters into fans. If he played the victim, they'd instantly attack Chen Huayan's page. But, as they continued hiking, Cai Fan noticed something strange. Despite the physical exertion, despite the 2 female guests and 2 other young male celebs starting to sweat, Chen Huayan looked completely fine. No sweat. No labored breathing. Apart from his slightly limping gait, he didn't seem like a disabled person at all. A suspicion formed in his mind. Is this guy faking it? Was this all an act? Some productions did pull stunts like this, hiring people with special conditions for publicity. But someone this handsome? That would be hard to come by. If Chen Huayan was actually just a normal person acting pitiful, then he, Cai Fan, could expose the fraud. Not only redeeming himself but also teaching this show a lesson. And most importantly, shutting down this scene-stealing nobody. His gaze darkened. Time to set a trap. Anji, is there really no cure for your cancer? No cure. Not even with money. Still no cure. I'm sorry. Su Xingshan lowered her head apologetically. It's fine, haha. Su Xingshan felt immense sympathy for Chen Huayan. But looking at the calm confidence on his face, she realized she had no right to pity him. This was a man radiating light and warmth. He didn't need pity. His life was far more brilliant than most. Maybe this was what people meant by heaven is jealous of talent. The gods gave him peerless beauty, only to take away his lifespan. What should have been a tragedy was instead turned into an inspirational comedy by his own unwavering optimism. Their conversation was all captured on the live broadcast. By now, the chat was completely devoid of Cai fans. Every comment was purely emotional. I am crying, this guy is too strong. Anji, we'll all be here to witness your journey. I was just cursing him for being late. I feel so guilty now. This show just became a must-watch. Director Zhang clicked his tongue. People were so fake. Online audiences were even more hypocritical, magnified to absurd degrees. Just moments ago, they had been yelling for Chen Haan to be kicked out. Now, tears, tears, tears. But what nobody knew, despite his calm exterior, Chen Haan was suffering. He wanted to check his phone so badly. Was Li Qingran safely in Lingxi Valley by now? Was she being bullied as a new disciple? Unfortunately, he couldn't play his game until the show was done. Even glancing at his phone had to be done in secret, when the cameras weren't on him. But could the damn cameraman stop filming him all the time? Chen Haan felt like he was going to break. Meanwhile, Caiu Fan was plotting. Suddenly, I feel super energized. Can I lead the group? With an exaggerated bounce, he hopped to the front and asked the guide. You want to lead? The guide, a retired mountaineer, glanced at Caiu Fan's thin arms and legs. He sighed inwardly. This is not a tourist route, the guide explained patiently. It's night, and if something unexpected happens like encountering wild animals, you need to make the right call immediately. Otherwise, you'll provoke them. Are you sure you're up for it? Wild animals? In 2034? Caiu Fan almost laughed. Even if there were wild animals, would they dare attack such a large group of people? This guide was just worried about his paycheck. If he lost control of the group, his salary might get docked. Typical blue-collar worker behavior. Caiu Fan sneered internally. No matter how hard they worked, they'd never compare to someone like him, a top-tier idol. Relax, uncle. I trained in Shaolin as a kid. Still got virgin's urine, haven't lost my powers yet. I'm super strong. Even if we see a bear, I'll knock it out. To prove himself, Caiu Fan flexed his muscles. Yes, he had gone to Shaolin, but he left after less than a month. Back then, he thought the experience was worthless. After he became famous, however, his agency repackaged it into Shaolin trained, pure-hearted, martial arts background, strong physique, disciplined, resilient, hardworking. To sell the image, his company even trained him for a month in stage fighting. Didn't matter if it looked weak as long as it looked good. His brain-dead fans wouldn't know the difference at novel bin at. Sometimes, even he himself started to believe he was some kind of martial arts master. That's why every time he led a team in online games, he'd always tell the support, relax, I'm strong. Just follow my lead. Then, 5 minutes later dead. But still, he felt great about himself. Caiu Fan, the eternal feeder. The guide didn't want to argue. Instead, he gave Director Zhang a questioning look. The director paid him. If the director approved, he'd step aside. Director Zhang frowned. What was Caiu Fan up to now? At worst, he was probably just trying to fix his image. Since Caiu Fan's agency had a deal with Pineapple TV, Zhang reluctantly decided to let him have this one chance. Let him. The guide nodded and moved to the back. This was actually the second most important position. Predators, like wolves, often follow large groups from behind, waiting for an opening. But clearly, no one in the production team considered this possibility. Meanwhile, the live chat was split into factions. Fan Ji leading the team? So brave? But not as handsome as Bald Ji. Fan Ji and Huayan Ji together? Best ship ever. Huayan Ji is the handsomest? Smelly fans, stay away. Hey, I love both Fan Ji and Huayan Ji. Can't I support both? Exactly. Huayan Ji, we love you too. Chen Haan had no idea that his fan base was growing at lightning speed, nor that his new fans were already fighting with Caiu fans. The weird thing? The fighting was incredibly weak. Caiu fans hesitated, because deep down, even they weren't sure they wanted to fight back. After all, this bald guy was just too damn handsome. He looked like he had divine blessings stacked on top of divine blessings. There was nothing to criticize. Even trying to insult him felt wrong. Every time they looked at his face, their aggression melted away. All they wanted to do was watch. Just watch. Peacefully. Like monks in meditation. Caiu Fan took full advantage of his leader role. Keep pushing forward, everyone, he called out, arms spread wide. At this pace, how long will it take to reach the top? Don't you all want to see the first sunrise from Tianmen Mountain? 1, 2, 3 charge. He sped up. The cameraman, desperate not to lose him, ran after him. The other celebrities, afraid of losing screen time, forced themselves to keep up. Cixin Chen almost followed too, but then she glanced at Chen Huayan's cane. Her heart softened. Anji, are you okay? Do you need help? I'm fine, Chen Huayan smiled. I'm used to my cane by now. Honestly, I might be faster than you. Because he was a superhuman. Did he need help? Absolutely not. He picked up his pace. His right leg felt incredibly strong tonight, like it had unlimited energy. Cixin Chen watched in shock as he overtook her. Was this the speed of a disabled man? She felt a brief suspicion, but it quickly turned into self-reproach. He's probably just forcing himself for our sake. He must be in pain. I'm crying, QAQ. Up ahead, Caiu Fan's eyes glinted. He's taking the bait. Just as I expected, he thought. If he's faking his condition, people will notice. And I'll expose him. Meanwhile, above them, hidden in the trees, a middle school-aged girl sat lazily on a branch, a backpack hooked on her shoe. The wind rustled the leaves. She sniffed the air. Her eyes flashed cold. *T something's coming. Fan Ji, slow down a bit. Yeah, Fan Ji, you trained when you were a kid, but we didn't. Song Zikan and Wang Yidao were even weaker than Cai Yufan. At first, they could barely keep up. Later, they fell behind, even lagging behind Chen Huayan and the two female guests. But they didn't want to miss screen time, so they forced themselves to run until they were completely out of breath. Meanwhile, Cai Yufan was struggling too. His face was pale, his forehead dripping with sweat. He was exhausted, but for the sake of exposing Chen Huayan, he pushed on. Seeing that the moment was ripe, he finally stopped to catch his breath. Then, pointing at Song Zikan and Wang Yidao, he mocked them. You two grown men, can you even keep up? Look at Chen Huayan. He's disabled, yet he's climbing better than both of you. And he's not even sweating. At first glance, this sounded like praise. But in reality, he was calling attention to something unnatural. And everyone noticed. Song Zikan and Wang Yidao stared at Chen Huayan. It was true. They had been climbing for over half an hour. Everyone was panting and sweating. Even the professional mountaineer guide was perspiring. But Chen Huayan? Not a single drop of sweat. His breathing was steady. He was completely unaffected. The realization spread through the group. They exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. Only Su Chen remained clueless, instead smiling brightly. Huayanji, your endurance is amazing. Such willpower. Director Zhang, meanwhile, had seen Chen Huayan's medical reports. He knew Chen Huayan's cancer was real. His condition had even worsened to late stage. As for whether there was any hope of a cure, he didn't know. He only knew that Chen Huayan's illness was severe. But even he was surprised at how effortlessly Chen Huayan was keeping up. As a director, his job wasn't to investigate the truth. It was to keep the show running. So, with expert timing, he suddenly interrupted. SHH. He put on his most serious face and whispered. Do you hear that? The cameraman zoomed in. Everyone's attention immediately shifted. Director Zhang deepened his voice. It's a wolf howl. Wolf howl? The two female guests immediately tensed. It made sense, this was the mountains. Wolves were a real possibility. Even though Tianmen Mountain had been developed into a tourist attraction, its wild nature still existed beneath the surface. If they had taken the main tourist route, encountering a wolf would be extremely unlikely. But they were on a side path. And it was nighttime. The staff knew Director Zhang was just diverting attention. They held back their laughter. Truly, a seasoned director, quick on his feet. Besides, even if a wolf showed up, they had nothing to fear. They had so many people. And if things really went south, they could just pile into the backup van and drive away. A wolf couldn't outrun a van. I didn't hear any wolves. Cai Yufan wasn't letting go of this. He smirked and said, but hey, even if there's a wolf, what's there to fear? I'm here, after all. I've trained before. And worst case, we have Huayanji, he's probably some hidden expert. Director Zhang laughed. You. He chuckled darkly, then added in a low, chilling voice. I'm not talking about normal wolves. His voice grew ominous. I'm talking about Tianmen Mountain's shoulder-tapping wolf. The shoulder-tapping wolf. An infamous legend. According to myth, these wolves were exceptionally cunning. They only hunted at night. They would silently sneak behind their prey. Then, they would rise on two legs and gently press down on the victim's shoulder. The moment the prey turned around, their head would be bitten off. The group exhaled in relief. Oh, it's just a story, someone muttered. Wang Lulu rolled her eyes. Director, you really love messing with people, she scolded, patting her ample chest. Su Chen also relaxed. She hated wolves. Not just wolves, she was scared of dogs and cats too. Oddly enough, she wasn't that afraid of bugs or snakes. Cai Yufan laughed mockingly. Director, I'm 1.9 meters tall. What kind of wolf can reach my shoulders? Height had always been his pride. He would brag about it every chance he got. If a wolf can tap my shoulder, it'd have to be 2.5 meters tall. The biggest wolf in the world is only 2 meters maximum. And that's not even in our country. Just then, a long, eerie howl echoed through the mountains. A woo! The night fell silent. Even the insects and birds stopped making noise. The group froze in fear. Director Zhang was stunned. He had been making it up. But now, a real wolf had answered. Cai Yufan's neck stiffened. A chill ran down his spine. He slowly turned. But there was nothing there. The howl had come from far away. It wasn't a direct threat at Novel bin Adat. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and laughed nervously. Heh, I scared myself. The moment he said that, his shoulders suddenly felt heavy. Something had just pressed down on him. Two large, heavy hands settled firmly on his shoulders. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a small figure darted through the trees like lightning. The thick underbrush didn't slow her down at all. She moved like a martial arts master, even though she was wearing a middle school uniform. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. The girl's expression darkened. Her steady steps faltered slightly. Damn it! Who the hell is hiking the side path at night? She had no choice. She had to intervene. This was her duty. Ever since the spiritual Qi revival began 10 years ago, as a civilian demon slayer, this was her responsibility. The hunt had begun. The 1.9 meter tall Cai Yufan had been foolish his whole life, but today, he finally had a moment of clarity. Maybe it was because of the folklore that Director Zhang mentioned, but the instant he felt something press down on his shoulder, his first reaction wasn't to turn around. Instead, he crouched low and rolled on the spot, scrambling back to the group in a mix of tumbling and crawling. When he got back on his feet, he finally saw what was behind him. It was a massive wolf, standing upright on its hind legs. From a rough estimate, its body length had reached at least 2.5 meters. Its entire form was wrapped in thick, black fur, yet its body appeared oddly twisted. Its head was enormous, with a mouth so wide it looked like it could swallow a truck tire whole. However, its limbs were disturbingly thin, and in its eerie green eyes, reflected the terrified faces of the people around it, eyes filled with killing intent and hunger. The sight of this monstrous wolf made the crew's scalps tingle with fear. Not a single one of them could utter a sound. Except for one. Wow, Chen Haan murmured. His casual remark instantly disrupted the atmosphere of terror. He genuinely wasn't doing it on purpose. He wasn't afraid at all, in fact, he found it a little amusing. For some reason, he felt like this wolf wasn't all that impressive. In terms of sheer presence, it wasn't even worthy of carrying Daoist Kingsuan's or the Kingyun Patriarch's shoes. So when he saw this odd-looking wolf, instead of feeling instinctive fear, he actually thought it looked kind of funny, its oversized head, its too-thin limbs, and its bizarre posture. It didn't have the overwhelming dominance and ferocity of a true demonic beast. Nor did it look like an ordinary wild animal. It gave off the vibe of a malformed runt, like some kind of mutant that had suffered from developmental issues. Did it drink too much nuclear wastewater or something? But then again, Tianmen Mountain wasn't anywhere near the ocean. Chen Haan's casual wow snapped the mountain climber uncle back to reality. Swallowing hard, the older man kept his eyes on the slowly approaching monster wolf, forcibly calming himself. Nobody panic. If you ever encounter a wolf in the wild, never turn your back and run. Especially now we outnumber it, and there's only one of them. It won't attack easily. We just need to back away slowly toward the van, and we'll be safe. The van was less than 50 meters away, not far at all. But every step they took felt nerve-wracking, terrifying. Keep eye contact with it so it knows we're not afraid. But don't provoke it, that might set it off. The uncle had some experience. The monster wolf clearly showed aggression but hadn't attacked yet, only baring its fangs and growling threateningly. The cameraman, ever professional, kept rolling. Whether or not this was part of the show, he kept his lens locked onto the beast. The livestream was still ongoing. Meanwhile, the chat had exploded. Oh my god, that wolf is huge. This is CGI, right? Just for the show. Hawaiian baby, come to mama. Mama will protect you. TT. Is this real or staged? Someone call the cops. Xiaofan Ji, I'm sorry, but between you and Huayan Ji, I still choose to worry about Huayan Ji. Wait, isn't Cai Yufan a Shaolin secular disciple? He's been practicing martial arts since childhood. Shouldn't taking down one wolf be a piece of cake? Song Zikan wasn't reading the comments, but he suddenly remembered what Cai Yufan had said earlier. Poking him in the waist, he whispered, Fan Ji, didn't you say you practiced martial arts since you were a kid? Go fight it off? Use your virgin urine to scare it away. Cai Yufan was already on edge, and the unexpected poke to his waist sent him over the limit. He turned and shrieked at Song Zikan, martial arts, my ass? You're the one who trained? Your whole family trained? You expect me to fight a dim monster that big? Are you insane, or am I? The uncle shielding the group turned pale. Idiot? He cursed inwardly. The giant wolf had been observing them cautiously, but Cai Yufan and Song Zikan's shouting was like a lit fuse to a powder keg. It instantly enraged the beast. Its body hunched, dropping to all fours in a pouncing stance. The uncle's heart nearly stopped. He spun around and shouted, run, get to the van. But the monster wolf was even faster. In a blur, it lunged, sending Song Zikan and Zhang Lulu flying. The beast landed in the middle of the group, throwing back its head in a chilling howl. Anyone with a bit of knowledge could tell it was calling for reinforcements. Sure enough, the nearby bushes rustled, and a second monster wolf, slightly smaller, leaped out. Now there were two. Their predatory gazes locked onto the group, effectively splitting them into two factions. One group was close to the van. The other was trapped outside. And unluckily, Chen Haan was in the latter. Along with him were Suxing Chen and the main camera operator. Suxing Chen and the cameraman were completely despairing. There was no way they could get past the wolves to the van. And Zhang's group couldn't risk their lives to save them. What now? As panic set in, one person remained perfectly calm. Chen Haan. Aim for the skies, Superman, he whispered to himself. His cancer cells and boundless potential surged within him, resonating with his life force. He could hear them. His cold, sharp eyes locked onto the wolf demon, filled with contempt and confidence. Did these beasts even realize who they were dealing with? Chen Haan, Immortal Chen, the one who had once smashed through King Yunsek's gates with a single sword strike, reducing them to rubble. Even the despicable Qingxian old dog had been forced to kneel in the sect's central plaza, unable to move. And this oversized, malformed mutt thought it could intimidate him? Suxing Chen noticed Chen Huayan's eerie composure. Does he have a plan? He wondered. Then, he saw Huayan lower his stance, set his footing, and raise his cane, pointing it straight at the monster wolf. And with his free hand, he curled a finger, beckoning the beast forward. Suxing Chen. No, wait. Don't underestimate Huayan Ji. Maybe he really knows martial arts? Hope flickered in Suxing Chen's heart. Yes, Huayan Ji had terminal cancer and was disabled. If he hadn't tempered his body through rigorous training, how could he still be standing? How could he have climbed Tianmen Mountain so effortlessly? The answer was obvious at Novel Bin Adat. The monster wolf snarled at the provocation and leaped. Su Chen squeezed his eyes shut in terror. But in a flash, Chen Huayan's cane shot forward like a dragon brimming with killing intent, even carrying a hint of sword momentum. Fast, precise, ruthless. His cane struck the wolf's head. Crack. Was that its skull breaking? Su Chen cracked open one eye only to see two broken halves of the cane on the ground. Oh, it was Huayan Ji's cane that shattered. Yet, Chen Huayan still stood tall before them, an unbreakable fortress. Did he have another plan? Su Chen and the cameraman stared at Huayan's back, waiting. Chen Huayan slowly turned. With a kind, yet tragic smile, he softly spoke. Stop staring. Enemy shamed, retreat immediately. The monster wolf was stunned by that cane strike. It shook its head a few times before finally regaining its senses. It couldn't understand. There was no way an ordinary human could dodge its pounce. Yet this human had stopped it with just a wooden stick. What confused it even more was, at the moment that stick came down, it felt something. A terrifying shiver down its spine, a chilling sensation that told it if that stick had been a sword, its head would already be on the ground. Was this human, strong? The wolf stared at the three fleeing figures, its eyes filled with doubt. If this human was that strong, why was he running? So he wasn't strong. That strike just now must have been a fluke. Chase, at novel bin at. The wolf figured it out. It was fast, just a few strides, and it had already closed in on Chen Huayan from behind. Its glowing eyes locked onto the back of the human's neck, gleaming brighter with excitement. On Chen Huayan's back, a shadowy black dragon wavered between illusion and reality, slowly becoming more distinct. Then, in a flash, Chen Huayan accidentally stepped on a rock. His body instantly lost balance, and two Thunderfire talismans slipped from his chest, falling to the ground. At the same time, his right leg reflexively swung backward. The unexpected kick landed right under the wolf's chin. Crack, boom, a sharp, sickening snap rang out. The wolf's jaw shattered. A massive force blasted the creature into the air, sending it tumbling deep into the bushes. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan landed flat on his back. Su Chen and the cameraman, who had been running ahead, saw the scene and immediately rushed back to help him up. Don't, just keep running. Chen Huayan's face was pale from pain. He didn't even know what he had kicked, but his right foot felt like it had fractured. He still thought the wolf was chasing him. No way, we're not leaving you behind, let's go while it's still down. Su Chen and the cameraman grabbed him from both sides and started dragging him forward. Chen Huayan finally turned his head, only to see nothing behind them. Empty. Huh? He could have sworn that wolf was right on top of him just now. So where did it go? Weird. Really weird. Meanwhile, in the bushes, the monster wolf with its shattered jaw staggered to its feet. Compared to the cane strike earlier, its head felt even more dazed now. Its ears buzzed, and its lower jaw throbbed with agony like it had been slammed by one of those human iron boxes. This pain only ignited its fury. Its eerie green eyes slowly turned red. Heavy breaths escaped its throat, and its body began to expand, its thick fur bristling like steel needles. Ever since it had gained higher intelligence, no human had ever made it feel this much pain. The last time it felt this way was when it got hit by a dim iron box. Humans. They all deserve to die. This mountain was supposed to belong to them. Now, it was just a playground for humans to hike and sightsee. They had been forced deeper into the forests, always on the lookout for those high-speed iron boxes. Why? Awoo! The wolf howled, bursting from the bushes. It emerged in full glory, its kingly presence commanding fear and respect, bloodlust surging. The darkness of the night seemed to embrace it, as if cheering for its vengeance. It would make the humans pay for their humiliation. Locking onto their scent, the wolf bolted forward at lightning speed. Then, it stepped on one of the fallen Thunderfire talismans. Huh? Boom! Back with Chen Huayan. He suddenly froze. That thunderclap just now sounded familiar, like he had heard it somewhere before. Why is there thunder? Su Chen also felt something was off. It was sunny just now, and why does the wind smell like something's burning? Dragging along an adult was exhausting. Su Chen and the cameraman were quickly running out of strength. Fortunately, they spotted a small wooden hut nearby. The three of them rushed in and slammed the door shut. Chen Huayan leaned against the door, sitting down. His foot didn't hurt anymore. But since he was technically supposed to be a disabled person, he figured he should keep up appearances. Wouldn't want the show to find out and make him pay back the compensation, right? Huayan, why are you sitting by the door? That's dangerous. Su Chen moved to pull him further inside, but Chen Huayan simply raised a hand, stopping him. His expression was calm as he spoke. If that wolf comes, at least I can buy you two some time to escape through the window. I don't have much time left to live anyway. You saved my life, so naturally, I'll return the favor. Su Chen's eyes turned red again. He sniffled and pouted, sitting beside Chen Huayan. Huayan, you're too nice. I already called the police, everyone's gonna be okay. Chen Huayan nodded casually. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. He reached for his phone, about to open a game. Then he saw the camera lens still aimed at him. Chen Huayan's face froze. Wait, you're still recording? The sweat-drenched cameraman grinned, showing a set of pearly whites. Heh, professionalism. 5 minutes ago. Wolf? The wolf is eating people. Ha ha ha, wolf? It's here? Ha ha ha. Cai Yufan twitched uncontrollably on the twisted, half-destroyed van door. The others were huddled in terror inside the wrecked van. Not far away lay a gigantic wolf dead in a pool of blood. Its body had expanded to 4 meters. A true colossus. At first, they thought hiding in the van would save them. They didn't expect the wolf to treat the van like a toy it could rip apart. Standing next to its corpse was a schoolgirl. She held a spear in one hand. Blood dripped from its tip, mixed with yellow-white brain matter. Wolf brains. Lin Lingling wiped the blood from her face, expressionless. She glanced at Cai Yufan. His leg was mangled, and his mind had clearly snapped. He kept muttering nonsense. TCH. A Shaolin secular disciple? With this level of mental resilience, Lin Lingling scoffed. The fact that she once idolized him disgusted her now. Ever since she became a demon slayer, celebrities had lost all meaning. Stars? Nothing. This world was far more thrilling than she had ever imagined. It just hadn't fully erupted yet. For now, to keep society stable, everything was still covered up. But truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Miss Hero. Director Zhang hesitated, choosing his words carefully. A second wolf chased after 3 people. They ran west. Please, save them. What? You're just telling me now. Lin Lingling's eyes widened in rage. She rushed west. Then, suddenly, a blinding light flashed across the sky. Boom! Lin Lingling froze. Her eyes widened as she saw thunder crash down from the heavens. The wolf demon's aura vanished instantly. A powerhouse. Lin Lingling felt the righteous force within that lightning. She immediately knew. Not only was there another demon slayer, they were a damn big shot. Lin Lingling followed the path of the lightning strike. Finally, in a 5-meter wide crater, she found the charred corpse of the wolf demon. Its jawbone is shattered. Based on the fracture pattern, it looks like it was hit by a blunt weapon. That means the powerhouse weapon was probably a hammer or a staff. Since a big shot had already handled the situation and there was no scent of human blood, it meant the missing 3 were safe. So, without any burden on her conscience, Lin Lingling crouched down and began studying the wolf's corpse. She reached out, picked up a wolf bone, and lightly pinched it. It crumbled into dust. Her pupils contracted. A lightning-based attack, and with this much power. Could it be a general-level slayer? At novel bin at. But there were only a handful of generals in the world. Lin Lingling was shocked by her own deduction. Currently, demon slayers were ranked into 4 levels: white, scholar, soldier, and general. She was only at white level, which meant she was considered a civilian demon slayer. Civilians could take missions but weren't officially employed. It was similar to being a bounty hunter, no forced assignments, work was voluntary, and killing demons for profit was fair game. However, if you overestimated yourself and got killed, well, tough luck. No one was coming to collect your body. Lin Lingling had been paying for her tuition with money earned from slaying demons. Otherwise, who knew where she'd be right now? Probably screwing bolts in some sketchy sweatshop. Her ultimate goal? To become an officially recognized demon slayer. Only then would she gain access to the real secrets of this world. What's this? She bent down and picked up a piece of yellow paper. It was lying just 3 meters from the wolf's corpse. Intricate vermilion symbols were drawn on it, runes that pulsed with latent thunder energy. The moment she realized what she was holding, her fingers trembled. If she had demonic energy in her, she'd probably be incinerated on the spot. So the lightning earlier came from this talisman. Lin Lingling inhaled sharply. If the powerhouse was able to unleash that level of destruction just by using a talisman, this was unprecedented. Even the strongest demon slayer in Huaxia couldn't pull off something like that. Who the hell was this person? She steadied herself and continued following the footprints. Finally, near the wolf's corpse, she found an old, abandoned ranger's cabin. Inside the cabin, why hasn't the wolf shown up yet? Huanji, how can you say that? Cixin Chen turned pale. The cameraman was speechless. What, are you looking forward to it? No, it's just according to the law of balanced danger. If we're safe, it means the other group is probably in trouble. Chen Huan rubbed his chin and said casually, those 2 wolves were huge. Do you really think Zhang and the others could survive just by hiding in the van, Engoi? At his words, Cixin Chen and the cameraman's expressions darkened. Right. If the van crew was dead, wouldn't they be next? How could they outrun these beasts in the middle of a mountain wilderness? Just then, creak. The cabin door slowly swung open. Moonlight poured in, casting a huge shadow on the wall. But it wasn't a wolf. It was a girl. Lin Lingling stood in the doorway, illuminated by the moon, and examined the 3 people inside. 2 men and 1 woman. 1 bald guy, 1 innocent-looking young woman, and 1 buff cameraman. None of them looked like a powerhouse. They had no aura of inner strength. So the big shot wasn't here? Her eyes flickered with doubt. Had the powerhouse already left? As expected of a general-level demon slayer. Come and go without a trace. A mere rookie like her couldn't even detect them. Little sister, there are wolves outside. Hurry in and hide. Seeing a cute schoolgirl, Cixin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Though, why was she carrying a long spear on her back? Cosplay? Whatever. As long as she wasn't a wolf, that was good enough. The wolves are already dead. Lin Lingling's spear was still dripping blood, but her face remained emotionless as she spoke in a trembling, frightened tone. Oh no, I was just hiking, and then I saw a wolf's corpse. I panicked and ran here. I'm so scared. Cixin Chen. This girl is suspicious as hell. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan's gaze locked onto her. His eyes scanned her up and down before stopping at her hand. Then, he blinked. Little sister, where did you find that talisman? Lin Lingling froze. She looked at Chen Huayan. Then she looked again, and again, and again, until she was staring hard. Holy shit. He's really freaking hot. When she first entered, she hadn't paid attention. Now that she looked closer, she wanted to superglue her eyes to his face. But she was a dignified demon slayer. She forcefully suppressed her internal fangirl meltdown, coughed twice, and responded with a straight face. Talisman? No idea what you're talking about. That's just my keychain. Demon slayers were sometimes forced into public exposure. In the past, monsters were rare, so they had to completely conceal their identities, often making civilians sign non-disclosure agreements. Later, authorities even developed memory-erasing drugs. But these days, monsters were everywhere. Secrecy was becoming impossible, and those drugs were too expensive to hand out like candy. So, unless the monster looked completely unnatural, the official narrative was simple. It mutated from drinking seawater. And demon slayers? They were just highly skilled martial artists. Sometimes, they worked alongside security forces and were called special operations agents. Bottom line, the public could never know the truth. So, naturally, her first instinct was to deny everything. Unfortunately. But this talisman should be mine, right? To prove his point, Chen Huayan reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a wrinkled Thunderfire talisman. Keychain, my ass. This schoolgirl might look pure and innocent, but she was a straight-up liar. Lin Lingling. Look, I've got more. Chen Huayan casually pulled out 5 more talismans. Lin Lingling. The Tianmen mountain trip ended in a complete mess. Cai Yufan was traumatized into insanity. His title as a Shaolin secular disciple had turned into a joke. Song Zikan and Wang Yidao's public image shattered beyond repair. 2 grown men had been more cowardly than a young girl when facing danger. Thanks to the cameraman's dedication, Su Xingqian's reputation as a kind-hearted lamb skyrocketed, going viral online. Zhang Lulu, while not particularly impressive, still gained moderate popularity. But the real internet sensation, the one dominating discussions, was the middle school girl who fought a wolf with her bare hands. The impossibly handsome, effortlessly calm, and terrifyingly composed national first male god Chen Huayan. Of course, national first male god was just a nickname given by netizens. Despite the accident on the Brave Star Adventure show, the incident boosted its ratings dramatically. And since no one died, the internet quickly downplayed the danger instead. The main takeaway became the ridiculous expressions of the male celebrities. Chen Huayan's face became a meme as well. But because he had been so calm, there were no ugly or embarrassing screenshots. Every single meme of him looked insanely cool. Hotel front desk. Receptionist A, the hottie from room 418 is back. Receptionist B, really? This morning, I even sent Auntie to check, and he wasn't here yet. Receptionist A, so, should we send him a green bubble message? Receptionist B, ugh, I'm just a hotel receptionist. He'd never be interested in me. Standing in front of the counter, Lin Lingling was speechless. She was short, barely taller than the counter itself. And with the 32-inch monitors sitting on the counter, her entire lower face was blocked from view. Excuse me, I'd like to book room 417. Lin Lingling raised her ID card with both hands. Receptionist A, oh, come on, you're not bad looking. What if he actually likes you? Lin Lingling, excuse me, I'd like to book room 417. Receptionist B, but I weigh almost 180 pounds. Receptionist A, that's fine. Curvy girls are trendy now. Lin Lingling had had enough. She took a deep breath and snapped. You heard me? I said I want room 417. The 2 receptionists finally noticed her. Ah, sorry, little sister. Room 417 is already taken. What about 419? 419 is available. I'll book it for a month. Swipe my card. Lin Lingling, expressionless, slammed her bank card onto the desk. After checking in, she wordlessly dragged her huge suitcase into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Lingling thought back to last night. After confirming that Chen Huayan's talismans were 100% real, her first reaction was, Chen Huayan must be the hidden expert. But something felt off. Chen Huayan had no inner force, just a regular person. He failed every single test. On the way down the mountain, she had asked if he was general ranked. Chen Huayan had looked at her like she was an idiot and replied, I'm a comparative degree. Still unconvinced, she tried giving him coded phrases. She said, a friend from afar has arrived. The correct response was, is it not a joy? Chen Huayan, instead, responded, if they're far, then we must kill them. She tried again. Do you not recognize the true face of Mount Lu? The correct response was, because one is in the mountain. Chen Huayan's answer? I only know to draw my bow and shoot eagles. A total disaster. His completely clueless expression told her. This absurdly handsome man had zero knowledge about the Demon Slayer Bureau. But then, where did he get those talismans? Who was he? Did he even know how to use them? Maybe he was just a random civilian who stumbled upon some powerful artifacts, at novel bin at. As a demon slayer, besides exterminating demons, she had another mission. To identify civilians affected by spiritual chi revival. Some of them could become allies. They needed to be informed about the Demon Slayer Bureau. Some of them could turn into dangerous threats. Lately, serial murder cases had been rising. Some were committed by monsters, but many were by humans who had gained unnatural powers. And these humans were often far more terrifying than the demons. She had returned the talismans to Chen Haan. Even with her adorable youthful face, she couldn't get away with stealing them. But she wasn't about to let him go. That's why she booked the room next to his. To find out what he really was. If he was just a random civilian, she would buy back those dangerous items. And, yes, she definitely wanted them for herself. Standing at the door of room 419, Lin Lingling turned to look at room 418. The door was shut tight. A talisman was firmly stuck to it. The exact same Thunderfire talisman that had killed the wolf demon. What the hell? Does he even know how to use them? Lin Lingling clawed at her head, feeling like she was about to lose her mind. What if he was actually a high-level expert on a secret mission? Wouldn't she just be barging into his business? Forget it. I'll just stay here for a few days and observe. Meanwhile, in room 418, Chen Haan split his fresh CAO spicy duck with Beiji. Then, plugging in his phone, he booted up his virtual girlfriend app. Last night had been a mess. After everything, he had to spend half the night in the police bureau. Why? Apparently, getting attacked by wild animals required a formal police report, complete with heavy security presence, as if it had been a terrorist attack. An eye-opening experience, to say the least. Kinran must have joined Lingxi Valley by now, Chen Haan muttered to himself. Lingxi Valley. A sect full of beautiful women. Surely, he'd get to feast his eyes on some stunning beauties, right? But when he opened the game, it was a wasteland. Ruins. Broken pillars. Desolation everywhere. This was Lingxi Valley, the famous sect of female healers? The sect plaque was shattered, the inscription barely readable. Chen Haan slowly typed a question mark. Then, a game notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend, Li Qingran, has joined the sect, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion, a sect entirely composed of sword cultivators. Due to the nature of sword cultivation, this sect is known as the poorest sect in Kangyun realm. Chen Haan. Heavenly divination? Get out here. I demand a disability refund? Half a day earlier, disciple Kinran greets the sect master. Li Qingran bowed gracefully to Sukinian. She had successfully passed all the Sword Pavilion's assessments and officially joined. Only now did she realize that, in order to snatch spirit stones, the 4 elders of the Sword Pavilion had all been deployed. The one who had flown her here was senior sister Yukinke, Sukinian's direct disciple, wielder of the Sunmu sword. The Sword Pavilion had few disciples, and its buildings were old and run down. Everything reeked of poverty. Along the way, she saw no more than 100 disciples, and many of them seemed a bit eccentric. Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal, Kinran. Now that you're in our Sword Pavilion, your family. Sukinian stroked his beard and led Li Qingran to the sect's main square, smiling as he spoke. I tricked you into thinking this was Kingyun's sect earlier, had no choice. Too many people were watching, and we just pulled off a big heist. Couldn't risk exposure. Li Qingran wasn't comfortable with the idea of robbing others. Though the Sword Pavilion hadn't harmed anyone, it still wasn't the right thing to do at Novel bin Adat. But when she thought about how this might be her master's sect, she let go of her reservations. She even started understanding Sukinian's actions. As a prestigious sect known for its sword cultivation, they wouldn't resort to this if they had a choice. Clearly, they had been desperate. This was probably a one-time thing. Once the Sword Pavilion got through this crisis, it wouldn't happen again. Until a short, chubby elder named Yuan Sanchi spoke up. Sect Master, this haul was amazing. We got over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, should last us for a while. Who do we rob next? Sukinian didn't even hesitate. A month from now, Zhongzhou Secret Realm. We hit them again. Thoughts? The elders beamed with joy and cupped their hands. Sect Master is wise. Li Qingran. She took back everything she just thought. Sect introductions. Since they had kidnapped Li Qingran, they now had to take responsibility. Sukinian had the elders line up and introduced them. Qingran, our sword pavilion has 6 peaks. Sunmu Peak, my peak, practices the Sunmu sword intent, a heavy sword style that splits mountains and shatters boulders. Lingyun Peak, Elder Yuan's, masters the first momentum sword, carrying the power to dominate vast lands. Kangjian Peak, Elder Li's, masters the hidden sword technique, a sword that remains sheathed until it must taste blood. Luoshuang Cliff, Elder Wang's, masters the first frost sword, creating a bone-piercing chill that blankets the land in snow. Ruthless Peak, Elder Wu's, masters the ruthless sword intent, a blade that cuts not just flesh but also the soul. Wanjian Peak, No One's, holds the legendary steel of the peerless sword intent, but since none of us cultivate it, it has no elder to guide you. Choose wisely. Seeing Li Qingran looking dazed, Sukinian stroked his beard and suggested, you have a pure water spiritual root and an absolute grade Danshan. You're a once in 10,000 years prodigy. I suggest you join Elder Wang's Luoshuang Cliff. His Eye Soul sword technique is a perfect match for your water spiritual root. You'll progress at lightning speed. Also, never reveal your absolute grade Danshan to anyone. Inside the sword pavilion, we can protect you. Outside, people's hearts are sinister. It could bring disaster. Li Qingran nodded. Disciple will remember. When she first underwent the aptitude test, she had feared that her absolute grade Danshan would draw trouble. To her surprise, The sect master and elders were only briefly surprised. Later, she learned that over 30 disciples in the Sword Pavilion had graded Dantians. Senior sister Yu Qingke had a second-grade Danshan. Though an absolute-grade Danshan was incredibly rare, it wasn't shocking here. Sword Pavilion seemed unassuming because it avoided competition. It looked impoverished but it hid deep power. Like a sheathed blade. Perhaps the only thing that could stir these sword maniacs' emotions was being broke. Even though the sect master's recommendation was excellent, Li Qingran didn't forget her goal. She wanted to become a healer. To do that, she couldn't focus solely on sword cultivation. She couldn't follow an elder. Otherwise, if their views clashed, it would cause problems. So, she bowed and said, "Disciple wishes to enter the 6th peak." Kinran chuckled helplessly. "You still wish to become a pill or healing cultivator?" Li Qingran lowered her head in silence. "Very well, then. The 6th peak it is." He didn't force her, but he offered a parting remark. "From the looks of your internal energy, you likely already have a master. I won't worry about you lacking a cultivation technique." The Sword Pavilion, despite its focus on swords, has deeper foundations than any sect in the Kangyun realm. We may seem small and impoverished, but once you enter the Scripture Pavilion, you'll see another world entirely. Li Qingran didn't think he was exaggerating. The confidence and arrogance in his voice were undeniable. Her regret at not entering Lingzi Valley diminished greatly. Besides, maybe this place really was connected to her master. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, if I may ask, do you know any senior named Chen?" "A Chen? A sword cultivator?" Kinran raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Ha ha ha." Kinran glanced at her expectant eyes, his mind spinning. "Of course. Grand Elder Chen was once our Sword Pavilion's supreme elder. However, he left long ago. Even I don't know where he is. Probably off slaying demons for fun somewhere." "I see." Li Qingran's heart filled with excitement. So this really was her master's former sect. No wonder their sword styles were so similar. "Train hard," Kinran said. "When Grand Elder Chen returns, I'll introduce you. He's very strict with his disciples. Only the strong are worthy of meeting him." "Yes, disciple will remember." Li Qingran bowed deeply, her face radiant with joy. "All right, go pick a cave residence with your senior sister." Kinran gestured to Yu Qingke. She understood immediately and led Li Qingran away. After they left, "Elder Yuan, sect master. Do we actually have a Grand Elder Chen?" Kinran, "Hell no." "Elder Yuan, then why did you?" Kinran, "She's an absolute grade Danshan holder. If she trains seriously in swordsmanship, she has limitless potential. But she clearly had a master who focused on healing techniques. So I had to lie." He gazed at the vast clouds beyond the mountain, eyes deep. "This is the era of great struggle. Only a sword at your waist can protect you. Healing and alchemy? If war erupts, all it takes is one enemy to burn down your clinic and smash your pill furnace and you'll be helpless. I did this to protect her." The elders exchanged glances then bowed deeply. "Sect master is wise." "Qingran, this is where we live in the Sword Pavilion." Riding on a flying sword, senior sister Yu Qingke pointed toward a towering 10,000-meter peak in the distance. Li Qingran looked closely and saw numerous man-made caves carved into the mountainside, along with small stone huts. Around these dwellings, some cultivators had their own spiritual fields, and the various plants and decorations displayed their personal tastes. For example, one cultivator had planted chrysanthemums in front of their cave. Another had massive cacti covering the entrance. Though she hadn't met their owners, Li Qingran could already tell these two must have completely opposite personalities. Seeing Kinran lost in thought, Yu Qingke chuckled, assuming she found the mountain too shabby. She explained, "Unlike other sects, our Sword Pavilion doesn't have many natural blessed lands. So, to increase spiritual chi concentration, Sect Master redirected the chi from all the other peaks into this one. This means that, although we all live here together and it's a bit cramped, the cultivation conditions are much better. And besides, it's livelier this way." Hearing this, Li Qingran nodded, admiration flickering in her eyes. The Sect Master must be a pragmatic person. He was willing to sacrifice the sect's reputation to prioritize the well-being of its disciples. Back when she was in Kingyun sect, she had wondered why didn't the sect master just consolidate the spiritual chi into one area instead of letting the disciples compete with each other. She had once brought up the idea to deist Qingxian. He had scolded her as a fool. "Cultivation is a struggle against the heavens, the earth, and humanity itself," he had said. "If everyone eats from the same pot, how do you differentiate talent and hard work?" But Li Qingran had always believed that a sect should be like a family united, helping one another, not constantly fighting. Maybe she was just too naive. "Junior sister, you seem deep in thought. Something on your mind?" "No." Li Qingran met Yu Qingke's clear eyes, her face turning slightly red as she lowered her head. "Senior sister, I think this place is great. Which cave residences are still available?" Yu Qingke gestured toward the upper half of the mountain. "Up there most of them are empty. Some were dug out by disciples themselves. Some are just craters left behind when Master fought the sect's guardian beast. If you don't like any of them, you can dig your own." "Why do most people choose to live lower on the mountain?" Li Qingran asked curiously. "Convenience." Yu Qingke shrugged. "Flying swords are tiring. Our Sword Pavilion's philosophy is, if you can stand, don't fly. If you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit." If you can sleep, don't wake up. If you can, never mind the last part. Li Qingran. So this is the lifestyle of sword pavilion cultivators? They're so lazy. As they neared the mountain, she saw several sword cultivators lying around in random places. One was lounging on the back of a turtle by a waterfall, basking in the sun. At first glance, it looked lazy, but upon closer inspection, there was a strange meditative aura to it. That's Duan Feng, a cultivator of the ruthless Dao. He's in deep comprehension. Yu Qinke rolled her eyes. He's usually as stiff as a coffin board. Super boring. She then took Li Qingran on a full tour around the mountain. Well, junior sister, have you decided where you want to stay? Li Qingran blinked. A vision flashed in her mind. A cliffside residence, where she could watch the sunrise, listen to the chirping birds, and gaze at the vast skies. Senior sister, I want to live at the mountaintop. All right. Yu Qinke wasn't surprised. Most new disciples chose the mountaintop. The scenery was breathtaking, and the view was unmatched. At first, they didn't mind flying everywhere. But after a while, they'd realize how exhausting it was to fly every single morning just to make it to early lessons. Waking up extra early, flying long distances while others leisurely walked over, drenched in sweat before class even started. Then came summer. The scorching heat baked them alive. A full day of sun exposure on the mountaintop was unbearable. Then came winter. Blizzards. Freezing winds. Down below, flowers bloomed. Up above, they froze their butts off. Within 6 months, most disciples gave up and tried to challenge senior disciples for better located caves. The lower on the mountain, the stronger the disciple. Still, Yu Qinke took her to the peak. There was an abandoned stone house covered in dust. It had clearly been vacant for a long time. All right, junior sister, this is your stop. If you need anything, use a communication talisman to contact me, or just visit me at Cave 1 at the mountain base. Just then, a faint aroma of wine drifted through the air. Yu Qinke, previously calm and composed, suddenly lit up. Her eyes sparkled as she hurriedly set Li Qingran down. Licking her lips, she grinned mischievously. Senior sister has to go drink. Kikikikik see you. And she was gone. Her flying sword roared down the mountain at full speed. Her voice echoed through the peaks. Junior sister, don't be late for morning lessons. Then, another voice responded. Suan, I'm counting to 3. Hand over your new brew, or I'll destroy your cave. TCH? Over my dead body, tomboy. Boom! 2 sword intents clashed in the distance. The mountain shook from their battle. A few cranes napping on the cliffs barely flinched. Clearly, this was a daily occurrence. Li Qingran stood by the cliffside for a moment, then turned and entered the stone house. A new beginning. She clenched her fists in determination. Tomorrow, after morning lessons, she'd visit the scripture pavilion. She had to cure her master. She had to ensure his eternal life. With that thought, she grabbed a broom and began cleaning the dusty room. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the void. Qingran, we have been apart for a day. Did you miss your master? Qingran, I missed you so much. In room 418, Chen Haan hugged his phone, furiously typing away. He had no idea that his words were being heavily edited on the other side. Meanwhile, on the table nearby, Beiji had just taken a bite of Cao's spicy duck and was now trembling violently from the spiciness. Hearing Chen Huayan's voice, Li Qingran's eyes softened like melted honey, her entire being radiating joy. Master? Qingran missed you too. She looked around but couldn't see Chen Huayan. Master, where are you? I am still battling a great demon, but I have left a sliver of my divine sense here so I can occasionally speak with you. Li Qingran's heart sank in disappointment but quickly recovered. She asked with concern, Master, were you injured by the great demon? And, your poison. Do not worry about me. I am fine. Oh, that's good. Master is the strongest. But deep down, Li Qingran didn't believe it. With such a severe poison, her master must be suffering. She could already picture it. A white-haired immortal, drenched in blood, resting against the corpse of a demon beast, his sword still embedded in its body. Even in agony, he still forced himself to speak to his distant disciple. Just imagining it, her heart raced 1,000 times faster. No, no, no. Face burning, Li Qingran shook her head furiously. This wasn't the time for such thoughts. Master, I have joined a new sect. Everyone here is very kind to me. Tomorrow, I will visit the scripture pavilion to search for a cure for your poison. Hearing this only made Chen Huayan more frustrated. Which sect did you join? The sword pavilion. Li Qingran touched her lips and smiled. I originally planned to join Lingzi Valley, but some unexpected things happened. Their young mistress doesn't like men, so when she found out my master was male, she kicked me out. What? Outrageous? Chen Huayan rolled his eyes so hard they nearly fell out of their sockets. He mentally wrote down the name of this Lingzi Valley young mistress in his personal revenge notebook. Kinran, just wait. The next time I run into that young mistress, I'll teach her a lesson. How dare she kick you out? Who does she think she is? You are Immortal Chen's treasured disciple? No one bullies you and gets away with it. Humph. Lingzi Valley must have a death wish. How dare they wrong my disciple? When I return, I shall wipe them from existence. Master, it's really fine. Li Qingran shook her head gently. This matter is already in the past. Everyone has their own principles. Since she wouldn't accept me, I simply found a better home. Chen Huayan's eyelid twitched. The sword pavilion. Yep. Li Qingran giggled. This was your old sect, wasn't it, Master? I figured it out as soon as I saw them riding flying swords without windshielding formations. I'm so smart, right? Wait. Chen Huan's brain froze. Windshielding formation? You need a formation to ride a flying sword? Where is it? How do you activate it? And the sword pavilion was his old sect? Since when? Who told you that? The sect master. Li Qingran's eyes sparkled with admiration. He said you were the supreme elder of the sword pavilion, but you've been away for a long time, and he doesn't know where you are now. He also told me to train hard, or else you wouldn't even bother looking at me as your disciple. Li Qingran clasped her fingers together, blushing shyly. Chen Huan stared at her naive, trusting expression. If he had to guess, this dumb girl had been scammed. That sword pavilion sect master must have figured something out and improvised a masterful deception. Now, Li Qingran was the donkey, and Chen Huan was the carrot tied in front of her. Chen Huan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Right, master? Should I tell the sect master about your current situation? If he knew, maybe he could help you. Li Qingran's eyes lit up. After all, she wasn't sure how strong Kinran was, but if he was as powerful as Wu Duantian, he might be able to assist her master. No, wait, actually, yes, go ahead. Chen Huan had wanted to refuse. He wasn't really a supreme elder, after all. But then he thought, if this sect master was already using his name to manipulate Li Qingran, why not play along and see how he'd cover for it? Alright, I'll go see the sect master tomorrow. Li Qingran nodded seriously. Chen Huan opened the game map and scanned the entire sword pavilion. To his surprise, everyone in the sect was a green light, not a single yellow or red dot. That meant, not one person harbored ill intent toward Li Qingran. Everyone had goodwill toward her, or at least toward their fellow disciples. Even the two light dots currently fighting, though their battle seemed intense, there was zero malice between them. Fine, fine. Not joining Lingzi Valley isn't a big deal. Chen Huan shook his head. Plans never keep up with changes. Just like how he had no idea that climbing a mountain would lead to fighting two massive wolves. Just then, a notification popped up. Your virtual girlfriend's residence is too run down. Recharge 68 yen to give your girlfriend a cozy home. Chen Huan scoffed. 68 yen? Peanuts at novel bin at. Even if this was just a trap to unlock more microtransactions. So what? He, Chen the pay-to-win immortal, had plenty of money. Charge it. Swoosh. Just as Li Qingran was about to start cleaning, a golden light flashed. Her stone hut transformed into a beautiful wooden house, complete with brand new furniture and decorations. It was exactly like before. Her heart clenched. More than spirit stones, magic artifacts, or even divine pills. What she remembered most was that rainy night, when her master had simply spoken the word home. And, instantly, a house appeared to shelter her from the storm. It was just a simple house, built from wood and stone. Yet to her it was the most precious thing in the world. When master took her away from Wonking Mountain, she had looked back at that tiny house for a long time, feeling reluctant to leave. Chen Huan's care had always been subtle and unnoticed by others, and that made it even harder to repay. Meanwhile, back in room 418, Chen Huan stared blankly at his screen. You have unlocked the virtual girlfriend's residence feature. You may now purchase the following upgrades to assist your virtual girlfriend's cultivation ***. Basic Spirit Gathering Formation, 10,000 yen. Intermediate Spirit Gathering Formation, 100,000 yen. Cultivatable Spirit Field, 5,000 yen. Upgrade Spirit Field, LV1 1,000 yen. Build Spirit Beast Pen, unlocks Pet Store 50,000 yen. Upgrade Residence to LV2, 998 yen. Chen Huan slowly typed a question mark. Then, he zoomed out to see the surrounding landscape. There were large, divided plots of land just waiting to be developed. A single, ancient game name escaped his lips. Is this Farmville? Although this game was pretty outdated, Chen Huan instantly recognized that the cave residence system was just a reskinned version of the classic QQ farm. If I set up this so-called beast pen, I bet I could even raise some spirit chickens and spirit cows in here. Chen Huan scoffed, then upgraded Li Qingran's cave residence to level 2. With a flash of golden light, her small wooden hut expanded, now larger by an entire section. 2 new side rooms appeared as well. One with a bathing tub, the other with a stove for cooking. Can't forget the spiritual chi. Chen Huan took a moment to observe the terrain. The mountain itself already had a basic spirit gathering formation. But if he added another basic spirit gathering formation inside the house, the effects would nearly match those of an intermediate formation. And the best part? It didn't require extra materials, perfect for a spendthrift like him. Charge? Basic black armor formation, gotta keep Kinran safe. Charge? After a few more microtransactions, the cave residence had completely transformed. It still wasn't a luxurious pavilion, but it had refined aesthetics, clean, elegant, and fully equipped with all essentials. In Kingyun sect, this would be considered a high-class residence. In Sword Pavilion, a literal dream mansion. Just as Chen Huan was considering what else to charge for, a soft, hesitant voice came from the game. Master, please, that's enough, this is too much. Li Qingran stood at the edge of her bed, her small hands nervously gripping her sleeves, her delicate face flushed bright red. She had already witnessed Master's mystical abilities before, so she wasn't shocked. But now, her cave residence had changed so much. How was she supposed to explain this to her fellow disciples? She couldn't possibly say she built all this herself, right? Kinran says this is enough. Chen Haan thought otherwise. A girl saying I don't need it means she definitely wants it. Kinran, everyone else has spiritual fields. Master will set up some for you too. Master, no, please. 10 large plots should be enough, right? 10. Li Qingran vaguely remembered that senior sister only had 2 plots, and she had boasted about them, since cultivating a fertile spiritual field was no easy feat. Now, Master just casually offers her 10. Alright, 10 it is. Boom boom boom, at novel bin at. The land surrounding the wooden hut trembled. 10 glowing plots of fertile spiritual fields emerged from the ground. Chen Haan even upgraded them a bit. Now, they were all level 1 spiritual fields. Alright, that should do it. Any more and I'll be broke. Gotta save some emergency funds. Li Qingran trembled as she opened the door. She stared at the vast stretch of fertile fields, then her knees gave out. She collapsed onto the ground, eyes shut in despair. I'm done for. Completely doomed. Once Master gives something, there's no taking it back. She could already see the future. She was about to become Sword Pavilion's biggest legend. Would the other disciples start calling her Master's favorite disciple behind her back? Meanwhile, Chen Haan wasn't done. This outfit looks nice. Wear it to sleep. A piece of clothing dropped onto the bed. Li Qingran picked it up, and her face turned as red as a tomato. It was a white silk nightgown. The back was completely open. The waist and hips were tightly fitted. There was a slit up to the thighs. One look, and it was obvious. This dress would perfectly showcase every curve. No way she could wear this outside. Did Master want her to wear this to bed? Could that mean Master wants to see her in it? She couldn't think about it. Too embarrassing? Her face burned, turning so red it reached her ears. I've never worn anything this revealing before. But if this is Master's request, maybe it's okay. As Li Qingran spiraled into her own thoughts, Chen Haan had already logged out of the virtual girlfriend shop. In reality, he hadn't thought that deeply at all. The shop had randomly refreshed this discounted sleepwear for only 18 yuan. Might as well buy it. Quest update. Main Quest 2.0, help your virtual girlfriend establish herself in her new foster home completed. Rewards. 9-turn Spirit Orchid, delivered. A pot of Nuwa's Earth, delivered. Main Quest 3.0, Zhongzhou Secret Realm instance opens in 30 days. Increase your virtual girlfriend's survival rate in the instance. Every 30% increase earns a heavenly insight. Current survival rate, 0%. Thud. A familiar sound echoed at the door. Chen Haan was unfazed. Another mysterious delivery. He wasn't in a hurry, those items could be picked up anytime. Right now, he was more focused on Main Quest 3.0. Finally, the first dungeon is about to start. He had long suspected that this MMO-type game would have instances. With such a massive map, there had to be plenty to explore, maybe even world bosses. Leaving Wonking Mountain was just leaving the tutorial. Joining Sword Pavilion was where the real game began. From now on, he would experience the Kangyun realm's power struggles through Li Qingran's perspective. And with that, endless dangers. Some would be scripted events. Some would be triggered by players. And Zhongzhou Secret Realm seemed to be a scripted event. What if I just don't let Li Qingran go? Chen Haan stroked his chin. With their high favor ability, he might actually convince her to skip it. Of course, he'd soon realize how naive that idea was. Doesn't matter if she goes or not, her survival rate needs to increase either way. He checked Li Qingran's status. Status, daydreaming. Cultivation progress, 399/800, Chi refinement 3rd layer. Remaining lifespan, 143 years. Favor ability, 85, budding affection. She was blushing, lost in fantasy, surrounded by pink bubbles. Her cultivation had reached Chi refinement 3rd layer, and with 0% survival rate, that meant her current strength wasn't enough for the secret realm. She needed rapid improvement both in techniques and power. Looks like I need to hurry up and master the Green Lotus Sword manual myself. Then again, there was a full month left. He should have plenty of time. As a pay-to-win player, he just needed to charge money and enjoy the game. It was the developers and game designers who had to worry about balance. Alright, time to grab my delivery. Chen Haan opened the door. As usual, 2 boxes sat outside. One had a tiny sprout peeking out. The other was heavy with a faint earthy smell. 9-turn Spirit Orchid? Nuwa's Earth? Sounds kinda mystical. He brought the dusty boxes inside and grabbed a pair of scissors and wet wipes. On the coffee table, Beiji, who had been half dead from spicy duck, suddenly flipped over. Its cat eyes glowed, locking onto the boxes. Good stuff? Absolutely top-tier stuff. Beiji stared intently at the box, unblinking. It had a feeling if it ate whatever was inside this box, its strength would skyrocket. At that point, even those human-made iron boxes wouldn't stand a chance against its jaws. It could swallow them whole and refine them in an instant. After being fed **T for so many days, was this big shot finally willing to give it something delicious? Chen Haan opened the box with a pair of scissors. As expected, inside was a plant. The other box contained a soil clump in a small pot, colorful, almost unnaturally so. He planted the plant into the soil, placed the pot on the windowsill, and stared at it for a while. Unable to shake his doubt, he pulled out his 1000-degree identifier to scan it. The result came back instantly. Grass, a type of plant. Wait, seriously? Just an ordinary patch of grass? Chen Haan was speechless. This game company was really cutting corners. A pot of orchids barely cost anything nowadays, and they had the nerve to send him a dirty little patch of grass? That was just lazy. And that soil, it looked like some kind of industrial pollution with all those colors. Completely unesthetic. Then, he noticed something else in the box. Pulling it out, he found a talisman, sealed in a plastic pouch, along with an instruction sheet. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman, please affix this talisman to the flower pot to protect the 9-turn spirit orchid from being devoured by gluttonous demonic beasts. Chen Haan. A gluttonous demonic beast? There were only mosquitoes and one dumb cat in his room. Whatever. He'd treat it as decoration. The flower pot, engraved with celestial palaces and auspicious clouds, was quite pretty, even if all it housed was a limp little patch of grass. He peeled off the talisman and stuck it onto the flower pot. A talisman-covered flower pot with a droopy plant, definitely something a normal person wouldn't do. From a distance, the whole setup looked unhinged. Meanwhile, in the game, Li Qingran was pacing around the bed, hugging a set of clothes. Since there wasn't anything urgent to do, Chen Haan logged off. He hadn't even had breakfast yet after all that. Once he finished eating, he planned to head to the square to practice swordsmanship. Hopefully, that old man would be there today. While Chen Haan prepared breakfast, Beiji sneakily approached the 9-turn spirit orchid. The closer it got, the denser the spiritual energy became. How could such a spiritual plant exist in this era of depleted spiritual qi? Where on earth did this big shot get it from? Beiji stared at the orchid, completely baffled. But none of that really mattered, it was still edible. It edged closer, swallowing greedily at the thick scent of spiritual qi. Suddenly zap! A violent arc of lightning crackled through the air. A terrifying pressure loomed over its head, sending it scrambling backward, rolling onto the sofa in sheer panic. Only then did Beiji notice a piece of yellow paper stuck to the side of the flower pot. A talisman. And one far more terrifying than the ones on the doors and windows. If it dared to so much as touch that flower pot, it would die instantly. As it retreated to a safe distance, the overflowing lightning from the talisman gradually withdrew. Ha! I was too naive. Beiji lifted its head at a dramatic 45-degree angle, gazing toward the ceiling. Like this big shot would ever let me eat something so valuable. Shaking its head in self-mockery, it continued gnawing on its unfinished cao hay duck. Still, as long as the 9-turn spirit orchid was around, this place would soon become a cultivation sanctuary. The entire room would be infused with spiritual qi. Ordinary rice would transform into spirit rice, cao hay duck would become spirit black duck, and even a pet fish could eventually gain sentience. Sure, the food might still taste like crap, but at least it'd be crap-flavored chocolate now. With that comforting thought, Beiji ate even more enthusiastically. Breaking news, a wild wolf spotted on Tianmen Mountain. Authorities have intervened to ensure tourist safety. While scrolling through Douyin, a short news video caught Chen Huayan's attention. What do the experts say about this unusually large wolf? Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Wang, honorary canine specialist from Xi Province Agricultural University. Some have speculated that this Tianmen Mountain wolf is a monster, haha, let's not entertain such nonsense. This wolf is merely a mutated creature due to consuming polluted seawater. While it appears large, its physical coordination is actually quite poor, making it far less aggressive than normal wolves. Chen Huayan's lips twitched as he watched the old white-haired professor confidently spout nonsense. Less aggressive? If that thing was less aggressive, then why the hell did it tear apart a van like a chew toy? That said, the past decade had indeed seen the rise of many mutated creatures. It all started 10 years ago with a catastrophe so outrageous it angered both heaven and man. At the time, people didn't take it seriously until the effects of seawater pollution became impossible to ignore. Mutated creatures were just one of many consequences. There had been rumors that the chickens used in fast food were genetically modified to have extra legs and wings, but those had always seemed like urban legends. Now, chickens with 3 to 5 heads were a reality. Previously, such creatures only existed in labs. Now, even regular poultry farms occasionally produced multi-headed chickens. And not only did these mutated chickens survive, they actually had longer lifespans. Worse yet, each head had its own independent thoughts, meaning they often fought each other. Rarity breeds value. Though their safety for consumption remained uncertain, some places had already started treating multi-headed chickens as a luxury delicacy. Certain farms had even begun intentionally breeding them. Like most ordinary people, Chen Huayan firmly believed that mutated creatures were a disaster waiting to happen. For now, at least, they were still manageable. As long as bullets could kill them, there was no immediate threat. But once these creatures evolved beyond the reach of gunfire, the truth would no longer be something the authorities could suppress. Then again, Chen Huayan figured he wouldn't live to see that day. After all, he wasn't going to make it past this year. And once he was gone, who cared if the world drowned? Good thing that girl arrived just in time. She pulled out a pistol and shot the wolf dead. By the way, I have to complain about San Guang's van, absolute garbage quality. I barely shut the door and the whole thing fell off. What? You mean that young-looking girl was actually a police officer? No wonder she had a gun? I thought she was a middle schooler, haha. Oh, isn't that Director Zhang? The screen cut to an interview with a middle-aged man, and Chen Huayan grinned dumbly. The other wolf was struck by lightning, thank the heavens. If not for that, 3 of our crew members would have been dead. Several photos of a charred crater appeared on screen, showing the lightning-blasted remains of a mutant wolf, reduced to charcoal. As Chen Haan shoveled rice into his mouth, he suddenly froze. That crater. Something felt off. The thunder he heard that night. That familiar lightning-scorched ground. And the missing Thunderfire talisman. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a few crumpled Thunderfire talismans, staring blankly at the red cinnabar inscriptions. Carefully, he laid out 7 of them on the coffee table at Novel Bin At. Then, cautiously, he poked one with his finger. After a long silence, he muttered, "No way. These are real talismans." Since childhood, Chen Haan had always prided himself on being sharp-minded. Some people might remain oblivious to subtle bodily changes, but not him. The moment he felt something unusual, he knew the truth was clear. Cancer cells, the most mysterious of all cells, had activated his genetic potential, turning him into a castrated version of Superman. Sure, he couldn't take down a wolf with a single hit, but thanks to his regeneration, he could last at least 30 seconds longer than a normal person in a fight against one. That, in itself, was extraordinary power. And now, his sharp mind recalled certain details from the previous night. First, where had that girl found the talisman? From what he gathered, it had been near the mutant wolf's corpse. Second, the power and effects of this talisman were identical to the Thunderfire talismans in the game. Third, there was something off about the wolf's corpse. If it had been struck by lightning, the head or back should have been the most damaged. But in reality, it was missing its left leg, blown off as if it had stepped on a landmine. Putting these 3 clues together made things intriguing. It was highly likely that, in his panic while escaping, he had accidentally dropped 2 talismans, and the mutant wolf had stepped on one. That thunderclap he heard? It wasn't just a coincidence. The wolf had been blown apart by his own talisman. Mystery solved. Even Conan himself would have no choice but to kneel before this deduction, which meant, right now, there were 7 ticking C4 bombs just sitting on his coffee table. Chen Haan instinctively backed away. Wait. If these things exploded randomly, they'd have gone off already. Maybe I'm just overthinking. He had already told the cleaning lady not to tidy his room, especially since he had a cat hiding in there. But the cleaning lady still came by occasionally to clean the other rooms. If these talismans required specific conditions to activate, it meant they had a trigger mechanism. And how were talismans used? You threw them? Chen Huan's eyes lit up. Excited, he grabbed the talismans, threw on some clothes, and rushed out the door. Not long after he left, the door to room 419 creaked open. Perfect. That pretty boy finally left. Lin Lingling peeked out, scanning the empty hallway, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. She had been waiting for Chen Haan to leave. Now was her chance to investigate his room. Maybe she could uncover some clues. The door? No way in. Which left only one option, the window. With a nimble flip, Lin Lingling climbed out of the hallway window. It was just past 6 a.m., and the streets were already bustling with early commuters. But she moved fast, barely touching the air conditioning units as she hopped gracefully toward Chen Huan's window. Not a single pedestrian noticed her. Outside room 418, a yellow talisman was stuck to the window. It radiated a majestic, righteous aura, a silent warning. Intruders will be executed without mercy. Lin Lingling froze. So cautious? He actually knows how to use talismans? Peering through the window, she saw nothing unusual inside at Novel Bin At. Well, except for one thing. Who the hell plants ordinary grass on a windowsill? And why use such gaudy, multicolored soil? Something wasn't right. She stared hard at the seemingly ordinary grass. As a martial artist, her eyesight far surpassed that of normal people, allowing her to see details that others would miss. And what she saw made her gasp in shock. The veins of the grass leaves were etched with intricate patterns. Winding corridors, high-reaching eaves, each structure embracing the terrain, interlocking with one another. Lin Lingling's eyes widened. She even forgot to breathe. On those delicate grass leaves, there was an elaborate, hidden depiction of a celestial palace among the clouds. If not for her perfect angle under the sunlight, she wouldn't have noticed at all. Did he carve this? No. Impossible. She immediately rejected the idea. There were no carving marks. Every single brush stroke was naturally formed. It was as if this plant was born this way, as if it was meant to grow with such magnificent, intricate leaves. This was definitely no ordinary plant. But what exactly was it? Even with her current level of strength, she couldn't tell. To truly uncover its secrets, she'd have to hand it over to the Demon Slayer's bureau. But, even if there was no talisman blocking her, she wouldn't dare. First, stealing was immoral. She was already considering breaking into his room. She couldn't steal from him too. Second, what if this pretty boy was actually a big shot? If she only took a look, the worst she'd face would be crippling humiliation. But if she stole something, she might end up scattered into ashes. She still had a long life ahead of her. She hadn't yet seen the full extent of the world. She had a dream one day, she would soar through the skies on a flying sword. So breaking a leg was fine, but losing her life was not. Fine. If I can't get in, I'll find another chance later. Just as Lin Lingling prepared to leave. Hiss. A chilling snarl erupted. Her back went cold. It felt as if she had just fallen into an icy abyss. Her neck stiffly turned, as if controlled by an unseen force. And then she saw it. A black cat had silently appeared on the window ledge, its golden eyes locked onto hers. It was staring at her, the way a predator watches a helpless mouse. That growl just now came from the cat. The sound was like steel scraping against shattered glass, sharp, violent, and filled with an urge to destroy everything. With slow, deliberate steps, the black cat advanced. Its movements were elegant, but domineering, like a king surveying its domain. The shifting sunlight elongated its shadow on the wall behind it, distorting into a massive, monstrous shape. A demon. Lin Lingling's pupils shrank. She had no idea what level of demon it was, but its aura alone was so overwhelming that she couldn't move. So this guy lived with this thing? How did they coexist? She had no time to think. The black cat suddenly raised a paw. Boom! It slammed down violently. Buzz! A shockwave of black ripples exploded outward, lashing at Lin Lingling like a whip. Regaining control of her body, she tried to retreat, but it was too late. An overwhelming force slammed into her, twisting her insides into a chaotic mess. Her foot slipped, and she fell from the windowsill. Beiji peered out the window, keeping a safe fist's distance from the yellow talisman. It snorted at the girl lying motionless on the awning below. Tired of living, are we? You dare covet the boss's spiritual plant. Too bad I can't touch you. Otherwise, you'd be dead. It was displeased, but there was nothing it could do. Glancing at the flower pot, where the talisman's lightning flashed ominously, Beiji quickly hopped off the windowsill and curled up on the sofa. To the great Dao comprehending master, it was nothing more than a cat. And so, it would play the role of a cat. If its true nature was ever exposed, it would die a horrible death. Meanwhile, Chen Haan arrived at an isolated corner of the square. He wasn't heading to the old man's usual training spot. Not yet. First, he had to test whether these talismans actually worked. If I blow a hole in the square, how much would I have to pay? Chen Haan stared at the grassy field in deep thought. He wasn't exactly broke right now, but he doubted he had enough to cover that kind of damage. Is there anything I can blow up without having to pay for it? After pondering for a while, he made his way to a nearby garbage dump. The place was nearly overflowing with trash, and the collection truck hadn't arrived yet. Since it was all garbage anyway, blowing a hole here shouldn't be an issue. Alright, here goes. His eyes sharpened as he took a deep breath, reaching into his bag. With his index and ring fingers, he pinched a Thunderfire talisman and yanked it out. Bio. The talisman flew about half a meter before flopping weakly to the ground. Chen Haan. No, wait. Maybe it needed an incantation? He picked up the talisman and shouted, Wah! By the decree of the heavens. Bio. The talisman flew half a meter and flopped down again. Was the incantation wrong? Chen Haan frowned and tried again. Condense. Go. Fly, you fool. Purple zap. Adoken. Chi Bianai. Saiban. One by one, the talismans all flopped lifelessly to the ground. Chen Haan fell into deep contemplation. No, this didn't make sense. In the game, he never chanted anything. So the problem wasn't the incantation. That meant, his stance was wrong. How did immortals throw talismans? He tested different poses. The shot put spin, the javelin throw, the poker card flick, the salt bay sprinkle. Nothing worked. I was too naive after all. He tilted his head back at a melancholy 45-degree angle, staring wistfully at the sky. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he muttered, there's no such thing as talismans. No such thing as the cultivation world. It's all just the delusions of a terminal cancer patient. With ring above E. A stray dog trotted past, sniffed at his shoe. Its face changed instantly. With a terrified whimper, it bolted like it had just seen a ghost. Chen Haan blinked, then suddenly had a revelation. Back then, the talisman only activated when it landed on something alive. So just throwing it wasn't enough, he needed a specific target? But what should he use as a target? Beiji's face immediately popped into his mind. Back in the room, Beiji was curled up on the sofa, dozing off. Suddenly, it shivered violently. A bone-chilling sense of doom washed over it, from head to tail. It whipped its head around, scanning for danger. Nothing. And yet, it knew someone had just harbored a murderous intent toward it. No, Beiji is too cute. Chen Haan shook his head. I can't go around abusing animals. The ominous presence around Beiji suddenly vanished. I'll just buy a fish at the market later. That seemed like the most ethical solution. He was going to eat it anyway, so technically, it wasn't cruel. Besides, normal fish preparation involved descaling and gutting. If the talisman worked, it just zapped the fish into instant charcoal, a quick and painless death. With his conscience cleared, Chen Haan cheerfully jogged to where the old man practiced martial arts. Sure enough, the old man was there. Yo, kid. You didn't show up yesterday. I thought you were just on a 3-day hype train. Old man Li's murky old eyes brightened up at the sight of Chen Haan. He had actually felt a little disappointed when the kid didn't show up. Ha, no way. Something just came up yesterday, Li Lao. Chen Haan propped up his selfie stick and opened the game. The moment the screen loaded, his nose nearly spurted blood. Inside the game, Li Qingran had changed into the newly purchased sleepwear. Perfect fit. She sat on the edge of the bed, her cheeks red like crushed cinnabar, the blush spreading down to her slender neck. Loose strands of hair framed her face, partly covering her ears like red jade hidden in black silk. She puffed up her cheeks and blew at her bangs, revealing a smooth forehead. Her delicate collarbones were exposed, forming tiny pavilions amidst soft jade mountains. Beneath them, a small jade pendant rested against the skin, a green phoenix on a red string, resembling plum blossoms on snow. Her waist was slender, barely a handful. Under the dim candlelight, her tiny feet swayed slightly, making her graceful curves shift ever so gently, like a breeze stirring the night. And those feet. Those dainty little feet. Oi, kid. What the hell are you looking at? It's pitch dark. Chen Haan jerked back to reality, instinctively slapping a hand over the screen. With an awkward laugh, he stammered, and nothing. Just, reviewing exam materials. Ahaha. At novel bin at. At least you're responsible. My grandson's your age, but all he does is start businesses, lost 20 million and still wants to start another one. Old Manly sighed, rubbing his temples. Chen Huayan's eyes lit up. Wait, Li Lao, what did you just say? About my grandson starting a business? No, the last part. That he lost 20 million. Yes, exactly. Chen Huayan beamed with 99% shameless flattery. Li Lao, entrepreneurship is a heavy burden? Having your grandson carry it alone is simply too cruel. Why not count me in? Well, it's not impossible, Old Manly waved a hand dismissively. But my grandson took out loans for it. Chen Huayan, let's just stick to martial arts. Back to practice. Chen Huayan forced himself not to look at Li Qingran. Instead, he checked his Green Lotus Sword manual progress and was immediately dumbfounded. The first 12 chapters of the sword techniques had all reached 99% comprehension. Just a little more, and they would break into the next stage. Even more shocking. The first move, breaking waves with the long wind, and the second move, sword light unleashed, were already unlocked and ready for training. What the hell? What happened? Chen Huayan was completely stunned. He didn't remember practicing any of these. How did they all level up on their own? Had he been training in his sleep? Kid, I see you're pretty interested in swordplay. While Chen Huayan was frantically clicking around, trying to find answers, Old Manly smugly spoke up. I went home and studied your stance from last time. Turns out, it was actually a sword technique opener. So I dusted off my old Tai Chi sword skills. What do you think? Wanna learn from this old man? Chen Huayan narrowed his eyes. Wait. Old Manly, are you actually good at swordplay? Ahem. Old Manly lifted his chin. Not to brag, but probably the best in the province. Whoa, that's insane. Old Manly beamed, slapping Chen Huayan's shoulder. I guarantee, kid, one look at my swordplay, and you'll be begging to call me master. Seeing Old Manly hype himself up so much, Chen Huayan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Watch closely, kid. My swordplay is crazy stylish. With that, Old Manly got into position, executing a full Tai Chi sword routine, starting slow, then gradually picking up speed, only to slow down again. As expected of an old-timer, his swordsmanship was solid. At least, to Chen Huayan's untrained eye, that's all he could really say. Old Man Li's movements were graceful and fluid, clearly the product of years of practice. Everything flowed seamlessly, without the slightest awkward pause. It even looked like it could be used in an actual fight. But something still felt off. He couldn't put his finger on it, but some movements felt unnecessary, like they could be removed or replaced with something more efficient. Of course, he wasn't some grandmaster, so he didn't dare critique. Well, feels swordy enough for you. Old Manly stroked his beard, confidently sheathing his sword, his face practically glowing with pride, already prepared for Chen Huayan to shower him with a 3,000-word essay of praise. It's good. Very swordy. Chen Huayan gave him a big thumbs up. Old Man Li's smile immediately dropped. What, you think my swordplay's lacking or something? No. Realizing the misunderstanding, Chen Huayan scratched his head awkwardly. Li Lao, I actually feel like I had some breakthroughs recently. How about you take a look? Alright, but if I see flaws, I won't hold back. Sounds good? Let me borrow your sword. Chen Huayan took the sword, steadied his breath, and closed his eyes for a moment. His stance sank into a solid horse stance, his form shifting naturally into the crane stance from the Green Lotus Sword manual. The instant he took position, Old Manly, who had been prepared to critique harshly, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. One day. It had only been one day, yet this kid felt like an entirely different person. Not only was his leg fully recovered, but just 2 days ago, he had still been a complete beginner. But now, his movements were flawless, his entire body moving as one unified entity. Most importantly, he had Shen. Modern martial arts were often mocked for being flashy and impractical, precisely because they focused only on form, neglecting Shen, the spirit of the technique. A with ring above Nu Beta. True mastery lay in the balance of form and spirit, and Shen was far more important than form alone. Why did ancient soldiers drill the same thrusting motion endlessly? Because through sheer repetition, they could break through their limits, understanding how to strike with maximum power, where to target for armor penetration, and how to react instantly in combat. The moment that movement became second nature, when it no longer required thought, that was the birth of Shen. The best warriors forged their Shen through battle, refining their techniques until a single perfected strike could command a 100-man battalion. A general was simply a warrior who had mastered multiple Shen techniques. As Old Man Li pondered this, Chen Huayan had already completed the first 12 chapters of the Green Lotus Sword manual. At first, it was just individual stances. But gradually, the moves flowed together, forming a seamless display of strikes, thrusting, slashing, sweeping, every motion clean and decisive, with no wasted effort. For a moment, Old Man Li could see it. A swordsman in white, moving like a drifting dragon, swirling through the air with carefree elegance. A sword in one hand, a jug of wine in the other, wild and unrestrained. This is impossible. Old man Li was utterly dumbfounded. This kid wasn't some novice. He was a master. No, even the masters he had seen before had never displayed Shen in so many techniques at once. Most so-called masters only managed to embed Shen into 2 or 3 moves, and that alone made them famous. But this kid, who the hell was he? Suddenly, the flowing sword movements halted at novel bin at. Chen Haan stood tall and unmoving, eyes closed, his sword returning to its sheath. His left hand held the scabbard, his right hand resting on the hilt. A breeze swept past. The air shimmered with sharp energy. A shooting star, white-feathered, sheathed at my waist. A sword blossom, autumn lotus, its radiance unleashed. The moment he finished speaking, Xing, old man Li couldn't even see the sword move. All he saw was a silver arc of light, gleaming in the morning sun. The light fractured, scattering like a blooming autumn lotus. A faint hissing filled the air. And then, the petals of that illusory lotus began to shatter, fading into nothingness. With a sharp clang, Chen Haan's sword returned to its sheath. Old man Li stood there, speechless. His throat felt dry, unable to form a single sound. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed. Was that a sword technique a young man should be capable of? That autumn lotus bloom? Was that sword energy? How much raw power and speed would it take to pull that off? How many years of experience did it take to reach this level? Chen Haan, however, simply frowned at the old poplar tree in front of him. Not good enough. His goal had been to cut off a tree branch. Sure, old man Li's sword wasn't sharpened, but even a kid could lop off a branch with enough force, right? Yet the branch still swayed in the wind, completely untouched. Forget it. It's just game mechanics anyway. Looks good enough. He had already figured out the reason behind his progress. That VR helmet he had worn must have directly mapped the sword techniques into his neural pathways. That was why everything felt so natural today. A glance at the time, almost 9 a.m. He still felt fine, but apparently, that sword routine had taken quite a while. Li Lao, it's getting late. I need to stop by the market, so I'll head out first. He stuffed the sword back into old man Li's hands, pried his fingers open to secure the sheath, and turned to leave. It wasn't until long after Chen Haan had disappeared that old man Li finally snapped out of his daze. Without a word, his expression turned grim as he approached the poplar tree. He didn't look at the branches. He ran his hand along the trunk, feeling for something. A moment later, his fingers found a deep, thin groove in the bark, so thin as fine as a strand of hair. If he hadn't touched it, he might have never noticed it. Old man Li's breathing stiffened. His muscles tensed. He walked around the tree, and on the other side, he found another identical cut. The sword had sliced through the entire trunk. His hand trembled as he reached for his phone, dialing a number. A rough, smoky voice answered. Yo, old Li? Haven't heard from you in ages. Forgot about your old pal. Old man Li ignored the joke. Old Peng, I need you to brace yourself. I just met a kid. He can use sword chi. What? The voice on the other end skyrocketed 8 octaves. Are you sure? Dead sure. Old man Li stared at the poplar tree's cut, voice quivering. Right in front of me. Swish one sword straight through. Stay there, don't move. I'm coming over from the Demon Slayer's bureau now. Amitba, boundless longevity and fortune, amen. Benefactor fish, this humble one knows that you have already taken on a demonic form. To prevent you from bringing disaster upon the world, today, I shall uphold the will of the heavens. Chen Haan bowed 3 times to the still-living 10-pound big-head carp on the cutting board. Then, he took out a Thunderfire talisman tied to a clothes drying rod. Precautionary measures to avoid blowing off his own hand when activating it. My apologies. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haan pressed down on the drying rod, his eyes flashing with determination. He silently recited, by the mandate of the heavens, so it shall be. Snap! The big head carp flopped once on the cutting board, its eyes widening. Nothing happened. Chen Haan fell silent, tilting his head at a dramatic 45-degree angle to gaze at the ceiling, his expression full of melancholy. I knew it. Cultivation is nothing but an illusion. Becoming a superpowered tumor warrior is the only path forward. At the dining table, Beiji stared blankly at Chen Haan's bizarre behavior, utterly confused. What is this guy doing? Using a thunder talisman to kill a fish. As expected of a big shot, he's rich. But why isn't he holding the talisman directly? Oh, I see now. Chen Haan smacked his forehead. You have to hold the talisman in hand to activate it. All right then. Steeling himself, he grabbed the Thunderfire talisman and pressed it directly onto the fish. The fish thrashed violently. Nothing happened. Chen Haan, Beiji, the black cat couldn't comprehend it. If this guy really wanted to kill the fish, why wasn't he infusing the talisman with spiritual chi? Did he not know that activating a talisman required spiritual chi infusion? All set trigger talismans worked the same way. They either triggered automatically when sensing demonic aura, killing intent, ghostly energy, or malicious intent. Or the user had to manually activate them with spiritual chi. Could it be, this guy doesn't know that? No, impossible. This is a trap. Beiji stared at Chen Haan's back, as if he could see a sinister, scheming smile on his face. He must be pretending. He's baiting me to reveal my identity? The moment I expose myself, I'll be slaughtered. I don't want to die. At novel bin at. Beiji took slow, cautious steps backward, retreating into the shadows. It was done. The fear was unbearable. When would this paranoid nightmare finally end? Only spiritual chi brought it some measure of comfort. It had already done its best to learn the ways of a cat, but pretending to be an actual house cat required far too much effort. At any moment, it could slip up and reveal itself. Like just now. Forget it. I really am just a superhuman. A mere superhuman. Chen Haan shook his head, sighed, and found a basin to hold the big head carp. He filled it with water and placed the whole thing on the windowsill. The basin was a bit small, leaving half of the fish's tail sticking out. But beggars couldn't be choosers. At least it was still alive. Beiji, such a big fish, and you're not interested. He turned to look at the black cat in surprise. Ever since Beiji recovered from its injuries, it had been acting incredibly suspicious. Almost like a paranoid madman. Beiji stiffened at his words, then scrambled onto the windowsill and started licking the fish's tail like crazy, all while sneaking glances at Chen Huayan's face. Chen Huayan. This cat was not normal. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he decided to ignore both the big head carp and Beiji. He also failed to notice. The spiritual chi from the nine-turned spirit orchid was slowly seeping into the room, permeating his skin. It became nourishment for both his cancer cells and his normal body cells and bones. Beiji was actively absorbing spiritual chi. The previously half-dead fish near the flower pot was calming down and no longer flipping belly up. Subtle changes were happening. Chen Huayan simply opened his virtual girlfriend game. He could finally teach Li Qingran how to practice swordsmanship. Under a poplar tree, a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard scanned the surroundings anxiously. "Lowly, where's that young man you mentioned? He said he was going to the market. By now, he's probably already bought his groceries and gone home." The bearded man panicked. "Then why didn't you keep an eye on him?" Old man Li rolled his eyes. "You told me to stay put. How was I supposed to keep an eye on him? You think I can clone myself?" The bearded man opened his mouth but sighed in resignation. "Fine, let's check the sword marks first." Old man Li led the way as they circled the old poplar tree once, twice, over and over again. Finally, they stopped beneath the tree, staring at the trunk in stunned silence. It seemed like they were struggling to process what they were seeing. After a long moment, old man Li turned to the bearded man. "Well, what do you think?" The bearded man's face darkened. Hard to say. Hard to say. "Yeah, I'm only at master rank, what the hell do I know? So you're saying this kid's sword strike was beyond soldier rank?" The bearded man fell silent. Old Li, seeing his constipated expression, also fell into silence. General rank? Unthinkable. Even soldier rank was already ridiculous. "Old Li, remember last year when Wang Lahu poached someone from our province?" The bearded man's eyes flickered with recollection as he rested a hand on the tree trunk before continuing. "That kid was originally a video content creator just messing around with old-school sword techniques for fun. But when spiritual chi revival hit, those sword techniques suddenly became second nature to him overnight. When he was tested at the Demon Slayer Bureau, he immediately ranked top-tier master rank. I heard that this year, he's already at soldier rank and has taken care of more than a dozen high-difficulty cases. His fame is skyrocketing. But even so, he can barely unleash sword chi. The power of his attacks? Honestly, it's not even as good as when he just swings the sword normally. I know. That ungrateful bastard." Old Li snorted, clenching his fist, eyes flashing with anger. He would never forget that betrayal. Wu-hating. He had personally guided that kid in comprehending sword techniques. But the moment he saw an opportunity for more money, he abandoned them, letting the neighboring province's Demon Slayer Bureau snatch him up. C province's Demon Slayer Bureau had invested a ton of resources in his training, only for another province to reap all the rewards. As a result, their department had been struggling for the past 2 years. Not enough high rankers, poor performance, sluggish response times to cases sometimes, they even had to beg headquarters to send reinforcements from other regions. The embarrassment was secondary. The real tragedy was the number of civilians killed by monsters because they lacked a high-ranking slayer. If they had even one soldier rank expert, things wouldn't be this bad. That's why, Old Li, we must bring this young man into the Demon Slayer Bureau. The bearded man grabbed Old Li's hand, speaking with urgency. "Last month, we lost several good kids. Right now, there are fewer than 20 active Demon Slayers left. I can't promise anything." Old Li sighed, shaking his head wearily. "I get why you're desperate, but we can't rush this. First, I don't even know where he lives. Second, I've only met him a few times. I have no idea what kind of person he really is. If this kid has truly mastered sword chi, none of us combined would be a match for him. Have you forgotten about that rogue awakener back in year 31? Look how much slaughter he caused. We still haven't caught him. And why? Because we underestimated the risk, overestimated his humanity, and misjudged his ambitions." The bearded man fell silent again. He couldn't deny it. With their current capabilities, they wouldn't be able to control an awakener who had fully mastered sword chi. Sure, guns and explosives could still threaten most awakeners. But once someone reached master rank, they developed an instinctive danger sense, making them significantly harder to shoot. Soldier rank awakeners? As long as they weren't caught in heavy gunfire, they could use cover and survive most firearm attacks. And general rank? They could parry bullets with a sword. I get it. The bearded man took a deep breath. I was being impatient. "Old Li, here's the plan. You keep in contact with that young man. Find a way to test his character. If he checks out, we can slowly introduce him to the Demon Slayer Bureau and feel him out. Sounds reasonable. Old Li nodded. Since Chen Haan was interested in sword techniques and ancient martial arts, he figured the young man would eventually return to this place. They'd have another chance to meet, and when that happened, he'd try to find out where he lived. That way, tracking him down later would be easier. With their discussion over, the bearded man hailed a cab back to the Demon Slayer Bureau, but he barely sat down before his phone started vibrating. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately answered. "Boss, we have a situation." The voice on the other end was frantic. "A civilian Demon Slayer just reported that there are suspected Grade A monsters in Tianfu City, 2 of them." 2 Grade A. The bearded man's face changed. His fist clenched. "Got it? I'm coming back immediately." He hung up. Through the taxi window, he looked at the towering city skyline. His brows furrowed. Outside, the streets were bustling, cars honking, pedestrians rushing to work. None of them knew that their world was on the brink of chaos. Neon lights flickered. Ghosts roamed the streets at night. In North America, evil spirits ran wild. In Europe, entire regions had become hunting grounds for vampires and werewolves. Sometimes, he missed the old days when he was just an office worker. Sure, back then, life was dull. He was nothing more than an NPC background character. But at least he never had to worry about getting killed at any moment. The world had changed, and monsters were appearing more and more frequently. "Kinran, baby, I've already learned a bit of the Green Lotus Sword Manual. I'll turn you into a peerless sword immortal right now. Kinran, you've been in the sect for some time now. As your master, it's time I teach you some self-defense techniques." Li Qingran was just about to sit down and cultivate when her master's voice echoed through the void. Master is finally going to teach her a technique. Her heart filled with joy. "Yes, master. I will study diligently and never bring shame upon you." She obediently sat on the cushion, hands resting on her knees, back straight. However, she didn't notice how her kneeling posture accentuated her slender waist and curvy figure. Her expectant and admiring gaze made Chen Haan's heart tremble slightly. These small workshops, truly terrifying? This was the nth time he had marveled at it. "Today, I will teach you a sword technique Green Lotus Sword Manual. It consists of 36 chapters and 12 forms. I'll teach you the first 12 chapters and the first 2 forms for now. Why not all 36 chapters and 12 forms?" Li Qingran's hands clenched on her knees, a hint of anxiety and eagerness in her eyes. She carefully said, "Master, I will study very hard. I'm not that slow. You can try giving me everything all at once." "Ahem, it's not that I think you're slow. It's just that this sword technique is very powerful. You need to build a solid foundation first. Rushing won't get you anywhere." Hearing this, Li Qingran calmed down. As long as Master didn't think she was stupid, that was enough. Back at Qingyun Sect, deist Qingxian and Lu Changtian had often called her dumb and useless. Now that she was following Chen Haan, she desperately wanted to prove herself. She wanted to leave a good impression. She had been abandoned too many times before. She didn't want to be discarded like trash again. "Watch closely. I will demonstrate the first 12 chapters of the Green Lotus Sword Manual, then break them down for you." Chen Haan followed the game's instructions, setting up his phone on a selfie stick. The game automatically switched to recording mode. "So, I just need to perform the technique once." A small window popped up in the top left corner of the screen. Inside was a white-haired celestial in black robes, holding a black scale sword, mirroring Chen Haan's exact movements. Chen Haan made a monkey reaching for the moon gesture. The celestial copied him perfectly. "Oh, right, this is my in-game avatar." Chen Haan suddenly remembered. He now understood how the game worked. If this weren't a game, Li Qingran wouldn't see him as a bald guy in pajamas, she'd see the white-haired celestial instead. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The moment the words "watch closely" fell, Li Qingran's vision blurred. When she came to, she was no longer in her small wooden hut at Novel Bin Adat. Instead, she found herself in a dimly lit, independent space. Though the surroundings were dark, there was a single bright figure standing 5 meters ahead. White robes, a sword on his back, snow-like hair. Her master. Unlike in Qingyun Sect, where her master's presence was terrifying and oppressive, here, he felt much closer, more real. Back in the sect, her master was like a god, unreachable and untouchable. But now, he felt within her grasp. Focus, pay attention in class. Before she realized it, her master had already moved to her side. A wooden ruler lightly tapped her head smack. It didn't hurt, but her face heated up instantly, making her want to crawl into a hole. "So fun? The disciple can even interact and get scolded for daydreaming? The expressions are so realistic, too." Chen Haan laughed as he lightly tapped Li Qingran's forehead with the ruler. Once she straightened up and focused, he finally began his demonstration. A flying sword descended upon Loxia Peak. A young man named Suan stepped off, carrying 2 gourd flasks filled with spiritual wine. He had brewed this wine himself, carefully refining it so that 3 parts of its intoxicating properties were neutralized. Now, it wasn't too strong, just a refreshing drink that aided digestion, calmed the mind, and boosted spiritual chi absorption. Senior sister said the new junior sister was placed on the abandoned 10,000 Swords Peak. As her seniors, we should take good care of her. But damn it, I only had 6 flasks, and they left me with just 3. Suan shook his head and sighed. If he gave 2 flasks to his junior sister, he'd only have 1 left. but giving just one seemed too stingy. In the end, pride won over thriftiness. Screw it. I'll just give them to her. She should be at the stone hut at the mountaintop, right? Wait a second, stone hut. Suen froze, his eyes widening. What the hell? Is this still Loxia Peak? This looked like Lingxi Valley? Where the hell was the stone hut? Instead, there stood a beautifully furnished wooden house, nestled within a bamboo forest. More importantly, there were 10 freshly cultivated spirit fields, overflowing with so much spiritual chi that it was turning into mist. The wooden house sat half hidden among the bamboo, with a gentle stream flowing from deep within the forest, forming a crystal clear pond beside the house. Lotus flowers bloomed on the water's surface, while several celestial cranes flapped their wings, playing in the pond. The clear pool reflects the bamboo grove, lotus petals adorn the pavilion. Suen muttered in awe. This is what a true Immortal's cave residence should look like. Compared to this, my cave is nothing but a dog kennel. But the real question was, how did junior sister set all this up in less than half a day? And what about these 10 spirit fields? Did she have some kind of divine artifact? Suen glanced at the 2 wine flasks in his hand and suddenly felt hesitant. He was never good at socializing, and now, faced with such an extravagant sight, he felt even more out of place. Forget it. I won't go in. Standing on the stone steps in front of the wooden house, he placed the wine flasks down and turned to leave. But just then, he sensed a faint ripple of Deo aura emanating from inside the house. His face changed slightly. Junior sister has already entered enlightenment. Glancing around, he noticed the house had no defensive formations. Enlightenment is a critical moment in cultivation. It must not be disturbed. I'll set up a concealment formation to prevent any interruptions. Suen patted his waist. Swish! A black sword shot out, circling the house as he quickly inscribed runes. Within moments, the formation was complete. He then sprinkled a handful of spirit stones at the formation's core. In Sword Pavilion, there weren't many dangers. This formation was merely a polite gesture, a subtle way to signal to others that the person inside didn't wish to be disturbed. Once finished, Suen nodded in satisfaction. Interesting. A junior sister arrives, cultivates 10 spirit fields within half a day. This is something everyone needs to see. He grinned, laughing heartily. Then, he leapt onto his flying sword and soared into the sky. Kinran, the essence of the Green Lotus Sword Manual is poetry infusing poetry into the spirit. A single word, a single sword, words can empower sword techniques with greater strength. I see, master. I will remember this. Li Qingran stared intently at the white-robed figure carrying a sword on their back, growing even more certain of one thing: her master must be an unparalleled sword sovereign. This also reaffirmed her previous speculation: her master had to be the supreme elder of the Sword Pavilion. Every cultivator from the Sword Pavilion carried an air of sharpness. Some were like freshly forged blades, brimming with vigor, others like drawn swords, their edge exposed, some like sheathed swords, their power concealed, and then there was the pavilion master, steady as a mountain. But none of them possessed an aura as overwhelming as her master's. That was a sword capable of splitting the heavens, an unparalleled, peerless blade, and such a sword needed a perfect sheath to match. She wanted to be that sheath. But right now, she was still far from worthy. 6 full hours. It took Li Qingran that long just to grasp the first 12 chapters of the Green Lotus Sword Manual. She had never encountered such an intricate sword technique before. The seemingly simple foundational movements turned out to be incredibly difficult to string together. Just executing each move correctly had drained most of her spiritual chi. The depletion of her energy and sheer exhaustion made her sway unsteadily. Her entire body felt lightheaded, and all she wanted was to collapse onto the bed and sleep under her master's warm yet imposing gaze. Wait, master? Li Qingran bit down on the tip of her tongue, hard. No sleeping. Hang in there. Her master was still teaching her sword techniques. How could she allow herself to lose focus? Qingran, perform the sequence again from start to finish. Then, we'll conclude for today. Tomorrow, I will teach you the first sword stance, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Yes, master. Li Qingran steadied herself, silently cheering herself on before rising to perform the sword dance. Chen Haan tossed a handful of peanuts into his mouth, watching the screen with an enraptured expression. In truth, Li Qingran had already grasped the basics of the first 12 chapters. He just wanted to watch her perform again. Swish, swish, swish. On the screen, the young girl wielded her Suxian sword, assuming the crane stance to start. Her light steps and graceful form exuded elegance, her movements smooth and unwavering. Her hand twirled the sword in intricate flourishes, her robes swirling in the air as the shimmering blade gleamed like the season's first snowfall, unpredictable yet mesmerizing. Chen Haan was completely enthralled, losing track of time. He also failed to notice the exhaustion creeping onto the girl's face. By the time she had completed the 12-chapter sequence, Li Qingran was drenched in sweat. Her sleepwear, already thin and translucent, clung to her skin, giving Chen Haan an unintended feast for the eyes. Master, how was my performance? Li Qingran sheathed her sword, gripping the hilt with her right hand while subtly concealing her trembling legs behind her skirt. She tried to maintain a composed expression, but her labored breathing and flushed face betrayed her exhaustion. A bead of sweat slid from her brow to the tip of her delicate nose, then down to the corner of her lips. The tickling sensation made her instinctively stick out her tongue to lick it away. She could only imagine how disheveled she must look. With her spiritual chi completely drained, her technique had faltered in the last 2 chapters. She had forced herself through sheer willpower, enduring the discomfort to finish. She gazed longingly at the ceiling. She knew her master was watching her, she could feel it. But why had he remained silent for so long? Did he think she performed poorly? Outside the screen, Chen Haan took a deep breath to calm himself. Not bad. Keep it up. Hearing her master's praise, Li Qingran's lips curled into a bright smile, her heart swelling with joy. It was as sweet as honey. Her fatigue seemed to melt away instantly. This was what she had been waiting for. Nothing mattered more than her master's approval. Master, I am slow-wit. It took me 6 whole hours to grasp the basics. I'm sure master could have mastered it in half an hour. She leaned against her Suxian sword, fingers playing with the hem of her robe. Her lowered gaze held a hint of playful mischief. She didn't want Chen Haan to leave just yet, so she deliberately found something to chat about. Look at her playing innocent. Chen Haan wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. In reality, he had practiced the Green Lotus sword manual for a long time. If not for the gaming helmet helping him memorize the basic movements, it would have taken him at least a week to reach teaching proficiency. Ahem. No need to be so modest. 6 hours for an initial grasp is already impressive. Then, how long did master take? Cough, about 15 minutes. Wow, master is truly amazing. I must work even harder to catch up. Chen Haan felt his face heat up under her gaze of pure admiration. After exchanging a few more words with her, he quickly made his exit. His stomach was growling after spending so much time watching her practice. Li Qingran didn't press him to stay either. Instead, she obediently went to bathe and change into fresh clothes. She didn't rest once some of her exhaustion faded. She immediately sat down in meditation to restore her depleted spiritual chi. Meanwhile, over at Loxia Peak. Hey, have you heard? The new junior sister got a fancy house and 10 spiritual fields on her first day. What? No way. Have you heard? The new junior sister came with a grand house and 50 spiritual fields. Breaking news. The new junior sister unlocked 100 spiritual fields and built an immortal estate in the span of a single incense stick. Unbelievable? Do you guys know? The new junior sister owns a celestial palace in the clouds, 100 acres of spiritual land, and even captured 2 azure dragons as pets. What? No way. Let's go check it out. Who cares if it's true or not? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of swords slicing through the air filled the sky outside the window. Li Qingran jumped in surprise. She quickly got up and opened the window to check. The scene outside made her jaw drop. A massive crowd of sword cultivators hovered in the sky, their robes billowing in the wind as they stood on multicolored flying swords, completely surrounding the peak. They were all disciples of the sword pavilion, including the pavilion master and the elders. What is happening? Li Qingran's face went pale. Her mind blanked out as she instinctively shut the window and crouched against the wall in a defensive position. Junior sister Kinran, no use hiding? We can all see you. It was senior sister Yu Qin's voice. See what? Li Qingran's brain went even more blank. Did they see her master giving her special treatment? Did they see her practicing in her sleepwear? Her sleepwear with little frogs and lotus flowers printed on it? She hadn't even put on stockings, her bare feet were exposed. Master, this is so embarrassing. No matter how much you hide, your house and spiritual fields won't disappear. Come out. Adat novel bin adat. Oh, Li Qingran let out a small sigh of relief. But her heart clenched again. Why were they all gathered here? Considering the sword pavilion disciples' notoriously aggressive nature, she nervously pushed the door open, pressing herself against it like a tiny crab guarding its shell, looking up at the sea of floating sword cultivators. She had a very, very bad feeling. Had the entire Loxia Peak come to confront her? Were they seriously going to take over her house? The house and spiritual fields were given to her by her master. There was no way she would hand them over to anyone. But since her master was the supreme elder, surely they wouldn't dare try anything, right? Junior sister, why are you guarding that door so tightly? Just as Li Qingran's thoughts ran wild, Yu Qinqi, standing on her flying sword, chuckled and teased. What's the matter? Afraid we'll tear down your little house and take it over? The surrounding sword pavilion disciples burst into laughter. There was no malice in their laughter, only amusement. Li Qingran, caught red-handed, turned bright red, unable to say a word. Li Qingran, did your master create this house and these fields for you? The one who spoke was the pavilion master, Sokinian. Li Qingran lifted her gaze for a brief moment before quickly looking away. She mumbled, yes, my master arranged it. Master said it's for me alone. The spiritual fields. I'm the only one tending them too. Oh, Sokinian glanced at the fields, silently astonished. The fertility of these fields was already at the level of high-quality land. Even his own medicinal garden was only about this level, and it wasn't much bigger than what Li Qingran had. Yet, right under his nose, 10 such fields had been cultivated in an instant. Who exactly was Li Qingran's master? There was no way someone could infiltrate the sword pavilion without him noticing. They must have used some kind of treasure, but even so, such a feat was practically divine. Master, junior sister Kinran is afraid you'll steal her spiritual fields. Yu Qin's playful remark snapped Sokinian out of his thoughts. Seeing Li Qingran's wary expression, he rolled his eyes. You think I'm going to tend to your spiritual fields for you? You sure have high expectations. The sword pavilion disciples erupted into laughter once again. Li Qingran's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Disciple didn't mean it that way. Kinran raised an eyebrow. Oh, then what did you mean? Li Qingran shut her mouth, unsure what to say. She had never seen a sect master interrogate a disciple like this before. Kinran, seeing her at a loss, stroked his beard in satisfaction and said, "You chose this peak for your cave residence. However you develop it is up to you. No matter how extravagant it becomes, it's still yours. Our sword pavilion may not be rich, but we're not so desperate that we need to seize resources from our own disciples." "That's right, junior sister. We were just curious and came to take a look. I mean, it's not every day you see such a large spiritual field," Yukinki added with a sigh. If she had a field like this, she wouldn't have to spend money on spirit herbs anymore. She could just grow her own and even sell the excess for a profit. "Senior sister, you can plant your herbs here if you'd like." Li Qingran figured Yukinki had always been kind to her, so helping her grow some spirit herbs wasn't a big deal. Yukinki snorted and crossed her arms. "I appreciate the thought, but you should use the fields yourself. You're planning to become an alchemist or a healer, aren't you? You'll need these fields. Work hard. Oh, right here, take this." She pulled a small cloth pouch from her storage bag and shoved it into Li Qingran's hands. "These are basic spirit herb seeds. I bought too many last time. You can have them, senior sister." Li Qingran opened her mouth to refuse, but Yukinki cut her off with a smirk at novel bin at. "If you refuse, I'll plant dogtail grass all over your field." Li Qingran, "Junior sister, I brought you 2 jugs of spirit wine this morning. Don't forget to take them inside." From his flying sword, Suan, the senior disciple of Lingyun Peak, waved at her with a smile. "You must be the new junior sister, right? I'm Gongsun Sheng, second disciple of Lingyun Peak." A sword cultivator stepped forward, taking out a small device and handing it to her. "This is something I crafted. Just infuse it with spiritual qi, and it will unleash 108,000 spirit steel needles. It might save your life one day." "Junior sister, I am Zhenhe, a direct disciple of Hidden Sword Peak." Another sword cultivator, sitting on a celestial crane with his sword across his lap, handed her a small pouch. "Inside are 3 hidden sword pellets, each containing my condensed sword energy. They can instantly kill anyone below the foundation establishment stage and heavily injure those at the golden core stage. Keep them for protection." "Junior sister, I raise celestial cranes. Here's one for you." "Junior sister, I don't have much, so here are some elixirs." "Haha, junior sister, this hairpin suits you, take it." One after another, gifts were pushed into Li Qingran's hands until she could no longer hold them all. The pile of items grew so high that even the celestial crane from Zhao Eli's senior sister had to help carry some. "Here, take this." A cool, indifferent voice spoke. Li Qingran peeked out from behind the mountain of gifts and blinked in confusion. The speaker was the ruthless cultivator she had seen earlier, the one who cultivated the emotionless Dao while sleeping on a turtle's back. As expected of someone on the emotionless path, he even talks like he's cutting with a blade. "I am Duan Feng, direct disciple of Ruthless Cliff." Duan Feng held out a dark, heavy sword case. His tone was as calm as ever. "Joining the sword pavilion means becoming a sword cultivator. Your sword is no longer just a weapon, it is your partner, your kin. Even if it is a wooden sword, you must remain loyal to it until it is no longer usable. Nearly all of our resources go into nurturing and refining our swords. This sword case can temper and restore your blade, enhancing its sharpness over time. It is yours now." I can't accept this. It's too valuable." Li Qingran was already overwhelmed by the sheer number of gifts. She stammered, unsure of what to do. "It's just an object. Besides, I have a better one." Duan Feng placed the sword case on top of the pile, perfectly balancing it before turning and walking away. His own sword hung at his waist, its dark, polished blade wrapped in a faint green glow. He was also the only disciple who wasn't floating in the air. When all the gifts had been given, Li Qingran found herself completely surrounded by presents. The celestial crane had to carry some for her. This outcome was far beyond anything she had expected. She had thought her fellow disciples would demand something in return, but after giving their gifts, they simply left, chatting and laughing among themselves. Yukinki helped Li Qingran carry everything into her house. The two of them sat on the cliffside of Luxia Peak, each holding a jug of Suan's spirit wine under the moonlight. "This is a tradition in the sword pavilion. You'll get used to it." Yukinki ruffled Li Qingran's hair with a gentle smile. "But, why did they give me so much?" Li Qingran was still confused. Wasn't the sword pavilion supposed to be poor? One senior even gave her all his life-saving elixirs, keeping only a single one for himself. Yukinki gazed at the moon, eyes filled with sorrow. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Junior sister, it's been a long time since we had new disciples in the sword pavilion. The path of a sword cultivator is difficult, far harder than in other sects. It requires immense perseverance and countless resources. We don't want to lose another disciple to hardship." Li Qingran might not know the history of the sword pavilion, but she could see the sadness in Yukinki's eyes. She reached out and firmly grasped Yukinki's hand, fingers interlacing. "Senior sister, I won't die. I'll do my best to live on. And you can't die either, you're our pavilion's senior sister." Yukinki froze, then let out a hearty laugh. "That's right." She raised her wine jug, letting the moonlight flow into her drink. "As long as I, Yukinki, am here, no one will harm my fellow disciples." Late at night, Chen Haan turned over in his sleep. Kinran hasn't been bullied in her new sect, right? He groggily reached for his phone, took a quick glance, and saw Li Qingran diligently cultivating in-game. Satisfied, he casually tossed his phone aside and went back to sleep. On the windowsill, the black cat, Beiji, curled up into a ball, breaking into a cold sweat. Only when it confirmed that Chen Haan had fallen asleep again did it let out a sigh of relief. Facing the 9-turn spirit orchid under the moonlight, it slowly released a suppressed aura, a menacing energy that belonged to the dowdy. Dark tendrils extended from its body, merging into the room's shadows, filling the air with a sinister presence. That big green fish sure is lucky. Beiji scoffed at the blue carp leisurely bathing in the basin, absorbing spiritual qi. In this era of dwindling spiritual qi, living in a place rich with energy under the protection of a powerful master was an unimaginable fortune. As for how Beiji understood the current world, it had learned from watching TV whenever Chen Haan turned it on. Eventually, it figured out how to turn it on itself whenever Chen Haan left at novel bin at. Now, it knew that the metal box that nearly crushed it last time was called a semi-trailer truck. It wasn't a human weapon, just a transportation device. Real human weapons were things called guns and cannons, which were like long-range hidden weapons that could kill enemies from afar. With this newfound knowledge, Beiji became even more convinced that its master was here to comprehend the Dao. He must have traveled across countless worlds, sealing his power and memories to experience different Dao laws, refining his path to perfection. But no one should mistake a sealed master for an easy target. If he dared to suppress his own strength and memories, he must have a means of self-preservation. Beiji speculated that the phone was his secret weapon. Unlike human phones, its master's device had a pitch-black screen that only he could see. It was a tool for comprehending the Dao, a treasure that even Beiji had once coveted. But after witnessing the terrifying Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman last time, it no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. This carp must have been left here on purpose by the master. If the master intends to keep you, then I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. As one of the 4 ancient fiend beasts, the dowdy was practically the ancestor of all demons. To bestow sentience upon a creature and transform it into a true demon was an effortless act. Beiji pressed its paw against the carp's forehead, allowing a single drop of dark red blood to seep into its skin. At this rate, it will fully demonize in 2 months. Beiji retracted its paw, its round eyes gleaming with cunning. Once the carp became a demon, it would serve as the perfect distraction. As long as its master's memories remained sealed, his attention would be focused on the newly transformed carp, meaning he wouldn't have time to notice anything wrong about Beiji itself. Ra beta. Kikikik? I'm a genius. Stupid cat, what the hell are you screeching about in the middle of the night? Half asleep, Chen Haan casually threw a pillow in Beiji's direction. His hand brushed against his phone's screen. A game notification popped up. Your remaining lifespan, 57 days. Today's fortune, minor blessing, auspicious for marriage. You're kidding, right? 30. Are you seriously expecting me to believe this story? A burly, bearded man stared in disbelief at the school uniform-clad girl in front of him. What had she just said? Some mysterious expert casually threw out 7 or 8 thunderfire talismans capable of summoning divine lightning. And he was cohabiting with a high-grade demonic entity? Was this even Chinese anymore? Brother Wu, I may not be an official member of the demon-slaying bureau, but you know my character. Lin Lingling's wounds were wrapped in simple bandages, and after applying the bureau's special wound-healing salve, she felt much better. But she still had to lean against her spear for support. She added, moreover, I suspect that demon isn't just a high-grade entity, it might be a Yao Spectre. The bearded man, Wu, let out an exasperated sigh. The demon-slaying bureau categorized demonic entities into several levels: Yao generals, Yao specters, Yao beasts, and Yao monsters. Among them, Yao monsters were newly awakened creatures affected by the spiritual qi revival. They primarily evolved by consuming flesh and devouring one another. But Yao specters? Only a soldier class revived could handle those. Anything weaker than that would just be throwing themselves into the meat grinder. Because Yao specters were as intelligent as humans, meaning tricking them into submission was out of the question. If Lin Lingling's report was accurate and this really was a Yao specter, they were in deep trouble. Especially since the Sea Province Demon-Slaying Bureau didn't have a single soldier class revived. He and Old Li were both merely master class grade A. There was no way they could take on such a threat. You also said this demon is living with a mysterious revived, correct? And that this revived can use thunder talismans. That's right. I even tested him, he seems completely unaware of the bureau. Lin Lingling rubbed her chin, deep in thought. I have 2 theories. 1. This person is a wild revived, someone who naturally awakened and is unaware of the bureau. But the fact that a wild revived can already control his powers so skillfully is suspicious. 2. He might actually be a member of the bureau or another private exorcist organization, just executing a secret mission, hence why he ignored my probing questions. No, there's a third possibility. Wu's expression turned grim. Have you considered that he might be an uncontrolled revived? An uncontrolled revived? Lin Lingling recalled the video account she had seen of Chen Haan and his carefree, idiotic, yet strangely pure demeanor. Could an uncontrolled revived really have that kind of gaze? She had never even considered the possibility. Wu, however, remained unconvinced. People can pretend, you know. This situation is too serious to ignore. Wu slammed his hand on the table, his eyes sharp. You're the only one who's interacted with this mysterious revived, and he hasn't attacked you yet. That means your new mission is to monitor him closely. The moment he or the demon in his home shows any abnormal signs, you report back immediately. I've already requested a soldier class backup from headquarters. You just need to stall for time. Me. Lin Lingling pointed at herself, her lips twitching. You want me, a mere white class grade A, to keep tabs on that expert. If you do it well, I'll promote you to master class. Wu grinned, hands folded smugly. You know we're short-staffed. Most freelance exorcists are cowards. But you, 3-0, you're different. You're fearless. I believe in you. Just stall until our reinforcements arrive, and I'll make you master class. Hell, I'll even make you an official member. Isn't master class already an automatic promotion? Not the same thing. Wu pulled out a document from his desk. This is the newly developed breathing technique. If I promote you, you'll gain access to the first 3 volumes. Lin Lingling's face twitched. They really did perfect the breathing technique. Her fingers tightened around her spear. After a moment, she raised her head and met Wu's gaze. Deal. But I'm broke. I need a quick demon-slaying job on the side. No problem. Wu gestured toward the mission board, grinning. Pick anything you like. Disciple Kinran humbly prays to the heavens for mercy, to dispel calamities, and to bless my master with safety and peace. At dawn the next day, Li Qingran followed her usual routine, bathing in incense and offering 3 bows to the sky, praying for her master's well-being. Afterward, she rode the celestial crane gifted by senior sister Zale and headed toward the Sect's Sword Pavilion Plaza. She had always been a punctual person, believing that arriving early was enough. But the moment she reached the plaza, she was stunned. The entire plaza was already packed with people. The rooftops, the ancient pines, the very tips of the bamboo in the grove wherever one could stand, sit, lie down, or meditate were all occupied by disciples of the Sword Pavilion. The better the vantage point, the more crowded it was. Clang! A sudden sword cry pierced the air, and from the front of the crowd, a dazzling sword light shot skyward. Then came the sounds of battle. Get lost? This is my spot. You think just because you say so, it's yours? I say it's mine. I left my flying sword here to claim this spot. Like I care. The intense clashing of swords roared into the sky, yet, none of the surrounding disciples of the Sword Pavilion seemed inclined to intervene. Instead, they watched with great interest, even discussing who would win. You'll have to come even earlier next time, junior sister. A voice came from above, and a figure gracefully landed on the tip of a bamboo stalk beside her. It was Suan, the same senior brother who had gifted her spirit wine the day before. Senior brother Su. Li Qingran quickly bowed in greeting. No need to be so formal. Suan, holding a wine gourd, looked slightly intoxicated as he chuckled. The sect's morning lessons are extremely important. They're when the elders answer cultivation questions and the direct disciples share their battle experiences. Only after this do the elders of each peak take their disciples back for specialized sword training. I see. Li Qingran nodded, still somewhat confused. Sword Pavilion's teaching model was vastly different from Qingyun Sect's. It even seemed quite eco-friendly. That's why you need to arrive early and claim a good spot. Sometimes, the direct disciples will spar, and the closer you are to the front, the more details you can observe. It's very beneficial for both cultivation and swordplay, Suan explained. His intoxication seemed to swell as he swayed precariously atop the bamboo stalk. Yet, no matter how much he wobbled, his feet remained firmly planted on the tip. But senior brother, you arrived late too. Me. Suan waved dismissively. No one dares take my spot. The very front is reserved for the top 3 direct disciples of each peak. If anyone wants my spot, they'll have to beat me first. At the front, the sword fight seemed to have reached its conclusion. One disciple, cursing under his breath, leaped onto a nearby rooftop and promptly knocked down another disciple who had already secured a good spot, taking it for himself. With grave bass. Dong dong dong. A distant, ethereal bell tolled from the mountains 9 chimes in total. Instantly, the entire plaza fell silent. Morning lessons are starting. Suan's expression turned serious, and his drunkenness vanished in an instant. Junior sister, I'll be heading to the front. See you later. The moment he finished speaking, Li Qingran blinked, and Suan was already gone, leaving only the swaying bamboo behind. Li Qingran was completely absorbed in the morning lessons. The elders of the Sword Pavilion didn't just dump their own experiences onto the disciples and call it a day. Because the gap in cultivation levels was too vast, much of their knowledge would be incomprehensible to lower-level disciples. So, instead, they carefully deconstructed their insights, tailoring them for each cultivation stage so that all disciples could grasp them easily. At the same time, they exposed disciples to knowledge above their current level without hindering their progress. This reminded Li Qingran of her time in Qingyun Sect. Back then, when deist Qingxian taught her the Qian technique, he simply recited the incantation and left her to figure it out on her own. Translating the incantation into something she could actually understand had already taken her a ridiculous amount of effort. After the morning lessons ended, the disciples left under the guidance of their respective elders. But Li Qingran didn't leave right away. She wandered around the small plaza for a while. Finally, she spotted the Sword Pavilion master, Kinran, fast asleep on a towering ancient pine. Sect master, this junior has something to report. Standing beneath the tree, she bowed respectfully. No response. She looked up and saw that this late-stage nascent soul powerhouse was sleeping soundly, completely unguarded. Sect master, junior sister, that won't wake him up. Out of nowhere, Yu Qinqi appeared, grinning mischievously as she draped an arm around Li Qingran's shoulder. Master can sense killing intent from 100 miles away, but within the sword pavilion, no matter how close a disciple gets to him, he'll sleep right through it, Yu Qinqi explained while rummaging through her storage pouch. Soon, she pulled out a bronze gong and a wooden mallet. She raised an eyebrow at Li Qingran. Today, senior sister will teach you how to wake up a sleeping sect master. Li Qingran's face paled. Senior sister, this doesn't seem appropriate. She could already guess what Yu Qinqi intended to do. This was outright disrespect. In Qingyun sect, this kind of offense would get someone expelled? It's fine. Yu Qinqi leaped onto the tree, positioned the gong right above Sukainian's head, and swung the mallet in a wide arc. Boom! Li Qingran instinctively shut her eyes in terror at novel bin at. When the echo finally faded, she cautiously opened them again only to see Sukainian now sitting cross-legged, his face dark as thunder, his jaw twitching. The culprit, Yu Qinqi, was nowhere to be found. Oh no, Li Qingran hurriedly bowed. Sect master, that wasn't me. It was. She bit her lip and ultimately decided not to rat out her senior sister. Let the sect master figure it out himself. She simply shut her eyes, resigned, and muttered, disciple got dust in her eyes. I didn't see anything. Huh? You think I wouldn't know it was that damn girl Yu Qinqi? Sukainian ground his teeth, his fists clenched inside his sleeves. That brat is getting bolder. I'll make her clean up after the sex guardian beast later. That's it. Li Qingran let out a sigh of relief. Cleaning up after the guardian beast wasn't even a punishment. She had done plenty of that before it was just a little smelly. But upon hearing her response, Sukainian's expression twisted. A sinister grin crept onto his face. Ha, so it was her, huh? Ha ha ha. Good. Well done. Ha ha ha. Li Qingran was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the sect master to trick her into confessing. Without realizing it, she had sold out her senior sister. Lowering her head, she pressed her hands together in silent apology. Senior sister, I'm so sorry QAQ. Sect master is way too cunning. Save your prayers. That brat is doomed. Sukainian jumped down from the pine tree, straightened his robe, and asked in confusion, anyway, why were you looking for me? Li Qingran steadied herself and bowed deeply. Sect master, my master senior grand elder Chen is currently fighting a great demon. He said he has been poisoned and may not have much time left. Since he is a senior grand elder of the sword pavilion, I thought I should inform you. Master, senior grand elder of the sword pavilion. Poisoned. What? Sukainian's eye twitched. Wait, this is serious? The so-called senior grand elder was just a lie Sukainian had told Li Qingran to motivate her to cultivate harder. In reality, the sword pavilion never had a senior grand elder, let alone one with the surname Chen. But now what? Li Qingran's master was poisoned and dying. Leaving him alone didn't sit right with Sukainian. But stepping in? He didn't have the resources for that. Kinran, was informing me of this your idea or your master's? Sukainian decided to stall and gauge the situation first. It was my master's wish, and it is also mine. Li Qingran bowed deeply again. Sect master, is there any way to save my master? I am willing to do anything. Sukainian felt his head spin. Great. Not only had he accepted a disciple, but now he had also indirectly acknowledged a non-existent senior grand elder in the sword pavilion? Was this even appropriate? Was this right? Since the situation was getting out of hand, Sukainian decided to create some distance. Testing the waters again, he said, when I joined the sect, that senior grand elder had already left for a journey. I only know his surname is Chen, but I don't recall his full name. My master's name is Chen Haan. Li Qingran immediately supplied. Ah, I see. Then follow me to the sect's ancestral hall. I'll check the records and see which senior grand elder he was, and based on his cultivation level, we can figure out a solution. Sukainian's real plan? The ancestral hall only contained memorial tablets of deceased elders, along with some for those who had left the sect and were missing. If they didn't find any tablet for a Chen Haan, he'd simply claim it was a mistake, brush the whole thing off, and then offer Li Qingran another encouraging lie to keep her focused on improving her strength. It wasn't selfishness. The sword pavilion simply couldn't afford distractions right now. Resources were dwindling. They barely had enough for their own people. Li Qingran wasn't sure why she needed to confirm her master's identity, but clinging to hope, she obediently followed Sukainian to the ancestral hall. The hall was old, but it was immaculately maintained. Li Qingran noticed a female sword cultivator sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. She wore plain robes, her long white hair cascading down her back. Tall and slender, she stood bathed in the morning light, her pale face glowing with an ethereal radiance. Time had left no trace on her features. Nigerian Naira Beta Epsilon. For a moment, Li Qingran felt as though time itself had merged with this woman. Senior Sister Lin, Sukainian greeted with a bow. It was the first time Li Qingran had ever seen the usually irreverent pavilion master act so proper. The woman merely nodded slightly, as if she barely noticed their presence. Sukainian offered no explanation about her identity and simply led Li Qingran inside. The hall was filled with neatly arranged memorial tablets. Compared to the hall's dilapidated state, the tablets themselves gleamed as if they had just been placed there. Li Qingran couldn't help but think of the ethereal woman outside. The tablets must be her work carefully maintained day after day, preserving the memory of those who had come before. Sukainian lit 3 incense sticks, placed them in the burner, and bowed 3 times before turning to Li Qingran. We'll split up and search. Remember, do not move the tablets. You can look, but don't touch. Li Qingran nodded seriously. Understood. I won't touch anything. At novel bin at. Good, you're well behaved, so I won't keep an eye on you. With that, Kinran wandered up to the 2nd floor, planning to stall for time. He was certain there was no record of any ancestor or senior with the name Chen Haan in the Sword Pavilion. Li Qingran searched carefully, but with each passing moment, she grew more anxious, especially when she reached the section dedicated to those with the surname Chen, yet still no sign of her master's name. Minutes ticked by. Kinran eventually came back down, finding Li Qingran frantically scanning the memorial tablets. Though he felt a pang of guilt, he steeled himself and said, "Well, did you find your master's tablet? If not, I must have remembered wrong. Such is age, my memory fails me at times." Li Qingran didn't respond. She kept searching, even revisiting the tablets Kinran had already checked. Her eyes were red, her lips tightly pressed together, as if determined to check every single one. Kinran didn't stop her, instead patiently continuing, "Kinran, even if your master isn't one of our sect's senior grand elders, I'll still try to help him. You don't have to. I found it." The sheer joy in her voice cut Kinran off mid-sentence. "What?" Kinran spun around, stunned. Li Qingran rushed forward, clutching a memorial tablet in her arms. Her eyes were slightly red, tears shimmering at the corners, but her face carried a look of profound relief. "Master, I found my master's tablet." "Hiss, this isn't right. This shouldn't be happening." Kinran yanked out another strand of his beard, utterly baffled. "So, Sect Master, is this my master's memorial tablet or not?" Li Qingran stared at Kinran anxiously, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her dress. The Sect Master had been staring at the tablet for over 10 minutes now. Could there be some issue? Well, how should I put this? Kinran tore his gaze away from the memorial tablet, his expression complicated. The inscription read Chen _, with the middle character missing. Li Qingran's master was named Chen Haan, but with a missing character, he couldn't be completely sure if this tablet belonged to him. However, Li Qingran's master had claimed he was once a senior grand elder of the Sword Pavilion. Kinran was completely confused. His memory told him there had never been a senior grand elder named Chen Haan in the Sword Pavilion, but the Ancestral Hall's records suggested there had been a highly revered ancestor with the name Chen _. The tablet was placed at the very top, an indication of great status. Since it was missing a character, and because Kinran had no recollection of a Chen Haan, he had originally glossed over it. If not for Li Qingran double-checking every tablet he had already dismissed, they might have completely missed it at novel bin at. Could it be that, when he first joined the sect, this Chen _ had indeed left on a journey? Did his random nonsense just turn out to be true? Still in disbelief, Kinran took the tablet and hurried outside to find the white-clad female sword cultivator. Li Qingran quickly followed. "Senior Sister Lin, you joined the sect earlier than I did. Do you recall an elder named Chen _? The woman in white turned at the mention of the name. Her beautiful face instantly darkened as she unsheathed her sword and whacked Kinran on the head with its scabbard. "Who gave you permission to move the memorial tablets? Are you looking for a beating?" Despite being the pavilion master of the Sword Pavilion, Kinran didn't dare resist. He simply lowered his head and endured her scolding. "I do recall an ancestor with the surname Chen," Lin Yuxi eventually admitted, though her expression remained indifferent. "But I've long forgotten his full name. Nubias." She carefully returned the tablet to its original place and glanced at the 2 younger cultivators. "That ancestor left on a journey a long time ago. He was the senior martial brother of our master's master. This tablet is extremely old. The previous caretaker of the Ancestral Hall failed to protect it, and one day, our sect's guardian beast got in and clawed away the middle character." Kinran's vision darkened. So the nonsense he had spouted had actually come true? Is there any other information about this ancestor? He wanted final confirmation. Lin Yuxi frowned in thought. He did leave behind a saying, engraved on the steel at 10,000 Swords Peak. "You mean the inscription on the 10,000 Swords Peak steel was left by this Chen ancestor?" Kinran was shocked. "I always thought our master wrote it. I haven't been to 10,000 Swords Peak yet. May I ask what it says?" "I suppose there's no harm in telling you." Kinran stroked his beard before reciting, just 8 simple words, yet filled with overwhelming might, perfectly encapsulating the sword intent cultivated at 10,000 Swords Peak. "When the Dao collapses, only the sword remains." Kinran shook his head, lost in admiration for the phrase's boundless arrogance. But Li Qingran only blinked, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. The words certainly carried an imposing presence, but they didn't sound like something her master would say. Her master's words always carried an ethereal quality. But that wasn't important. The past was the past. Her master had gone through countless experiences over the years. Of course, the way he spoke would change. That settles it. Kinran clenched his fist, sealing his conclusion. "Li Qingran, your master, Chen Haan, was not a senior grand elder, but an ancestor of our sect. Perhaps he was just an elder when he left, and since his position within the sect is hard to define now, he told you he was a senior grand elder instead." Li Qingran didn't respond. Actually, her master had never told her anything. She had asked. Since your master is an ancestor of the Sword Pavilion, this matter must be handled with the utmost care. Go ask your master where he is now and what kind of poison he has been afflicted with. The Sword Pavilion will spare no expense. We will find the antidote, even if it costs us everything. Sukinian's voice was resolute. He was all in. Forget the sect's principle of never abandoning a single disciple. Just the title Sword Pavilion Ancestor alone was worth going broke over. If they managed to save this ancestor and bring him back, what did the Qingran sect amount to? They could storm Qingran sect with the entire pavilion. Dig out every last one of their spirit stones. Make their guardian beast mate with Qingran sect's mother snake. Would the Qingran sect dare say no? Would they dare? Ha ha ha. Lost in his fantasy, Sukinian laughed like a true sword cultivator. Sukinian, you touched an ancestor's memorial tablet. Report to the law enforcement hall and receive 100 lashes. A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Ah, senior sister, I am the pavilion master now, you know. Pavilion masters get punished too. Lin Yuxi shut the doors to the ancestral hall with a cold glare. Or what? Are you waiting for me to drag you to the sect plaza like when we were kids? Spank your backside with a vine rod in front of all the Sword Pavilion disciples. Sukinian's face turned green. He hurriedly grabbed Li Qingran and made his escape. He knew senior sister Lin would do it. Sect master, I'd like to visit the scripture pavilion as well. Although Sukinian had already promised to handle the situation, Li Qingran felt it was best to have a backup plan. Her master's poisoning couldn't be delayed. If Sukinian's efforts failed, she might still find a solution in the scripture pavilion. Go, go. Sukinian waved her off in boredom. The scripture pavilion is at the peak of the north summit. Just remember to follow the rules. He summoned his flying sword and prepared to head to the law enforcement hall. Then, he hesitated, turned back, and fixed Li Qingran with a dark expression. Kinran, about today's events, you. Li Qingran straightened her posture, her face solemn as she cupped her fists. This disciple simply visited the ancestral hall with the sect master, glanced at the memorial tablets, and left. I saw nothing, met no one, and no one said a single word to us. This disciple also has no idea where the sect master is headed now. Sukinian stroked his beard in satisfaction. Good girl. With that, he soared into the sky on his sword. Li Qingran let out a quiet breath of relief. She unhooked the bell at her waist, summoned her celestial crane, and flew towards the north summit. Boom, boom. That morning, Chen Haan was still asleep when two loud thuds echoed from outside. Groggily, he opened his eyes. No way, did the game send me another free item? On the sofa, the black cat, Beiji, also opened its golden eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Blood, and the scent of that little thief from before. Chen Haan got up and opened the door. A strong stench of blood hit him straight in the face, making him frown. A blood trail stretched from the window at the end of the hallway, leading directly to his doorstep. And lying at his feet was a small, trembling figure. Dressed in a blood-stained high school summer uniform, her hair matted with dirt and gore, her face was nearly unrecognizable. A collapsed, bloodied little girl. And most importantly, he knew her. Isn't this 000? Back at the hotel, Chen Haan let out a small sigh of relief. Nothing in his room had been touched. Good. He hated it when people messed with his stuff, whether it was the police or anyone else. At the sound of the door opening, Beiji poked its head out from the corner. Seeing that it was Chen Haan, the black cat immediately let out a meow and began its paw-licking performance. Meanwhile, the big green fish in the wash basin peeked its head out slightly, as if secretly listening in on the room's conversation. Chen Haan plugged in his phone to charge. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he began sorting through the chaos in his head. Something's wrong with the world. Hearing his muttered words, Beiji's paw froze mid-lick. Slowly, its gaze lifted in horror. Has he finally realized? Ever since I came back from Tianmen Mountain, things have felt off. That mutant wolf died way too strangely. 000 kept asking me weird questions, and then today she almost died right in front of me. The police took me in for questioning, but then I ran into that bearded guy, clearly someone with a lot of power, yet he was pretending to be an internet cafe owner. And his behavior? Completely sketchy. As Chen Huayan's thoughts connected the dots, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, Beiji's expression grew more and more terrified. The big boss is about to awaken his memories. The air in the room darkened, as if something had blinded the heavens. This terrifying presence. It could overturn the sky itself? Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, X-Men? Ha ha ha. Beiji, what the hell was the boss talking about? Beiji swiped the sock Chen Huayan had thrown on its face and, realizing that nothing was actually happening, resumed licking its paws. That girl, Lin Lingling, dressed in a school uniform, carrying a long rifle, and wandering around deep in the mountains? That was weird enough. But then, she was the one who killed that mutant wolf. And that bearded guy? Even weirder? He has enough authority to control the police, but he's clearly not part of law enforcement. He even gave me a mysterious address at Scream's secret organization. Chen Huayan's eyes lit up as he clenched his fist. I've got it. 000 and Beardy are agents of a secret organization. They must have discovered that my cancer cells have transformed me into a superhuman, so they deliberately made contact, with a cute N. And Beardy offering 100,000 yuan for my talismans? That was his way of leaving a lasting impression on me. As for 000, he rubbed his chin in thought. Why exactly had she been covered in blood at his doorstep? That part still didn't make sense. Whatever. They've already found out about Tumor Superman. They'll definitely come looking for me again. With his think too much? Just let it go mindset, Chen Haan shrugged and logged into his virtual girlfriend game. Master, you're finally here. The moment he went online, Li Qingran, who had been meditating on a prayer mat, immediately opened her eyes. She tilted her face up, looking toward the ceiling, her smile bright and soft. She could feel her master's warm gaze upon her. Only my virtual girlfriend can heal my soul. Chen Haan gazed at the blushing, sparkling-eyed Li Qingran on his screen, feeling his heart melt into warm, soft fluff. Master, so much has happened while you were gone. Li Qingran excitedly began counting on her fingers. She talked about the morning lessons at the Sword Pavilion. How the teachings were clear and easy to understand, how the elders and direct disciples weren't arrogant, and how aside from the occasional brutal fight for seating, everyone generally got along well. Then she moved on to the cunning sect master, and how senior sister Yukinke had tricked him into waking up. Every time she got to something funny, she would burst into laughter. Oh, and master, these are all the gifts my senior brothers and sisters gave me. Li Qingran proudly displayed the pile of items on her bed, meticulously explaining each one's function, who had gifted it, and why. Looks like you really like the Sword Pavilion. Chen Haan was relieved. After all the bullying she had endured at Qingyun's sect, it was clear that she was much happier here. Of course, it's a wonderful place. Everyone treats me so well, Li Qingran said with heartfelt gratitude. As expected of Master's former sect, after just a few days, it already feels like home. Chen Haan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yeah, the Sword Pavilion was definitely not his former sect. That was just a big fat lie the sect master had fed her at Novel Bin Adat. Oh, right. Master, I told the sect master about your poisoning today. Li Qingran sat up straight, her expression suddenly serious. Oh, what did he say? Chen Haan was curious. How would the sect master wiggle his way out of this one? He took me to the Ancestral Hall to confirm your identity and we found your memorial tablet. Chen Haan. I also joined 10,000 Swords Peak. And the inscription on the steel: when the Dao collapses, only the sword remains that was written by you. Even though Master is thousands of miles away, I still managed to choose your mountain as my sect. Unable to maintain her serious face, Li Qingran grinned cutely. She truly believed this was fate. She was Master's disciple, and she had chosen his mountain. This was destiny. Chen Haan. Wait. No. This doesn't make sense. They actually found his memorial tablet? And now he was canonically the founder of 10,000 Swords Peak? At this rate, wouldn't the game eventually reveal that he actually was some long-lost senior Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion? Even if this game was released in 2034, it would still be the most cliché, overdramatic, soap opera-level storyline ever. Master, the sect master asked which province you're in and what your current cultivation level is, so he can send over detoxification pills. Chen Haan froze. Province? Bro, I'm in Asia. What the hell was he supposed to say now? Fortunately, the game provided dialogue options. I am not in Kangyun realm, but trapped in a small pocket dimension. Actually, I am not a senior Grand Elder of the Sword Pavilion. It's useless. I am already dead. A great demon has taken over my body. Consume a sound transmission talisman to freely respond. After a moment of silence, Chen Haan mimicked the game's tone and said, I am not in Kangyun realm. I am trapped in an alternate space, surrounded by endless demon beasts. It is too dangerous for you to reach me. However, if you prepare the detoxification pills, I can use my divine abilities to retrieve them from your location. A trapped space, full of demon beasts. Li Qingran's face turned pale, her breath hitching. So Master had been suffering alone in such a place? Her eyes burned, moisture gathering. But she clenched her fists, her voice resolute. Master, don't worry. I found an all-poison antidote in the scripture pavilion. I will refine the best detoxification pill for you. Her determination blazed. Tears slid down her cheeks. Her fists trembled as she swore. I will not let you die. Master, may I ask what is your current cultivation realm? As soon as Li Qingran regained her composure, she immediately started gathering crucial information. This master. Chen Haan paused. Since this was a free response, he could technically say whatever he wanted. In the Kangyun realm, the highest cultivation stage was the Mahayana realm. Once a cultivator surpassed their tribulation, they would ascend to the Immortal realm. Claiming he was at the Mahayana realm would be too ridiculous. So, Chen Haan hardened his resolve and made a bold choice. This master is currently at the void-piercing realm. The moment those words appeared, both the game world and the real world fell into a stunned silence. Beiji, QAQ. The boss is a void-piercing realm powerhouse? Wait, if he were truly at the void-piercing realm, he would have already seen through my true form. Then, what exactly is the boss's real cultivation? Why would he say that? Beiji curled into a ball, trembling in the corner. The void-piercing realm was the stage right before Mahayana. Cultivators at this level could already sense the heavenly tribulation they would face upon reaching Mahayana. This was why it was also known as the tribulation stage or the insightful stage. At this level, a cultivator had to contemplate their path forward. If their Dao heart was not firm enough, they would almost certainly die under the tribulation lightning. And how did Chen Haan know this? because he had just randomly activated a heavenly divination. The heavens trembled. Countless sect elders and reclusive cultivators were thrown into shock. Immeasurable heavenly lord? It has been 2 days since that supreme expert last performed a heavenly divination. I thought something had happened to him. Alpha O Thailand body. Honestly, life felt a bit empty without it. What did he divine this time? I swear. Damn it. Notify all sect disciples to be extremely careful in their actions, especially those infiltrating righteous sects. That all-seeing cultivator has returned. In the law enforcement hall, where Kinran was currently getting flogged, he suddenly stopped mid-punishment and stared at the sky for a long time. But Li Qingran didn't care about the chaos unfolding in the world. She was deep in thought about the significance of the void-piercing realm. A realm beyond fusion, yet beneath Mahayana. At this stage, a cultivator could analyze Dao laws, condensing the power of an entire world within their mud pill palace, creating a miniature inner world. Only Holy Land leaders were supposed to have this kind of terrifying strength. Yet even a cultivator of this level was trapped in that alternate space. It was proof of how dangerous the demonic beasts within must be. If that was the case, then her master's poison must be exceptionally difficult to cure. A shadow loomed over her heart. She was already preparing for the possibility that the 100-herb detoxification pill might not work. But no matter what, she had to try. Understood, master. Li Qingran rose to her feet, bowed toward the ceiling, and declared, I will go discuss this with the sect master immediately. Then, clutching her bell, she hurried out the door. Chen Haan scratched his head as he watched her rush toward the sect master's hall, only for her to find it empty. Li Qingran furrowed her brows and anxiously paced in circles. After some thought, she suddenly turned and rode her celestial crane to the law enforcement hall. Sure enough, she found sect master Kinran standing at the entrance. A row of disciples stood before him, faint traces of whipping marks on their backs. Faint murmurs of conversation drifted through the air. Ahem. Now, regarding today's events, you all. Sect master, we saw nothing. Yeah, we heard nothing either. You were just inspecting the law enforcement hall today, nothing more. Exactly. You definitely did not come here to get yourself whipped 100 times. He. Kinran's face darkened instantly. His eyes narrowed, settling on the last disciple who had spoken. Then, with a cold smirk, he said, laughing, are you showing disrespect to your superior? Go get yourself 100 lashes. The disciple's grin immediately vanished, and reappeared on Kinran's face instead. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Qingran waited patiently for the disciples to leave. Only when Kinran was about to fly away on his sword did she finally descend on her celestial crane. She rushed up to him, bowed deeply, and said, Sect Master, I have an important matter to report. Oh, Kinran, what is it? At novel bin at. Kinran had already noticed her earlier, but to avoid suspicion, he pretended he had only just seen her. With a fake, sword cultivator-esque smile, he stroked his beard. Sect Master, I have been to the scripture pavilion. I obtained an ancient pill recipe that may help Master. Kinran nodded knowingly. Elder Jiang already informed me, he said with a grin. That pill formula comes from an ancient alchemy master. His pills were famous for their simple refinement methods, complex ingredients, and incredibly effective results. The fact that you acquired his recipe, this is a tremendous opportunity for both you and your master. Hearing this, Li Qingran's face lit up. She cupped her hands and added, Master also informed me that he is not in the Kangyun realm. He is trapped in an alternate space and cannot receive direct assistance. However, he possesses a great divine ability that will allow him to retrieve the detoxification pills from my location. Oh, Kinran's eyebrows lifted in genuine surprise. So he's not even in Kangyun realm? That means his cultivation level must be. Master is at the void-piercing realm. Silence. A single leaf drifted onto a sword hilt. Plop. Kinran's sword fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent down to pick it up. Void-piercing. And no wonder. His voice trembled slightly, an unmistakable hint of excitement in his tone. A void-piercing realm senior grand elder. If they rescued him, then the sword pavilion could walk sideways across the Kangyun realm? As long as the Holy Lands didn't interfere, they would be invincible? No more fighting over resources. No more beast-related problems. Their guardian beast wouldn't have to rip up the back mountain's grass just because it was in heat. They had to save him at any cost? Kinran, tell me all the ingredients required for the 100-herb detoxification pill. With a serious expression, Kinran declared. Saving our fallen senior grand elder is our duty as sword pavilion cultivators. We shall spare no effort. Chen Haan. Okay, sure. This was touching and all. But calling a senior grand elder fallen sounds a little inappropriate, don't you think? Kinran immediately led Li Qingran to the medicine garden, planning to verify the required herbs. And if they couldn't identify them, he raised a jade tortoise shell and vowed, if the medicine garden elders don't know these herbs, then I shall divine the future even if it costs me my lifespan. Chen Haan, watching from outside the game. Oh, so you want to divine the heavens too? Alright, let's see what happens next. Before Kinran brought it up, Li Qingran had no idea that the sword pavilion even had a medicine garden. She had always assumed that every disciple just carved out a small plot of land near their cave residences, growing their own herbs separately. But once they arrived at the medicine garden, she was stunned. Unlike the dilapidated ancestral hall and the rundown scripture pavilion, the medicine garden looked brand new, well-maintained, vibrant, and flourishing. Standing at the entrance, Kinran hesitated. Clearing his throat, he called out toward the garden. Elder Lu, ahem, are you here? For a moment, the medicine garden fell into silence. Then, get lost. A thunderous roar exploded from within. Boom! The garden doors swung open violently, and a gale force wind erupted outward, causing the very air to distort and tremble. The fierce wind swept through the garden, bending and nearly snapping countless herbs. Kinran, however, casually summoned a windshield barrier, looking completely unfazed as if he were used to this. Once the wind settled, he dismissed his barrier with a wave and turned to Li Qingran. Qingran, that loudmouth just now is our medicine garden elder Lu Yuanqing. Don't be fooled by his temper, he's actually a pretty decent guy. Qingran. When he didn't get a response, Kinran turned to look, only to see Li Qingran clinging to the edge of a cliff. Apparently, she had been blown away by the gale and had just climbed back up, her once sleek, silky hair now a complete bird's nest. Ah, this. Kinran awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling. Oops. I guess my barrier was a bit too small. Didn't cover you in time. At the entrance of the garden, an elderly man had already appeared. Despite his white hair, he had a childlike complexion, a kindly face, and an aura of wisdom. However, when his sharp, piercing eyes settled on Kinran, they burned with undisguised fury. Sect Master, so, I respect your title, but if you come to steal spirit herbs again, I will fight you for 300 rounds to the death. Li Qingran stared at Kinran in shock. Kinran ignored her expression and simply laughed. Elder Lu, I'm not here to take spirit herbs today. Today, stealing. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes. I'm the Sect Master. Taking some herbs. Stealing. Elder Lu emphasized again. Fine, I'm not stealing herbs today. Giving up, Kinran shamelessly admitted, this disciple here wants to refine a 100-herb detoxification pill, but there are some ingredients I don't recognize. We came to ask for your expertise. New Epsilon. And then steal my herbs, right? Elder Lu remained skeptical, shooting Kinran a cold glare. I'm warning you, this garden is the lifeline of the Sword Pavilion. It is the foundation of our sect's survival. No matter what excuse you come up with, if you steal I will fight. He unsheathed his sword with a sharp clang, his spiritual energy surging, his robes fluttering from the force. Before the situation escalated, Li Qingran stepped forward and knelt down on both knees. Elder Lu, I urgently need to understand the 100-herb detoxification pills formula to cure my master's poison. Please, I humbly request your guidance. If she let these two bicker any longer, they were definitely going to start fighting. She had already figured it out. The sect master had stolen herbs from the medicine garden way too many times. And since the medicine garden was a separate department from the main sect, Elder Lu held absolute authority here. His status was on par with Kinran's. Elder Lu examined Li Qingran carefully. Seeing that she was a well-mannered, charming young woman with an earnest expression, his anger softened slightly. You are quite filial. Who is your master? Elder, my master is a senior grand elder of the Sword Pavilion. Elder Lu, As someone who had joined the Sword Pavilion later, Elder Lu wasn't familiar with its ancient history. All he knew was that Kinran held the highest rank. He had never heard of any senior grand elders or sect ancestors. If such a person had existed, the Sword Pavilion wouldn't be so poor. He turned to Kinran for confirmation. Kinran nodded. That senior grand elder left on a journey long ago. We verified his identity at the Ancestral Hall. And no, I'm really not here to steal herbs today. If you don't steal today, you'll just steal tomorrow. Elder Lu snorted, but his hostility faded. He approached Li Qingran with a much gentler expression and said, All right, recite the pill formula for me. After she carefully listed all the ingredients, she nervously watched Elder Liu's reaction. Thankfully, his expression remained calm, unlike Kinran's, who had been completely baffled earlier. See, every other elder in the Sword Pavilion is reliable except for the sect master. She had just reached this conclusion in her mind. Elder Lu stroked his beard in thought. Then, pulling out a thick record book, he began flipping through it, occasionally shaking his head, occasionally nodding and muttering to himself at novel bin at. After a long while, he finally closed the book and looked up. I recognize all the herbs in the 100-herb detoxification pill. More than half of them are already available in the medicine garden. The rest can be purchased from Lingxi Valley. Li Qingran's eyes brightened. Then that means. However, hearing that one word, her heart clenched. 2 of the required medicinal primers are extremely difficult to obtain: dragon tongue apricot and blood ripple citrus. Those are ancient era spirit plants. I doubt they still exist in the Kangyun realm. If that's the case, then we'll have to search for them in the Zhongzhou secret realm. Kinran immediately took over the conversation, reassuring Li Qingran. The Zhongzhou secret realm will be opening in less than a month. That place is full of ancient ruins. The entire Sword Pavilion will be participating in the exploration. We're bound to find those 2 ingredients there. No need to worry. Indeed. Elder Lu nodded. During the ancient era, alchemy sects were abundant. Back then, resources were plentiful, and any faction with a bit of heritage could establish a sect. Among them, Medicine King Valley was the most prestigious. If you can find its ruins within the Zhongzhou secret realm, it will surely contain these 2 herbs. Li Qingran stepped back, bowed deeply, and declared. Sect Master, Elder Lu, though my strength is meager, I wish to enter the Zhongzhou secret realm as well. She understood her senior brothers and sisters would be seeking their own opportunities in the secret realm. She couldn't expect them to prioritize finding her herbs, so she had to go herself. She had to find those 2 ancient era medicinal primers. Kinran and Elder Lu exchanged glances. They had wanted to refuse. After all, she was the disciple of the senior Grand Elder. Her safety was paramount. But seeing her determination, they hesitated. Finally, Kinran relented. Fine. As long as you reach the Foundation Establishment minor completion stage before the secret realm opens, I will allow you to go. Li Qingran lifted her head, her snow-bright eyes meeting Kinran's. She declared firmly, without hesitation, Disciple Kinran will not disappoint. So, after all that, you were just waiting for me here. Chen Haan shook his head as he watched the plot unfold. His main quest was to increase Li Qingran's survival rate in the Zhongzhou secret realm. At the time, he had wondered if he could prevent Li Qingran from going at all. But now, the storyline had locked her fate. She was destined to go, and the reason? To refine the 100-herb detox pill for him. Well, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Still, it felt pretty nice to have someone this concerned about him at novel bin at. Chen Haan suddenly thought of his ex-girlfriend. After seeing him make money from live streaming and even appear on a variety show, she actually had the nerve to message him on Green Bubble, asking to get back together? Screw that. Back when he was hospitalized, she hadn't visited him even once. Reality proved that even a virtual girlfriend provided more emotional value than a living, breathing person. Shaking his head, Chen Haan suddenly caught the scent of blood on himself. That was when he remembered after all the chaos earlier, he still hadn't changed clothes. This hotel's a no-go now. Gotta take a shower and get out of here. He quickly packed up his things, grabbed a few fresh outfits, and headed for the bathroom. Beiji stared at the neatly packed suitcase. Even though it still didn't fully understand human matters, it could tell boss was about to leave. Please, let boss forget I exist when he leaves. Beiji prayed silently in its heart. Sure, staying here meant it could absorb spiritual chi every day, but life was just too stressful. It had lost weight. Out there, all it had to do was find a quiet place to lay low. As the world's spiritual chi continued to recover, there'd be more than enough to go around. By then, even without boss spiritual plans, it could still achieve true spiritual chi freedom. A Nigerian Naira Oi. If it stayed any longer, it feared it might end up with that thing they talked about on TV. Right? Depression? Beiji slinked into an inconspicuous corner, trying to shrink its presence as much as possible while dreaming of a peaceful life. Hospital. Although Lin Lingling wasn't yet an official demon slayer, the bearded officer still rushed to the hospital out of concern for his soon-to-be subordinate. He also wanted to find out exactly what had happened. He remembered that the mission she took was supposed to be fairly simple. Given her abilities, she shouldn't have been severely injured. A miracle? An absolute medical miracle. Incredible? I've never seen a human with such insane self-healing abilities. The bearded officer halted at the hospital room door. Something was off. What was going on inside? He leaned in to listen. Can you believe this? When she was brought in, she had 3 broken ribs on each side of her chest. Now, all 6 are almost fully healed. And get this, despite being covered in blood, we just ran tests, and she isn't even anemic. Can you believe that? You know what this means? Her red blood cells and stem cells regenerate way faster than a normal person's. Should we report this to the director? This girl could be a breakthrough for medical science. No can do. She's got a special status. I got a call just before coming in, told us to keep our mouths shut. Ugh, I don't know what these big shots are trying to cover up all the time, but something's seriously off. Wait, Lin Lingling had that strong of a self-healing ability? Why didn't she ever mention it before? What a hidden gem. To officially join the Demon Slayers, one had to meet 2 conditions. First, they needed to reach the master rank. This required handling 5 incidents of any difficulty level. Second, they had to join voluntarily. Of course, as the head of the Tianfu Demon Slayers, he had the authority to waive the first requirement if he saw promising talent. Like Lin Lingling. Honestly, not many awakened individuals wanted to join the Demon Slayers. Why? Because, in the past, there wasn't anything particularly tempting to lure them in. Plus, there was a rule requiring at least 1 mission per month. Each mission meant facing danger. Most ordinary people who suddenly gained powers? They got cocky. They craved freedom. But after seeing how terrifying demons could be, that same ego made them value their lives even more. Money? Some awakened could make easy cash just by using their abilities. The Demon Slayer's salary meant nothing to them. And cracking down on those misusing their powers? Not so simple. What could they even charge them with? If someone used their power to pick up antiques on the cheap and resell them, that wasn't exactly a crime. It's not like they were harming society. Could you really call it illegally obtaining assets? Recruitment had been an uphill battle from the start. Lin Lingling was an exception. Her parents were divorced, her father didn't care, and her mother didn't love her. She barely had enough money to attend school. What she lacked most was money. So when he offered her financial support, this girl who often didn't even have enough to eat was moved to tears and swore to join the Demon Slayers. However, according to the initial assessment, her strength was only at the white rank, and she had no self-healing abilities. Did she awaken this regenerative power after surviving this recent danger? No point in eavesdropping any further. The bearded officer coughed twice and walked in, flashing his credentials to the doctors. All right, this is no longer your concern. Leave. The doctors exchanged glances before exiting the ICU. The bearded officer pulled out a syringe and injected it into Lin Lingling's arm. Less than 10 minutes later, she slowly regained consciousness from the anesthesia. Boss. Lin Lingling blinked groggily at the bearded officer. He casually raised the now empty syringe. High-speed cell regeneration serum. Cost me 10 merit points. You owe me. Thank you. Lin Lingling bit her lip, truly grateful. For each mission, depending on the difficulty, a demon slayer could earn anywhere from 1 to 100 merit points. She only had 3 merit points, not nearly enough to buy such a high-grade healing serum. No need for thanks. It's an investment. The bearded officer sat by her bed, lighting a cigarette. Now, tell me, how did an ordinary mission land you in this condition? Faulty intel. Lin Lingling clenched her teeth in frustration. No idea how long that mission was on the board, but damn it, the report said there was only one grade A black rat spirit. When I got there, it wasn't one, it was a whole swarm. They reproduced. The bearded officer raised an eyebrow. Exactly? 2 adult black rat spirits, leading a whole litter of smaller ones. Lucky for me, they weren't the type that eats flesh, or I'd be dead by now. Seeing Lin Lingling's angry expression, the bearded officer awkwardly scratched his nose. As the head of the demon slayers, it was his responsibility to keep intel updated. But could he really be blamed? They were severely understaffed. He had just gotten back from a mission himself, hadn't even had time to sit down properly. At least he had taken the chance to test out the new origin reversion technique issued from above. And he had to admit it was damn effective. Before, he used to be cautious when facing grade A demons. But now, with the origin reversion technique, he could go full force. That dog demon he fought earlier had been running for its life. The demon slayers would only grow stronger from here. Thinking that, his guilt eased a little. Yeah, tonight, he'd grab a copy of the origin reversion technique for Lin Lingling. That should at least boost her survival rate. So, how many did you kill? He asked, steering the conversation away. The mother. And all the little ones, Lin Lingling replied, expressionless. The father lost his mind after that. I couldn't beat him. The bearded officer paused. Well, yeah, if it were him, he'd lose his mind too. Still, he reassured her, you did well. I'll count this mission as complete. I'll have people handle the cleanup. By the way, you used the scent masking potion, right? Lin Lingling's face went pale. Her still groggy mind suddenly realized what she had forgotten. The bearded officer narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? I thought this mission was easy. I was sure I'd get the kill, so I didn't buy the potion. Lin Lingling admitted, looking like she was about to cry. The bearded officer's face darkened, which meant on Chen Haan's side. Boss, we need to save him. Outside, a few doctors had been eavesdropping. Then, bang, the ICU door flew off its hinges, embedding itself into the opposite wall at an angle. All they saw was a pitch-black blur darting out the 8th floor window. Hotel. Beiji was dozing off to the sound of running water from the bathroom. Suddenly, a thick, resentful aura filled the air. It was demon energy, and it was getting closer. A demon's coming. Beiji leaped onto the table and peered out the window. Sure enough, the bushes below rustled violently, as if some wild beast was charging through. The shaking stopped near the drainage pipe. The next second, a massive black rat, about the size of a calf, shot out like an arrow and scaled the hotel's exterior wall in just a few leaps, reaching the 2nd floor. Hey, it really is coming straight here. Beiji let out a cold laugh. That rat demon was overflowing with resentment. It was probably related to that human cub from earlier. The human must have left some blood traces near boss room. The rat demon must have tracked it here. Too bad it never should have come. Coming here is a death sentence. Forget that boss is already at the void fragmentation stage. Just the talismans on the door and windows alone will turn it into mincemeat. Kahihi. Beiji felt no sympathy for a demon dying in front of it. It belonged to the demon kind but wasn't truly one of them. In ancient times, humans lumped it together with ordinary demons, but it was something far beyond that, a trueborn fiend, a being that transcended demons entirely. In fact, in some ways, it was a natural predator of demons. After all, compared to puny humans who could barely fill a gap between its teeth, demon kings, those towering beings spanning dozens or even hundreds of meters, were far more appetizing. TCH, but with boss here, I can't reveal my identity. Otherwise, that rat demon would have been a nice little snack for my recent cravings. Beiji licked the corner of its mouth, its eyes flashing red for a brief moment. Then, the bathroom door creaked open. It quickly suppressed its hunger. Meow. Oh, Beiji, almost forgot about you. Chen Haan stepped out of the bathroom, fully dressed, and smiled when he saw Beiji. Even though Beiji had an almost non-existent presence, after taking care of it for a few days, he had grown fond of the little guy. Besides, Beiji was incredibly well behaved. Unlike other cats that caused chaos by parkouring all over the place, Beiji barely made a sound. And those eyes, it always looked so melancholic, like it had the worst luck in the world. Just looking at it somehow put him in a good mood. Beiji. Damn it! It had been so focused on the rat demon that it forgot to find a hiding spot. Chen Haan grabbed a shoebox and held it up against Beiji for size comparison. Realizing it was too cramped, he swapped it for a storage container instead. Then, without giving Beiji a chance to react, he lifted it and gently placed it inside. N-epsilon S. Sorry, Beiji, you'll have to bear with this for now. Once we're past this, I'll buy you a proper cat carrier, Chen Haan said apologetically as he closed the lid. Beiji sat inside, feeling utterly cold inside. But it quickly calmed itself down. No big deal. This is actually an opportunity. This storage container wasn't easy to carry around, so boss would probably just hold it directly. Which meant, as soon as boss left the room, Beiji could jump out and escape. The world will be mine again? Kahihi. The sky's the limit. The ocean's my playground. Just as this wonderful thought formed, the lid opened again. A massive green carp was tossed inside. Beiji. The green carp. The lid slammed shut again. Chen Haan's voice drifted from outside. Ugh, this fish is a hassle to carry around. Might as well leave it in the box for Beiji to eat. Beiji and the green carp locked eyes. The carp flapped twice, looking at Beiji with big, teary fish eyes, filled with desperate pleading. Forget it. I'm escaping soon anyway, might as well let this one go. Beiji forcibly suppressed its hunger and convinced itself. A cat of my size shouldn't be able to eat such a big fish anyway. Just hold back a little longer. Just a bit more, and freedom would be within reach. The next second, Chen Haan spoke again. I'll take the talismans off the door and windows too. Those cost me 200,000 yuan. Damn, what a scam. Slap. A hand pressed down on the storage container. Beiji's heart nearly jumped out of its chest. Trembling, it slowly looked up. Through the thin lid, it could just barely make out two rectangular paper strips being pressed onto the top of the container. They were talismans, fresh ones, just taken off the door and window, and boss had casually slapped them onto the storage box? Ha, I was far too naive. Beiji stared at the lid at a 45-degree angle, eyes welling up with tears. This is boss we're talking about. How could he not see through my little scheme? Even if he didn't notice, that blinding fortune of his would still suppress me. There's no escape. Absolutely no escape. Meanwhile, Chen Haan remained completely unaware that his casual actions had just sent Beiji into a state of existential crisis. He had finished packing clothes and that potted plant went into the suitcase, while the storage box, now tightly taped, was secured on top. As for himself, he wore an old, faded tracksuit. It was a bit old-fashioned, but he was used to it. Not that it stopped random girls from asking for his green bubble contact whenever he stepped outside. However, just as he opened the door, a scream rang out from nearby. AHH. Monster? Monster. It was the cleaning lady's voice. Turning his head, Chen Haan saw the woman had collapsed on the floor, curling up against the wall, trembling in fear. In the hallway, with its plush red carpet, a massive black-furred rat was steadily approaching. Its coarse black fur scraped against the wall, making a sharp creaking noise, proving just how tough its body was. It didn't even glance at the terrified cleaning lady. Its blood-red eyes were locked solely on the figure standing at the end of the hallway. Chen Haan. 1 step. 2 steps. Moving like creeping claws. Like the devil's approach. A mutant rat. Chen Haan stared at the monstrous rodent. Strangely, he felt no fear. His mind subconsciously compared it to deist Qingxian and found this rat was nothing. It wasn't even as threatening as the mutant wolf he had encountered at Tianmen Mountain. But logically, he figured he should grab something for self-defense. Too late to think. The black-furred rat suddenly lunged. Scree. It zigzagged wildly, screeching. A black whirlwind tearing through the hallway at terrifying speed. Too fast? Chen Haan had no time to dodge. On instinct, he raised both hands to shield his face, his mind going completely blank. But the rat never struck. Hearing no impact, Chen Haan slowly lowered his hands. The massive black rat had come to a dead stop 2 meters away. Even though they were different species, he could clearly see the sheer terror in the rat's trembling eyes and shaking body. It's afraid of me. Chen Haan steadied himself, confirming his judgment. Underneath the rat, a puddle of yellow liquid was quickly spreading. It pissed itself. He took a few steps forward. Even when he stood right in front of the black-furred rat, it didn't dare to move. Seriously? You're scared of me? That's it? Kahihi. Chen Haan swelled with confidence, standing with his hands on his hips in front of the trembling rat. Completely oblivious to the fact that the rat's horrified gaze was actually fixed on the toppled storage box behind him. So this is the fear caused by a difference in life force level. Wow, this is the biggest rat I've ever seen. He circled around the rat, observing it like some kind of rare specimen. It stood frozen just like those stiff zombies in dramas with talismans stuck on their foreheads. A mischievous idea struck him. Pulling a Thunderfire talisman from his pocket, he pressed it to the rat's forehead at novel bin at. Kahihihi. Today, I shall make you cosplay as a zombie rat. Just as the talisman was about to stick to the black-furred rat's forehead, the rat suddenly seemed to snap out of its daze, instinctively shrinking its head down so far that it actually retracted into its own chest cavity. But it was too late. The talisman had already left Chen Haan's hand, following his intent with pinpoint accuracy and slapping directly onto the rat's forehead. And at that exact moment, at the far end of the hallway, the bearded officer finally arrived, only to witness the scene unfold before his eyes. OSH*T. Stop. His pupils shrank in horror, a cold chill running from his spine straight to the top of his head. Too late. Where the talisman met the rat's forehead, a glowing sphere the size of a coin appeared, crackling with electricity. The sizzling sound of arcing energy grew louder and brighter. Without hesitation, the bearded officer grabbed the limp hotel maid, rolled to the side, and crashed through a nearby door, tumbling into a room just as, boom, a pillar of lightning tore through the hallway. The entire hotel shook with the force of the explosion. Heart still pounding, the bearded officer glanced at the splintered remains of the door he had just broken through. The explosion had originated a full 50 meters down the hallway, yet even from that distance, the shockwave had shredded the door into pieces. The sheer power of that talisman, terrifying. The hallway was a tunnel-like structure. Once an explosion occurred inside, the blast spread indiscriminately, making escape nearly impossible. *T, did Chen Haan get blown to pieces? He peeked out cautiously. The entire hallway was now engulfed in thick smoke, the air reeking of burnt flesh. Several room doors had already caught fire. At the very end of the corridor, Chen Haan sat slumped against the wall, head bowed, unmoving. His suitcase and storage box lay in front of him. To his left, the hallway was a charred ruin, blackened meat splattered across the walls and floor in a grotesque, radial pattern. To his right, within a 2-square-meter radius, everything was untouched. The only unscathed spot in the entire hallway. That was the power of the mysterious talisman. The bearded officer had witnessed its true might. Anxious, he hurried over to Chen Haan's side, carefully reaching out to check for any signs of breathing. But before he could touch him, a charred hand lifted and pressed against his own. The bearded officer froze. The young man in front of him still had his head lowered, his burnt fingers still faintly smoking. A beam of light fell across his sharp, almost unreasonably handsome side profile, and on those lips curled a sinister, knowing grin. Ha, he. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Chen Haan lifted his head, looking directly at the bearded officer. His lips parted in a wide grin, wisps of black smoke seeping through his clenched teeth. So, I wasn't a tumor-ridden superhero after all. His smile widened, voice dripping with glee. I'm the Lightning King. The bearded officer. So, this world is already broken, isn't it? Yeah, you could say that. What the news calls mutant beasts aren't actually mutations, they're demons. There are many of them, and more keep appearing. Even some of those famous supernatural cases and serial killings in recent years, most were caused by malicious spirits and demons. Some were rogue awakened humans who lost control. Outside the hotel, now surrounded by police cars, the bearded officer and Chen Haan sat crouched on the curb, watching the city traffic flow by. You smoke? The bearded officer offered a cigarette. Nope. Chen Haan shook his head. I'm Luo. Just call me Bearded Luo. Luo lit his own cigarette, exhaling smoke as he muttered, my ability is devour and assimilate, but I haven't decided on a target yet. Chen Haan's thoughts were still a tangled mess. He pointed to himself. So I'm an awakened. Yup. Luo took a drag, squinting as he exhaled. I was planning to reach out to you eventually. Just hadn't decided whether to tell you the truth about this world. Compared to other awakened and demons, your physical body is weak. But one thing is undeniable, your awakened ability is incredibly powerful. You mean, the talismans? Chen Haan looked down at his charred hand. The moment the talisman exploded, he had been flung back by the force. Yet despite the sheer destruction it had caused, it hadn't killed him. It had obliterated the black-furred demon rat, but all he had suffered was a minor burn on the hand that had held the talisman. Your talismans come from that mobile game, don't they? Luo asked. Chen Haan was momentarily stunned. Wait, you can see the game, uncle? No, I can't. Only you can. Luo shook his head, exhaling a ring of smoke before continuing. It's your innate spirit artifact. Only you and only you can use it. No one else can control it. But a spirit artifact that's completely invisible to others? That's pretty rare. Innate spirit artifact. Chen Haan mulled over Luo's words. Up until now, he had assumed his changes were due to some kind of cancer-induced evolution. But thinking about it carefully, hadn't his life started shifting dramatically ever since he got the virtual girlfriend game, at novel bin at? Without that game, he wouldn't have gone climbing at Mount Tais. If he hadn't climbed Mount Tais, how could he have encountered all those opportunities? I know someone with an ability similar to yours, Luo suddenly said. His initial assessment put him at soldier rank, grade A codename, Divine Brush. His spirit artifact is a brush, whatever he draws becomes real. But depending on how logical or overpowered the creation is, he has to pay a price. If the cost is too high, it could even take his life. Luo's gaze darkened slightly as he focused on Chen Haan. Creating something from nothing, that's one of the hardest things to do. And your talismans, your spirit artifact generates them, doesn't it? Chen Haan nodded. That wasn't wrong. Besides the talismans, he had also received a protective talisman, a string of spirit stones, and a potted plant. No wonder no matter how fast he ran to the door, he never caught sight of the mysterious delivery person. There had never been a hacker, never been a courier. The virtual girlfriend game, his innate spirit artifact, had simply created those items out of thin air. Then, what's the price? Luo's eyes bore into Chen Haan, a trace of urgency in his voice. He needed to know what it cost to generate such powerful talismans. This wasn't just about Chen Haan's awakener classification. It was about the future of the Tianfu demon slayers. Chen Haan met Luo's gaze, opened his mouth, then fell silent. Does it cost money? Somehow, he had a bad feeling about that answer. If Luo was right, if this world was about to be overrun by demons, if this was about to become an era of awakeners, then money would mean nothing to them. A man without sin may still die for carrying treasure. If money was all it took to buy these talismans, then what was he? A walking loot chest? What if they decided to experiment on him? What if they locked him up and forced him to mass-produce talismans every day? What if someone tried to steal his spirit artifact? Luo said that an innate spirit artifact could only be used by its owner, but was that really true? Chen Haan didn't want to assume the worst about people, but his entire life had taught him otherwise. If people were truly trustworthy, he wouldn't have spent his days scraping by on a meager pension. If people were truly trustworthy, his ex wouldn't have cheated on him. If people were truly trustworthy, his college roommate wouldn't have fought him for the poverty aid scholarship. So, the price is my lifespan. Chen Haan stared into Luo's eyes. Not a single muscle on his face twitched. Not a flicker of hesitation. Not even the slightest change in heartbeat. That was the answer he gave. Lifespan? That's such a heavy price. Luo's mouth hung open, and the half-smoked cigarette slipped from his fingers onto the ground. A sudden wave of guilt hit him. The talisman he had used, one that Chen Haan had traded his life for, had only cost him 100,000 yuan. At the time, Chen Haan probably hadn't even realized its true value. Looking back now, it felt like he had deliberately tricked him. Wait, how do you know the cost is lifespan? Luo frowned. I remember you didn't even know these talismans could be used before. Chen Haan had already prepared his answer. With a flawless, unwavering expression, he said, that's true. I didn't know at first. As for how I confirmed that the cost is lifespan. He casually lifted his pant leg. Underneath, his skin was covered with dense, tumor-like bone growths. Luo's breath hitched. To be honest, I'm a terminal cancer patient, Chen Haan said matter-of-factly. But a week ago, I was still in the mid-stage of cancer. Luo's mind blanked for a second. Then, as realization dawned, his face twisted in shock. So, you're saying that using those talismans accelerated your cancer? Exactly. Chen Haan nodded. The doctors said they've never seen cancer spread this aggressively. And conveniently enough, the rapid deterioration started right after I began exchanging for talismans. Then, how long do you have left? Who knows? Chen Haan chuckled lightly. If I'm lucky, maybe 6 months. If not, 1 month. Luo's entire brain crashed. It was impossible to reconcile this brightly smiling, outrageously handsome young man was actually a dying man. But those horrific tumors, they proved it was real. This wasn't a joke. *T, I'm such a bastard. Luo mentally slapped himself. He was the head of the Tianfu demon slayers, and yet he had cheated a terminally ill patient out of a priceless talisman for a mere 100,000 yuan? Forget his own conscience, if the other regional demon slayer divisions found out, wouldn't they roast him alive behind his back? Huayan, brother, I owe you an apology, Luo blurted out, trying to ease his guilt. I shouldn't have tricked you into giving me a talisman. It's fine, Chen Huayan waved him off casually. I still have more, anyway. I was already terminally ill, destined to die. What's a little more lifespan loss? Alpha N. Luo said nothing, staring at Chen Huayan in silence. And yet, his guilt only deepened. I'll transfer you another 100,000. Great. Before Luo could even process what had happened, Chen Huayan had already whipped out his phone, QR code ready for payment. Luo. After the transfer, the air between them felt noticeably more sincere. Huayan, what's your plan from here? My plan? Chen Huayan and Luo both stared at the bustling traffic ahead. Truthfully, his plan hadn't changed at all. Keep making money to top up the game. Before, he had been willing to spend money on virtual girlfriend just because he wanted to. Now that he knew it was an innate spirit artifact, he was even more willing to spend. After all, what if the game someday offered an item that could cure his cancer? And beyond that, was the world inside the game actually real? If it wasn't, then why did his virtual girlfriend seem so vividly alive, at novel bin at? But if the game's world was real, then why hadn't that civilization already surpassed Earth's by an unimaginable degree? A basic grade Thunderfire talisman was already this terrifyingly destructive. What about an immortal grade talisman? Or even higher level ones? Wouldn't just one of them have the power of a missile or even a nuclear bomb? It didn't make sense. If a three-dimensional world could dominate a two-dimensional one, then why hadn't Kangyun realm already obliterated Earth? And another thing. The game had main quests, storylines, and dialogue choices. What kind of real world operates like a scripted RPG? If it were truly real, then shouldn't he be an actual god, capable of controlling its fate? If he really had that kind of power, he'd already be immortal by now. Everything about Kangyun realm felt more like a game. So, Chen Huayan was now certain that virtual girlfriend was, in fact, his innate spirit artifact, just as Luo had called it. As for whether the cultivation world inside the game was real, he still wasn't convinced. Seeing is believing. Of course, Chen Huayan hoped Li Qingran was real. But sometimes, hoping too much was a dangerous thing. It meant that if reality turned out to be different, the mental cost of disappointment would be unbearable. Luo assumed Chen Huayan was simply lost, unsure of what path to take. He understood that feeling. Well, many awakeners had felt the same way. So, he patted Chen Huayan's shoulder. This world is only going to get more chaotic. Everything we've sworn to protect could shatter at any moment. On the sidewalk, a group of schoolchildren held hands, singing a nursery rhyme. On a park bench, a young couple embraced, lost in a passionate kiss. Sunlight stretched across an elderly man carrying a basket of groceries. A delivery driver, waiting behind him, let out a resigned sigh, forced to slow down. Chen Huayan watched these scenes play out, and Luo's voice murmured beside him. Brother Huayan, why not join the Demon Slayers? I can introduce you to awakeners with healing abilities. Maybe they could help with your cancer. The Demon Slayers aren't like before. We have techniques now, like breath cultivation. Think of it like the cultivation methods in novels. It allows us to absorb spiritual chi and strengthen our bodies. Right now, only the Demon Slayers have access to it. But, Luo took a deep breath, I don't want you to join just for the benefits. I want you to join for a greater mission. To protect our homeland. To protect humanity. To defend our peaceful way of life. Luo stole a glance at Chen Huayan. This was a standard recruitment speech one the Demon Slayers had been trained to deliver. Usually, at this point, most awakeners would show some reaction. Especially young men like Chen Huayan. This was the kind of hot-blooded rhetoric they loved to hear. But, Chen Huayan's face remained completely blank. Thank you for saying that, he said, smiling as he scratched his head. And thank you for the invitation. Then, still smiling, he said something that wasn't funny at all. You know, Uncle Luo, my parents died in a forest fire when I was a kid. The government was supposed to give me 200,000 yuan in compensation, but by the time I actually got it due to all sorts of complications it had shrunk to 20,000 yuan. I struggled to survive. I thought that if I just got into college and graduated, I'd finally make it. Then I was diagnosed with terminal cancer. The hospital didn't care. They just asked, do you have insurance? Do you have money? If not, they told me to go find some first. No money, no treatment. My girlfriend cheated on me. When she found out I had cancer, she dumped me without hesitation. Luo hesitated, his voice strained. So, you think this world is unfair? No, Chen Huayan shook his head. I think this world is very fair. If you can't afford treatment, you wait for death. That makes sense. If compensation money never reaches the victims, that's just normal bureaucracy. If a girlfriend leaves her boyfriend because he's terminally ill, well, who could blame her? Then why? Chen Huayan exhaled softly. It's just that. When I was at my lowest, this world never embraced me. So if you're asking me to turn around and embrace the world now, I'd find that absolutely disgusting. Luo met his gaze. The light in Chen Huayan's eyes flickered on and off, like a candle in the wind. And yet, despite standing under the warm glow of the sun, Luo couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was already completely dead inside. Uncle Luo, what you're protecting is your world. But my world isn't worth protecting. At the end of the street, Chen Huayan's figure grew smaller as he walked away, dragging his suitcase behind him. Just before disappearing into the crowd, he turned back, flashed a smile, and waved goodbye. Then, without hesitation, he vanished, blending into the faceless sea of humanity. Luo sat in silence on the steps, lighting cigarette after cigarette. Even now, Chen Huayan's final words still echoed in his ears. I won't be joining the Demon Slayers. At least not now. I don't see a reason to, and I don't believe in your so-called mission. But if you ever need my help, feel free to ask. I don't know if I'll be useful, but I'll consider it. The traffic light changed from red to green. Luo stubbed out his cigarette and disappeared into the moving crowd. He didn't return to the Demon Slayers' headquarters. He just wandered to see the people who lived under the same sky, yet existed in entirely different worlds. Crap, I totally forgot. Chen Huayan had just settled into his new place, a duplex apartment near the wetland park with a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan, when the realization hit him. Didn't that old man say that killing demons comes with bounty rewards? I haven't joined the Demon Slayers, but as a freelance demon hunter, I should still be able to claim the money, right? He had no idea how much that black-furred rat was worth. A demon that week probably wasn't too valuable. Maybe a few thousand yuan, at most. Whatever. Demons are everywhere now. Even if each one is only worth 1,000 or so, as long as I kill enough, the money will pile up naturally. Just thinking about this made Chen Huayan excited. He could finally make money in a way that suited him. He didn't need to join the Demon Slayers to claim bounties at Longtang Internet Cafe. Freedom, profit, and extra perks. What could be better than that? Just as he was enjoying this thought. Ring ring. His phone rang. An unknown number. Hello? Who's this? Brother Huayan. A familiar voice came through. Uncle Luo, how'd you get my number? Oh, I saved it when the security bureau checked your phone. Not important. I'm calling to tell you that I've arranged for a healer to look at your cancer. 3 days from now, come over. Wait, what? But I never joined the Demon Slayers. Doesn't matter. I can't just sit back and watch you die, can I? I already call you brother. Isn't it a bit rude to trouble someone else like this? It's free. Alright, I'm in. Chen Huayan agreed instantly, without a trace of hesitation. As long as it was free, nothing else mattered. Then meet me the morning after tomorrow, 9 a.m., 3rd floor of Longtang Internet Cafe. Luo sounded like he already knew exactly how to handle Chen Huayan. His voice carried the faintest trace of amusement. Got it, no problem. They also discussed the bounty for the black-furred rat. Turns out, Chen Huayan had completely underestimated it. The bounty was a whopping 20,000 yuan, and that was only because the demon had been blown to bits, making it unrecoverable. If the corpse had been intact, the bounty would have doubled. The money would be transferred to Luo after the claim was processed, and he would send it straight to Chen Huayan. Alright, that's it. I'm hanging up. Luo ended the call without saying much else. He was still walking through the busy city streets. But as he moved through the crowds, he started to see things more clearly. Chen Haan refusing to join the Demon Slayers was disappointing, but if he could show him that humanity still had warmth, still had kindness, then one day, Chen Haan would be moved. With grave. One day, he would join the Demon Slayers. Tisk, tisk, the older the wiser. Damn, I'm a genius. Luo patted himself on the back for his brilliance. His mood, which had been a bit low, suddenly lifted. His thoughts drifted to another key recruit, the swordsman prodigy that Elder Li was hoping to bring in. Chen Haan might be a lost cause for now, but that sword kid, we can't afford to miss him. He's the future of Tianfu. Luo clenched his fist. Chen Haan had too much baggage, a tragic past, terminal cancer, a cheating ex. But surely, that sword kid wasn't also cursed with a *T family, a dying body, and a two-timing girlfriend. Right? If the world is really that ridiculously coincidental, I'll eat *T while doing a handstand. Man, there really are a lot of good people in the world. Chen Haan put down his phone with a sigh. Too bad those good people only started showing up after he became an awakener. If they had appeared before that, maybe he really would have been touched. He plugged in his phone to charge, then quickly tidied up his new place. The first thing he did was take the talismans off the storage box and stick them on the door. Before, they were just decoration. Now that he knew their real power, he treated them like landmines against demon intrusions. Next, he opened the storage box. Inside, Beiji looked miserable, its entire body limp, eyes half-lidded, completely drained of energy. Probably suffocated in there. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment later. Chen Haan lifted Beiji out and placed it aside before reaching in to grab the motionless green carp. He figured it had already kicked the bucket, but the moment his fingers touched its tail, the green carp suddenly flipped into the air, performing a flawless carp leap half a meter high, nearly scaring Chen Haan out of his skin. Holy *T, is this fish sentient? He stared at the glaring, wide-eyed fish lying on the floor, its gaping mouth opening and closing frantically as if it were cursing him out. It had been out of water for nearly 3 hours. From the hotel to his rental apartment, with an extra hour wasted on house hunting and bargaining. And it still wasn't dead. Not only that, it still had so much damn energy. Is this thing a demon? Chen Haan narrowed his eyes and pulled a talisman from his pocket. Luo had told him that abnormal creatures were most likely demons. And if not demons, then evil spirits. Either way, the solution was simple. Just kill it. Minimum bounty, 20,000 yuan. This dumbass fish. Beiji glared daggers at the green carp. If it hadn't been weakened by the talisman explosion, it would have squashed this stupid fish already. The green carp froze, instantly playing dead. Its bulging fish eyes rolled back, its entire body stiffening as it began to emit the unmistakable smell of salted fish. Why does it look half dead again? A last burst of energy before dying. Chen Haan raised an eyebrow, grabbed the completely limp green carp, and tossed it into the bathroom bathtub, filling it halfway with water. Only when he saw it floating belly up, barely breathing, did he finally relax. Guess it really was just a dying twitch. At least it's not actually dead. He put the talisman away. I'm not a bloodthirsty man. If you manage to survive, I'll spare you. No fish stew tonight. However, the moment he closed the bathroom door, inside the bathtub, the green carp flipped over immediately, its eyes burning with determination. Then, it frantically gulped down water, chugging so fast that bubbles overflowed the entire tub. Meow. When Chen Haan returned to the living room, Beiji was licking its paw while meowing at him, looking noticeably better. Good kitty. Hungry? I'll get you something nice. Seeing that Beiji was back to normal, he decided against acupuncture and instead ordered a bag of cat food on Meituan. He collapsed onto the sofa, finally letting his mind settle to sort through his chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, Beiji let out a sigh of relief. As expected, Ba sealed the doors and windows again. There's no escape. Absolutely no escape. At this point, it had resigned itself to fate. As for why it didn't want acupuncture, it had already faked a limp on one leg. If it got stabbed again and actually became lame, what then? At novel bin at. Would it have to crawl around dragging both hind legs? That sounded like hell. Chen Haan lined up all the items he had received from virtual girlfriend on the coffee table. Spirit stone bracelet. Protective talisman. Potted plant. Thunderfire talisman. Black scale sword. Spring needle technique. Meridian opening acupuncture. Green lotus sword manual. And the ones he couldn't take out? He wrote them down on paper. Staring at the collection, he narrowed his eyes. So far, he had confirmed. The virtual girlfriend game equals innate spirit artifact. The talismans from it were real and usable. Then, wouldn't that mean everything else from the game was real too? He stared at the pile of items, deep in thought. So, what secrets do you hold? Let me take a closer look. Kahihihi. His gaze turned sharp and analytical, like an X-ray scanner, sweeping across every item on the table.